Me too,
We're
man. It's
talking
coming.
about
It's coming to a head, man.
All we can
This
do,
is gonna pop soon.
that's
all we can do
that's
is
what we
keep.
were talking about
All,
before with battle mode.
all we can do is keep our fingers pointed at them.
Yep.
Yeah, if we don't do nothing, nothing's gonna happen.
It's like being in a classroom when you're growing up. Being in a classroom, somebody farted, right? You have to. Once you figure it out, you gotta out that motherfucker. Okay. Just be like, he farted. It was him. We can move on, can't we? Okay.
And then that little shit jumps up and yells, "He who smelt it dealt it," and everybody laughs at you, and then you're the bad guy.
Yeah,
I know.
and then he
That's
says,
how these little fuckers work.
Then he says, "He who denies it supplies it."
Supplies it, yeah. See, and then you could just go back and forth.
He who denies it supplies it. Ah. I don't know how the fuck we came to this.
Fear the donkey.
Fear the donkey.
It's all the science that NASA's doing. I bet you there's some fart science being done on the ISS. I'm sure of it.
Without
I
question.
can almost fucking choked on my drink, bro. Don't do that.
It's weird.
The thermal imaging shows us that the farts in zero gravity are different than the ones on the ground. Thank you, Don Pettit. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the fart would not leave your body.
You can taste it.
Stay in there. You'd get really sick, man. Nothing would flow.
They don't have any height. No, what? Oh, fuck.
Try to imagine the human body and its processes in what they call gravity, right? Like no nothing. It wouldn't be doing anything. You could have all the fiber in the world. You're not pushing any of that through.
That's what I was gonna say. You can't push nothing out, bro.
Nothing. It'd be blimps of just pure defecate coming home.
The hard part would be the digestion, right? Because your stomach gases would be floating around in your stomach. But once you got it digested, if you could force it into your intestines, the muscular of the intestines will force it out. But again, the second problem is when you get to the asshole, then what? I don't know how they're supposed to be shitting in space. Remember, they're eating basically baby food or fucking dehydrated bullshit. There's no way they're taking
bricks. Like what?
Right, they're not taking solid shits up there. I'm sorry, not with what they're eating. The entire space station would be covered in a nice thin sheen of human shit if that were the case.
Yeah, it gets even worse than that because they have CO scrubbers, or CO2 scrubbers, but they do not have any methane scrubbers. So all of the farts are just collecting in the ISS and getting more and more dense until it's just farts.
Well, it's like the coffee. They just recycle the methane back into fuel.
Well, they should, but they don't have any methane scrubbers, so they're not.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to talk to them about that.
Why would you make it so that everything that needs repairing is done from the outside?
No, guys, you ignore behind the camera which is filming on ISS are all the human conditions you need. Special good showers, good toilets, everything you need. It's a huge building, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, in Nevada somewhere. Yeah.
Once you get out of the ISS, you are in a big swimming pool, and then you get out of that swimming pool, you have a huge building with everything you need.
Yep.
Special changing rooms where you have a dozen of people helping you dress in that stupid suit, space suit, scuba suit.
It's so fucking ridiculous, dude.
Nobody can dress alone in that bullshit.
Did you see the new suit that they're putting out that says will survive the vacuum of space? It doesn't even look like a low pressure suit. It's ridiculous.
It's not sealed up.
It's not
the
even a
arms
flight
are moving.
suit. Right. It's made out of like some flimsy ass fucking fabric.
Dude, there's zippers everywhere. Just regular ass like YKK jean
Those
zippers.
are space zippers, man.
That's
Oh,
That's
okay,
the
yeah,
science they were doing up there. Space
That's
zippers.
because they have the
let's
high-tech
fucking
studio. They have the high-tech
vo-
studio now, so they can use a different suit.
Yeah.
let's find
Fucking
astronaut
space.
volunteer who will go to vacuum chamber.
They
dude, I'll
have
go.
one, and they nearly
Yeah.
killed him, and they'll never put somebody in it
Yeah.
again.
How He can I almost died. Kill them? It will not kill them. It will be explode. Then it will nothing. Will it will you will get plasma from.
Something like that only takes once, you know.
They'll be
I watched
fine.
the interview with a guy that was. It was in the '60s. He said they started to I heard them say that they were decompressing over my speaker, and then everything got quiet as the air started to leave the room, and immediately I could feel my eyes and tongue beginning to boil right before I passed out. And the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. He said he could feel his tongue and his eyes boiling.
Yeah, just saliva.
That was in his spacesuit.
Yeah.
Did it hurt him permanently, or?
I think it was. I think they approached something like. It was barely like high
Not even
altitude
close.
pressure. It wasn't even
Right.
near a vacuum.
It doesn't
And
take much, man.
2%.
No, for the moisture on your tongue to start boiling, it doesn't take much actually.
And how much you need to be trained for the pilot who is flying 2 Mach?
Mm-hmm.
The process is, I mean, it's
Yeah.
months and months and months, and then I think the success rate is like 0.02% or something of
Yeah.
people who apply
Grueling,
end up
and
becoming.
nobody gets it. Dude, fuck that.
And he
What's
go
the
up
point of
and it's going 17,000.
Hey, we need you to fly this really expensive piece of metal at this speed for no fucking reason.
no speed.
And you're gonna spend
At no
months
speed.
puking your guts out. Are you ready? Let's go. Get some.
And it needs no pilot.
But
You need a pilot.
Never goes off course because of math. They got the math figured out, locked in.
That's
Science.
true, man. Math is everything.
But this math, the Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour, and ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour. How is that possible? This is the math.
Yeah.
Don't worry, this math is magical. Earth is going 3 times in 1 hour, 3 times faster than ISS.
Well, you
That
forget
mean
the
in
66.6 degrees.
So, do they
Doesn't
never?
matter.
The problem is
So they,
No, they're
So
just
they
throwing
never-
numbers, is what I'm saying. They're just
so they
throwing
never
numbers. None of that
changed-
shit.
They're cutting the angle, you're saying.
Yeah.
at
So they never-
nighttime.
they never
Okay.
change your altitude. So they never
Okay.
change your altitude the whole time. Is that correct?
Well, they do,
Yep.
but it's scienced, so it's only
Because-
to overcome whatever problem you're gonna have with it. It will fix
So
itself.
they
Don't
just
worry.
mathematic it.
At nighttime, they are spinning. They are moving in space with 66,000 miles per hour minus 17,000 miles, and in the daytime they move.
What is nighttime in space, man?
plus 17,000.
Nighttime in space. Fuck
Nighttime
yeah.
in space. What's that?
Well,
Yeah.
when they are in the shadow, when they are in the shadow of the Earth, they are supposedly flying against the 66,000 miles per hour, and in daytime, they are flying with the 66,000 miles. So
Right.
you
That's
have
amazing.
them traveling with almost 80,000, and then at nighttime almost 40,000.
50,000. Yeah. 50.
Yeah, acceleration and
Nighttime.
deceleration.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait a second. I've got a question. He's something very simple and just reasonable, not even logical. You don't need to apply too much brain power. How come the Earth gets
plus-
daylight, but in outer space there's never any light? It's always dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that when like a black hole's closer for a little bit and then moves far away? It's,
Just
like,
putting it out
darker.
there, The
They're
sun apparently
shadowed by
lights
the
up
black
like
hole.
everything.
Shadow of the black hole. Hey, we ought to ask this question when people come in. If you were in Plato's cave,
Do you know about Plato's cave? Yeah,
The
yeah,
allegory
I know
of the
about Plato's
cave.
cave. Okay, you know about the allegory of the cave. Okay, if you were in Plato's cave and you were chained facing to the wall only, you couldn't turn around, and you're looking at shadows, and to you that is your entire world. Someone comes from behind you and says, "Look, we can show you that the shadows aren't real. Look back here. And we have the key. We can unchain you." Now, ask him this. Would you accept being unlocked?
Liar! No, I wouldn't.
They wouldn't
be like,
believe
you're
you.
nuts.
No, you want to continue looking at the shadows and stay chained up, facing towards the shadows, because that's what you're looking at now. Or you're going to accept somebody that's telling you that what the shadows are only shadows, and there's a real world out here.
Nah, bro, just stay in the cave. Don't worry about it. Just stay in the cave.
It depends who is the guy.
Doesn't matter. Just stay in the cave.
I'm just saying, yeah.
But if he's PhD, no.
No one in particular, anybody. We could ask anybody that question.
PhD, man.
Because if they don't spiral right there, they might have a chance. But they're going to try to squirm right there, I bet.
Just stay in there.
But if the guy is astrophysicist,
just stay in the cave. If he's Dave the Professor.
And now, since we know every little what do you call that? Every little move that they make when in their squirming, we know which direction they'll squirm to. We can tell right away. So that'll give us indications.
Yeah.
Bro, they've got nowhere to squirm anymore, bro.
For me, that is all right. Shadow here, shadow there, but let's see where is the sphere, man.
It doesn't mean anything, bro.
Shadows are cool, that can be great, yeah. It could prove
I know
something.
that's just a preliminary question, though. That's just a preliminary question. Then we can go on the curve. Yeah, you're right.
You can make shadow puppets.
We need always first to go to the sky if you want to prove the Earth shape.
Or shadows.
Just like
or tides.
Just like the horizon shadows are 100% optical.
Igor. How tides work on flat Earth? How tides work on the flat Earth?
Well, the moon and the sun kiss each other, and
they make out all day.
They kiss. When they kiss, the tides come.
It's a passionate exchange, and the waves react. It's beautiful. Nature, science.
It has more sense than Moon doing on his own.
It does.
Exactly.
At least it's beautiful.
I like to see a nice romance.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the tortoise and the hare making sweet, sweet love in the sky.
Yeah, so which one's playing hard to get here? That's what I want to know.
I think it's the tortoise.
If Earth is flat, you cannot have horizon. I heard also that.
That's why the hare has to keep running around. The hare has to keep running around. The hare has to keep running around so fast because the tortoise is playing hard to get.
And is just slow as fuck and won't get its ass moving. You're right. Yeah. So that's a latest argument from the side of the people who are completely wrong about this, is that the horizon can't happen on a flat Earth. A straight line can't happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's just like we heard we have a ball that doesn't measure curvature. Well, the same thing. Earth is actually flat. But
because
a ball that doesn't measure curvature.
Because Earth is curving, because of that it's called
no
horizon.
Such thing as a horizon, yeah. No such thing as a flat.
If it's Earth flat, we will call that some another name.
I got a good joke. Hold on. Your curved horizon is flat lined.
There you go. That's what it is. It's what we keep doing to them. That's the thing. No matter what kind of argument comes, no matter how well put together the argument is, only within the structure of arguments, not because they actually have anything to back them with fact. no matter how they present it, the problem is we always go back to, yeah, but see, it measures flat. So now what do we do? Do you want to keep talking about that, or can you admit, yeah, it measures flat, and so yeah, kids, put the crayons down, would you?
Let's keep talking about that. How it measures flat. That's a great discussion. Can we have someone come in from the globe side and
nobody's.
We want to talk
in.
about how it measures flat every time. So,
but it's
come on.
Listen. We can we promise not to ban the next person no matter what they say, at least for 10 minutes? Can we do 10 minutes?
But the power as soon as somebody said something dumb would fly.
Well, no, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to turn into jab talk so fast.
Temporary muting is okay, though. I mean, sometimes.
Yeah, temporary.
And sometimes.
I mean, I'm getting desperate. I'm seeing these guys in the YouTube chat thinking they know what they're talking about, and I want them, just one of them to come in and
okay, go.
Get flattened.
The trolls.
Those are young.
They're never going to come in here.
What are you talking about? They know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
they're doing science
rates and
in
those
YouTube chat.
other guys, they're not coming in here.
I actually question their physicality in general.
They're science and the shit out of it.
I don't even know if they're real. Like, I honestly doubt it. Like, some of them might be, but I think there's some that are definitely not real.
Huh.
Because the conversations they're having, like if you try to follow it just for a few sections, you know, it seems to be they're incoherent. They're not really talking to you. They're having a conversation somewhere else that's not linked up with where we are.
Like a random word is just sent out every once in a while.
Yeah,
man, you can realize in first 5 minutes, is it this person honest, or only if he's acting very, very good, nothing else.
The trolls on the YouTube are just there as a confirmation bias machine to give any glober who comes in here looking at the stream an out. So he sees them type some stuff that confirms his bias, and he turns off the stream. That's the only reason they are there.
Yep. So people that come in discovering it look at the YouTube chat first and go, "Oh, the globers are destroying these flatties. I'm out of here."
Yeah.
What's an awesome destroying argument you're seeing?
No, it's they do syntax arguments. They back you into like, I'm going to attack the way that you're presenting your argument. I'm not going to attack your argument. You see? And that's what they do. They're very good at that. They're trained in it. They're professionals. They had to go to classes to learn the psychology of people and how to get under their skin without allowing them to move forward in a debate. Tactics.
Pretty much.
So that's not destroying anybody, but a lot of people fall for it. See, if you sound smart, you are smart, right?
Yeah, and it's also because it's confirming their bias. It's something that they want to just accept.
They want to see that, right? They want to see it right away that globers are taking the piss out of flatties. Even if it isn't happening, it looks on the surface like, oh man, look how confident they are talking to these guys like that. Yeah, fuck yeah, we're fucking winning, dummies.
Fuck all.
I just heard y'all say on.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just heard y'all say on YouTube that you won't ban the next new person. So I'm the next new person, and I think I live on a spinning ball. So what's up?
Ban this motherfucker.
All right, what's up and what's
down? Kill the shit out of him. Get him out of here.
I mean,
so you think it's a globe? Is it Dave Heinkel?
It's obviously a globe, man. You guys have an issue with that, don't you?
Okay. Where's the curvature? Where?
All right, Mr. Hinkle.
I love the curvature issue can't be addressed properly because of all the gravitational refraction Next.
Okay, so there's no curvature. Okay, great.
Obviously, you fools.
Thanks
The
for playing.
gravitational refraction prevents us from measuring the curve. Duh.
That's part of the
What would you
space.
expect, you fool?
Yeah, it's part of the. It's an extension of the space-time refraction incident.
Continuum.
Continuum. That's a great
Y'all
word.
are finally getting it. Good job.
The continuum incident.
Y'all are finally getting it.
Science. I'll give the parents science.
Yeah. No beginning, no end, just random.
Continuum.
Sorry.
Y'all are finally beginning to understand. It's good to hear y'all accept this gravitational refraction idea.
Yeah,
We're getting it, dude. We're getting it.
Refraction is actually the bending of space-time.
It just
Of the
makes
non-physical
everything.
horizon.
It makes everything appear to be right level with you on the horizon, but it's not really. It's really curved. So y'all know that. So
Only an idiot would think so. Only an idiot would
Right.
think what you see is what it is. You fucking
Yeah, why would
morons.
you think what it is? That's what it is. What?
Yeah.
And
Why would you look in the distance? Why would you look in the distance and think you're seeing something that's really there? Come on, guys.
Why would you even look at the ground if you're measuring the ground? Everybody knows you look up to the sky. Come on.
Exactly.
The only senses that you can trust are your eyes when they're in front of a television and your ears.
NASA's instruments.
Fucking anywhere, I guess. People are just out there talking about nothing.
You can only trust your ears when the ears hear something that confirms what you already believe.
Yeah.
All right, that's 5 minutes as a baller for me. I'm going to shut up now. I can't do it anymore.
You got 5 more minutes, dude. Give it a shot. Okay, never mind. I know it. I don't even want to do it anymore.
It's hard to get my mind, twist my mind, and say those things. Man, I can't do it.
Hurts your brain.
Where does that word continuum actually come from? In terms of, like, it's like putting a constant behind something that's an average, just so that people don't look at it. Like calling it a space-time continuum was almost as though it's unquestionable because it's continuous, right? It's a space-time continuum.
It's part of the mediocrity effect.
Yes.
Remember who was that?
When you refract the tachyon flow backwards through the singularity, then you get the warping of space-time. Duh.
When do we meet the Klingons?
Yeah.
The warping of the continuum. You know, it's the warping of the continuum.
It's the warping of words. That's what it is.
Can you bend love and freedom? It's just as likely to bend space and time.
That's what they're
Love
trying
and
to do
freedom
now.
is what I call my cock and balls.
It's pretty good, actually. I like that.
Freedom is what they're trying to bend right now. Yeah.
That would hurt. No, thank you.
Dude, there was a city recently that did a curfew for COVID. So once again, city did that. Sorry, that word. Anyway, they used the siren sound from the movie The Purge to announce the yeah, like it had to be just as some kind of sick joke, but the town the mayor said it sounded better than like the normal emergency sound, which was really, scary sounding. So they wanted to have something.
You mean the thing voted on in legislature and paid for by the taxpayer? Fuck that thing. I'm going to play this movie clip instead.
I'm going to play this fucking movie clip like a bitch. Yeah.
This guy's fucking full on.
The movie is The Purge. Some creepy movie.
Cock and balls.
The Purge. Is that
Rock
right?
on.
Yeah. Does everybody know what The Purge is?
Okay.
I
don't know if I watched.
It's a movie about for 12 hours starting every night. I think like 8 o'clock. Everything is legal. All murder, all crimes are made legal as a way to kind of clean up society.
Sounds like America every day.
Well, no, but I'm serious. Like,
no consequences.
They sound the alarm, and you can do whatever you want. You go to people's houses, do whatever you want. Like, it's crazy. And there's like 4 of these movies, and so a lot of people who stay home and watch TV have seen one or two of these movies, and so it's just they're just rubbing it in our face again, man. Like, hey, we've been telling you about this for a long time, and not only that, when we test the emergency systems, we're going to use something from a movie where everybody gets killed.
All right, so wait a second. We've got the Purge. There's two.
Great job.
Then there's the Purge, a different one. Purge, Anarchy.
Yeah. There's multiple, yeah.
There's like 4.
I heard
Why
Purge,
is there 2 Purges though?
Because every year this event happens so that America can keep running in this fictional universe. That's what happens. Every year they have a night where everybody kills each other so that you can get all your fucking angst out. And actually, it's just an excuse for the rich to stay powerful is what it ends up being. I didn't really watch it. I just read a synopsis. I can't be sitting for hours looking at that horse shit.
Yeah, but the rich, the rich have like games where they invite people into their house so that they can all kill them, and everyone's laughing and they're treating it quite like it's a fiction, whereas we know that that's actually truthful, that we have this human trafficking thing where people are exchanged. They call them kill rooms or red rooms, where you can go and pay a certain amount of money to actually kill someone or inflict torture. And so they put the truth in the movies and then the bullshit in the news.
They'll convince you that it's poor people that can afford to bid millions of dollars for these stupid things or to organize this, money-making scheme. It's all the poorest of the poor that are doing it. The rich, no, they have nothing to do with that.
Well said. That's beautiful. Honestly, bro. Only the poor people come up with schemes.
Let the monsters eat themselves, right?
Yeah. No. Wait a second. The poor people do all these bad shit that can't organize nothing, that have no resources and have no money. But the rich don't.
They've been getting away with it forever. We can't stop it. Shucks, guys. We tried.
We tried.
What's a good movie to watch?
The Watchmen.
They Live.
Oh yeah, I've seen
that. Have you seen Fight Club?
Yeah, I like Fight Club.
Okay.
What do you say, The Watchmen?
I can't watch anything new these days without it being some propaganda piece. Either have the medical industry come out as the shining hero, or that the government's there to save the day. It's like, you see through all that bullshit now. I can't watch the stuff that they're putting out.
It's funny, we have to go back to science fiction. I have to go back to science fiction and other stuff to get my fix. Yeah, I can't go to that stuff anymore.
Yesterday I watched a movie called Free Guy, released this year. So that movie basically is pushing and advocating for, like, subliminally to the simulation theory, basically. It was fun, but like it was so obvious, so some people will say, oh, okay, now I'm in this game, and someone is running me as a game, and like, it's weird.
Is there like human integration into the computer in that movie too? Like, the fuck was it called?
Ready Player One?
Yeah, like that one?
No.
Human agenda? No,
it's like, suddenly, there's the guy, or guy, this is like this actor in the movie is suddenly self-aware and exactly, and he's self-aware. Yeah, it's a program which is in AI, and suddenly self-aware, and he's like thinking about what's in outside, and outside is so obvious to the people watching, to the viewers, it's like it's a game. So what messages does it send the movie? It's like so obvious.
Yeah, well, if they get you thinking that there's no consequences, they can convince you to do anything. That's the fucking the devil's trick.
Yep.
Who cares? As long as I get mine, who gives a shit? That's the attitude you see everywhere now.
Well, the devil gets you, you're livid.
Yeah, and it's also about this thing about them releasing liability to themselves on every level.
But also, I've never quite understood. They They want to support the simulation theory, but every simulation had a designer or a creator of the simulation. But they talk about us being in a simulation theory, but with no designer, no creator. It's just
your brain could do the backflip. You ready? Here it comes. The backflip's this. The creator is a guy who evolved from a rock. Boom. Done. Bam, 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 bam. That's all they
Or he's a little, or they say he's a snotty-nosed kid sitting in front of some PC and he's created some
without a creator
program. But the simulation idea, it also links back to reincarnation, that there's no consequence, because if you did bad, you just come back as a lesser life form.
That's not that's not the point of reincarnation, bro.
Well, that's kind of, isn't that the point, Free Guy, of the movie? He gets extra lives, or not?
Well, now he's playing a video game, then. One up.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what it seems like.
Actually, it was once he's dead, he wakes up the next day in his bed. Nothing wrong.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Oh, that's a thing to. It's a different story behind it. Groundhog Day is to make the person think about his actions. Because he doesn't do it right, he relives it.
It's like Rick and Morty, The Matrix, and something else.
Also, there is a very similar movie to this idea about waking up in the bed. Is called I think I released last year, called Boss Level.
Is that the guy who's on a revenge kick or something, but he keeps dying and waking back up? Yeah. Same concept, right? Yeah.
Very, very same concept. It's like in some kind of a loop. You're not getting out, and don't worry. If you die, you come back. Don't worry.
Oh, like the Tom Cruise movie, World of Tomorrow or whatever, Edge of Tomorrow.
That's not a simulation. That's time travel.
War. It's Tomorrow War.
Edge of Tomorrow.
No. That's the new one that just came out. That's not Tom Cruise.
No, that's
Edge of Tomorrow from like 2014.
Is the original title was Live, Die, Repeat. It was
Live, Die,
Emily Blunt and Tom Cruise.
It's a good
Aliens
movie, man.
Attack. But that's a time travel thing. But looping, and again, giving you the idea, everybody, the simulation idea is very comforting for somebody who doesn't want to have responsibility. Just like if they don't want to think supernatural, they want to think of themselves as a scientist. Oh, a science guy I saw once on TV said that simulation could be a thing, so that's what I'll go with. And it makes me sleep better at night because I know that I'll just get reset one day. So the fact that I walked past that guy and his kid that were starving and didn't give him the extra $20 I had, there's no consequence for that.
Indeed, well said.
I just typed in "live, die, repeat" into Amazon, and guess what came up? Afghanistan, The Trap. What the fuck?
But the War of Tomorrow or Tomorrow War with Chris Pratt, it's the same idea.
Tomorrow War.
Yeah, it's the same idea.
Tomorrow.
It's entertaining. It's entertaining.
It is entertaining. I like that movie.
But the last part, they tied it all into. I don't want to spoil it, but I was like,
don't.
What the F?
Me too.
I watched this movie for what was it, 2 hours, and they tied it into that shit at the end, and I'm like, oh my god!
And now I gotta go look it up, you dicks. I'll be back.
What's another movie? Come on, boys. I'll
P.I. by Darren Aronofsky.
You're gonna need some patience to watch that movie, though. If you
it's
were
true,
looking
though.
for,
it's true.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's a hard one to watch, man.
It's good.
You got to do it completely sober with a lot of sleep and just drink water the whole time and really try to focus.
But pay attention. There's a lot of themes in that movie that go over people's head, and you got to. Just PI, like the function. What was that time travel one that came out around the same time that was all gritty like that and low budget, where the guys invent a box that they can sit in, and when they come out of it, they come out when they went in. So the longer you stay in it, the fuck was that movie?
Oh,
Time Machine.
No.
I liked it.
dealt with the consequences of dealing with your. It wasn't the time travel part that I liked. It was the fact that the guys couldn't trust each other, and that neither one of them did from the beginning, and they both took extreme precautions because there was no trust between them. God damn!
I thought
what's
it
the name
was
of that
in a
movie?
mirror. Didn't they jump through a mirror or something?
No, I'm gonna look it up now. Fuck, I'll be right
It's
back.
a different one. All
Mike's
these
having-
like time travel, alternate dimension things that they're shoving down our throat.
You know what? You know what about? Sorry, very important. The idea that this, like, behind the background of time travel is so anti-God, you know, so anti-religious, so anti-history. That, hey, guess what? Somebody went back in time somewhere in the future and, you know, messed everything up for us, and that's it. Don't worry, it will be fixed somewhere in time, you know.
Yeah.
You
Like
just said
going
the
back and
director
killing your
was
grandpa or something.
Darren Aronofsky.
Yeah, Darren Aronofsky. He also did Requiem for a Dream, which is a movie
Primer.
about
that was
heroin
a tough
addiction.
movie, bro.
This is the name of that movie I
Yeah,
was
that's
talking about.
crazy.
Primer.
Primer.
Yes.
Does anybody watch
Is it
Last
good?
Man on the Earth? That's not a movie. It's American TV series, like Last Man on the Earth.
They're all American.
Yeah,
TV
he's
series,
running
right?
around with a bunch of chicks, but eventually do find a second guy, right? I never watched it, but I know what you're talking about. It's a comedy. Yeah.
They didn't finish. Yeah, they stopped to, but it was funny. Yeah.
Oh wow. There's a movie called The First Man, and there's this dude in a fucking spacesuit. What the fuck?
But you need to see the beginning of the series. He's waking up and he's alone on the fucking Earth.
What is gonna fuck himself to reproduce?
Yeah, but he will meet other people later. But he will be alone for the 1 year, I think.
Fucking nothing came up for Primer on Amazon.
No. He will travel through the towns. He will not find nobody.
I think you can watch it on YouTube for free, to be honest. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Primer. All right, cool. So
I think it was some film festival. It had an award, but you know, it was a low budget release.
as long as the movie's good, bro, if it's got substance, it's good.
I would watch Pi first, that movie, but you got to focus. You got to be willing to watch it probably twice or 3 times too.
At least, yeah.
Does anybody watch Cloud Atlas?
I think I saw it.
I did. I did not enjoy it at all, man.
Yeah, it's like a fight evil and good.
Evil, like in the movie, evil hit you in the face from the unexpected place. You know, it's like, what just happened?
The movie is made in the strange way, because every section you have like a 6-7 stories, but it's happening like the section from the first story it's coming, then you have the section from the second story starting after the first, you know, and all movies like that. You need to watch you need to understand all what
Non-linear storytelling.
Because it's happening in 7 other times, I think, in the past and in the future.
I always liked how Tarantino played around with that.
There's also a very good movie. I enjoyed that. It was about, kind of discusses the time travel, but in a very unique way. It was called Time Trap. Anyone saw that movie?
No.
It's not famous at all. I think it's very, very low budget, but it was very good.
I'm about to post my favorite time travel movie. Hold on, guys. Hold on to your fucking butts.
It's a hot tub time machine.
Flash Gordon.
Damn it, how'd you know? No, it's not that one.
Dunes.
That one with Ethan Hawke where he becomes his own transgendered mother. Did you see that one?
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit. That one blew my fucking mind.
No, that's amazingly disgusting.
Bro, that's cool.
I didn't make it up, dude. Go look it up.
That's fucking cool. Well, Amazon's fucking shit with movies, bro. What the hell's wrong with Amazon? Time Cop.
I don't know why some of these B movies are so hard to find. Like you have to pay. They must be desperate.
Yeah, bro. I've got like Amazon
I'm
Prime
not
because
paying for
I
that
buy books and
crap.
shit. Nothing comes up on this fucking thing, bro. I want to smash the phone.
You want to smash your phone?
Time Cop.
What?
Time Cop. Don't watch anything time related from 1980 to 1999. It won't be good.
Time Cop.
Dude, Time Cop is fucking classic, bro.
I thought you said
right
Time
up there
Cop.
with. Hold on, I got some more. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I can't even watch it for free on Amazon, bro. This is fuck Amazon. Fuck you, fucking cocksucker. Bezos dropped dead. Sorry, I'm getting real fucking frustrated here.
Glass Club, you want really, really good movie.
Also, Tenet also discusses time travel.
What does?
A movie called Tenet.
Tenants. Yeah. These are all newer movies. Yeah, I haven't watched anything really new.
Can I ask something? Does anybody else use fucking what is it, Amazon for movies? Like Prime?
Me sometimes. Yeah.
I
Why is it so
boycotted
shit?
them too. I got rid of all that.
Yeah,
crap.
but I only have it because I buy
movies,
quite a
but
few books, and the shipping is like free and stuff. You know what I mean? But try to see because
Oh yeah, I
I've watched
order.
it,
I
like-
order from them, but I don't watch their. Yeah, I don't watch.
What do you need frames?
Huh?
X. What you're speaking about frames?
No, I'll buy books, but the fucking the movies you have to fucking even for like normal ones, you have to pay for them. Only like some of them are free. It's fucking it's a joke.
Yeah. You need to pay almost for everything.
It's
Only
fucking
for
bullshit.
They figured out that they make more money if they charge you. It's amazing.
But
so now nothing's free. You thought you bought shit when you paid for that subscription. You
How
paid for
dare
as
you
a
charge me?
right. What you paid
Yeah.
for when you bought that subscription was the ability to buy other shit. That's the only thing you bought.
Yeah, no, it's like because I'm here in Australia. Most of the shit that I'll buy that is books, yeah, and the shipping is fucking quite a bit. And with the Prime, the shipping is free. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, with that comes
because nobody buys
movie.
books, so that's why that's free. You're like one of the
Yeah,
8 people that are taking advantage of this, so they can afford that.
Yeah,
but
then
everybody
they-
wants to go and watch those movies you're talking about, so they ain't giving that shit away.
They make it up with the movies. Give you free shipping and you pay more for movies.
Yeah, I get you, bro. That makes sense because I'm trying to look for it. It's free, and every time I type it in, it's just like paying. I'm like, fuck this, I'm fucking paying for it. So yeah, I don't know. What's is there any fucking?
Oh,
good
Kung
things for
Fury
movies?
is a good time travel movie. Do you guys see Kung Fury?
I'm gonna type it in now. What is it?
It's
Kung
like a
Fury?
20-minute YouTube movie. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's on YouTube.
it is one Italian, but I cannot translate it, and it's only Italian, and you cannot watch that. It's only Italian, but it's called something like doesn't rest, nothing to eat. I cannot translate.
Doesn't
Hey,
rest,
guys.
nothing to eat.
To cry. It's he's saying so. It is only left to cry. But two guys are driving the car, and they're going in like 400 years back, and that is comedy, and they're meeting even Leonardo da Vinci and stuff. But the movie is fucking ridiculous. One of my best, I think, comedies in what I saw in my life, that Italian movie, when they go back to the past and they wanted to come back in the future. Benini, Down by Law, man, that's great movie. with Tom Waits, and they are in prison in America. That's a great movie. I will pause the trailer.
Fucking bullshit.
Nothing to do with the Trump time travel. Love.
I still can't stop thinking about that GIF someone posted earlier with, I think it was Cut the Shit, posted Joe Biden.
Oh, no.
Joe Biden biting the finger of some lady, and then
Oh,
she
with the
jerked him
hands up.
off.
Please,
So weird.
please do
Wait,
not.
what? Where is this? Where is
No.
this?
No more Joe Biden, please. The guy makes
Okay,
me sick.
yeah, I agree, but
It was
just
pretty
scroll up, you'll
fucking
see
funny.
it. Scroll up like 2 hours ago, you'll see it.
Wait a minute. I can't scroll because I have to stop at what looks like Mel Brooks in Hasidic Jew uniform doing something.
What
What's
the
going
fuck?
on
That's
here?
fun. You watch that too, sure. Why not?
Couldn't get
What is
past that part.
Sonny,
Is that-
I'm gonna send you
is-
something funny, and
is
then
that the
if
one-
it's cool, post it in the thing, and we can listen to it because it's hilarious. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Is that the one where Joe Biden's licking that woman's finger?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. And then she jerks him off quickly.
What?
It's the weirdest
No.
fucking thing.
No.
Oh yeah.
Bro, she like moves her hand down to his fucking.
Yeah, it's not
pubic
literally
area.
that, but it's
Somebody's
a
gift,
gesture.
right?
Yeah, it's a gesture where you're like, there's no reason to make that gesture.
Yeah.
Well, there's no reason to grab all those
Absolutely
little girls' hair and sniff it and then like touch their boobs. These are children. That guy should listen. If I was the father of any of those little girls, I would definitely be in jail waiting my execution because I would have killed that motherfucker with the microphone stand or something. Right where we were.
Yeah, but
getting
the
paid, buddy.
parents are selling their children, so it's
Yeah,
an
they're fucking sick.
exchange.
I like roaches. I like when they
How's-
sit on my lap and my hair comes up. What the fuck?
How's this one, guys?
Yeah, that's it right there. What the fuck is happening?
Wait a minute. You put it up at the bottom. I'm still scrolling. Where is
Oh
it?
my god, dude, we're gonna be on this for another hour. It's
Oh,
so
no, I
horrible.
can't
Oh,
stop
I'm in the
watching
wrong
it now.
chat. That's why. Shit. What?
Just watch me voice it,
Voice
bro.
text. Okay.
It's
Oh
right
my
there,
God.
straight away now.
Igor, look at mine.
You can't put anything past this
Sniffing
Biden
Taliban
character.
hair.
That's not real. That's not
It
real.
is. Watch it
look
over and over. It's fucking real. She reacts to his biting. You can see it. She pulls her finger out and away, and then she
She
jerks
does
him
it
off.
like, oh, Joe again with the finger sucking.
Yep.
That's the way she
Yep.
look on her face. Like, oh,
Yep.
gee.
And she's
Oh,
like,
this is
yeah,
great
I need
though.
to give you a
With the
fucking
Taliban,
hand
it's-
job.
oh my God, so good. Who was the
I know.
genius? Oh, an American hero.
It's real too. It's not fake. That's the best part.
Wait, the Taliban one?
No,
not
the
that.
Biden one.
The one where he's sniffing the Taliban is hilarious.
It's pretty good too.
He
He
was
loves
touching
that
his-
musty, just
Who
gross,
said the
oily.
Taliban one? Who was that?
Solar.
Me, Derp.
Stop. Stop.
Solar.
The Taliban one.
Yeah, that's. My buddy sent that to me today, and I
That is
think
hilarious. So yeah,
I
I
hosed
think,
myself
yeah.
in like 5 minutes because I wouldn't put it past this freak.
Oh yeah, definitely. If he got about the Taliban, he'd be in there sniffing the hair and everything, fondling the beards, you name it.
Oh man.
Why does she got to do her hand like that? What? Lady?
Well, I'm thinking I've not seen the actual clip, but I'm just thinking that she's removed her hand away from the liquor. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't want her hand licked again, so she's just carrying on with momentum like she was doing, but lower down. I know it looks
Right,
creepy.
she's pointing away so she can't get bit again.
Yeah, she doesn't want Biden sucking on her finger, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe she's going, yeah, this guy's a bit of a wanker and doing
Maybe
the
not in
hand and stuff.
public. Not in public, anyway.
Right, but you gotta understand. She does not react like somebody. Like if I was standing there and all of a sudden my finger was in somebody's mouth, I would have immediately looked like, "Oh my God, what did I just do?" I would have reacted. She puts a stupid grin on her face like this again.
Yeah, it's
The
normal.
It's
normal
happened
reaction.
many
any
times.
any normal woman would have slapped him in the face.
With her boobs.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I had a girl
bro.
do that to me once, man. It was weird. She's like, "I'm gonna hit you in the face with those," and I'm like, "Okay."
Yes, please.
And she did, and it kind of hurt. Like my neck was sore for a bit.
But you liked it.
You got
Whiplash.
motorboated like violently?
No, it wasn't a motorboat. She slapped me in the face with them, like wound up and turned her whole body and pow.
Got boob smack.
Man, these things must have been big fucking village feeders to be like gaining momentum like that.
2 women in her immediate family had to get reductions at like age 19. So
There's an actual thing called watermelon smashing, where women use their breasts to smash watermelons.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So
Is that
they
like an
can
Olympic sport?
wield, yeah, they can wield that shit like a weapon, man. So especially village feeders.
They should have a stand set up in every city.
Well, I've been hit with A pluses, so
A pluses.
A pluses.
E.
Oh, E pluses. Oh, good.
Yeah, they're fucking big. So it's cup censor. Yeah, that's fucking
bigger than triple D.
Yep.
Yeah, you can
The
climb on
biggest
them.
set of natural titties I ever dealt with were probably like, I think she wore a C cup, but like.
What is
They
this? A
stayed
fucking
pretty
porn
put.
channel or something? Change
What are we talking about titties for? Stop.
Mammary glands are.
Let's get it back
are
onto
only,
flat
they're only
guys.
possible on a flat Earth.
At
Yeah.
least
We're trying to
curving.
find the curve, bro.
Yeah.
There is a curve.
Too much curve right there.
Point taken.
Too much.
The right kind of curve.
It's the only curve you want to see, bro. Otherwise, it's all flat.
Yeah, there's a lot of curvature on Earth, but there's no curvature of Earth. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Some
breasts
sagging
are the
does
only
occur.
things where. Sorry, breasts are the only thing that's bad when they're flat. What's the only time that flat is bad is breasts.
Because fucking surfing on it.
Retarded.
Some sagging does occur toward the plane.
Look at this.
Yeah.
It's bad when your tires are flat. There's another thing.
Look at my president there. That's amazing. You can only have a president like this on a globe Earth, guys. You're so stupid.
Look at this one. He is impressive. Solar, do I really want to click on that video?
No.
Because I might not.
Yeah, do it.
It already makes me nauseous. No, I'm not going to do it, dude. Sorry.
Wait, I'll
There's
send
a
you another
baby
one.
and Joe Biden in the thumbnail, and it's all I need to see. I'm going to go throw up.
Have another one.
God bless America.
No.
Stop it.
Can't do it.
Delete your messages, dude. Get them out of here.
Can't do it. I might have to delete them. I won't. I'll just try to.
Sunny, do you still have?
Spam it through.
Do you still have that clip, that voice clip of Biden?
That baby senses evil.
Seriously.
That voice clip where he's making absolutely no sense and he's contradicting himself. And was that press briefing?
I wonder if I can find it.
But I will play with you. Okay.
That's stopping it from
Hey,
your daughter.
With the home time.
Yeah, bro?
Yes, I will play.
No, we're listening to
Yeah,
your
bro?
kids.
No, that's not me, bro.
Yeah. Is that Sasha?
That's not me. I don't have
It's
kids.
Sasha.
That's Sasha.
Sasha's household.
Oh, now Dave's roboting.
Oh boy.
We're a mess over here.
Dave, you're
Oh, it's
robot, bro.
Dave.
Hold on a minute. We're trying to resuscitate Dave Hinkle.
Sola, that was Sasha's
My bad.
little daughter, bro.
My
You're
bad.
right, bro.
Tell me, Iggs, are you in New Zealand or Australia?
Australia, bro.
And how I saw a whole stream of things on Twitter about like that they're doing mandatory vaccination now, and
easy now.
That it's getting quite tense down there.
I'm in on a different standing, so wherever I go, they don't touch me. They know not to touch me or even insinuate, because they've been told up front what's going to happen if they try to tell me to put a muzzle on or even mention it. But the other people,
like New South Wales and Sydney, they were saying it's literally like, taking the children away from the parents. The parents have no more say in this. They are going to receive it, and that there were big events. And if a father defends the child or himself against the police, they taser him, and then he's considered a terrorist because he's putting like the national safety at risk. And there's all these people like putting in videos just saying generally Australians are quite a compliant nature people, in that they don't really protest or they just go along with what the rules are. They're pretty orderly. And there are massive riots starting now. And if Australians are starting to boycott or riot, then it really means that they're being pushed past a level. But any parent that tries to prevent something like that, there's videos of them being tasered and like serious shit going down in New South Wales and Sydney.
You need to try to prevent harder, I think. That's the problem. Use a sharp stick. That's my suggestion.
Well, they've got a right. Listen, they can say they can't do this or can't do that, but the parent or the owner of the child, which is their property, can intervene and punch the guy in the head. The other thing is, if they just put in their fucking a letter, they won't touch their child. This is what we were talking about with Battle Mod before. I'm trying to get across to people. If people just
they're volunteering, they're handing the kid over under threat,
exactly.
Right? But no one's actually forcefully taking. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They would have a hard time doing that with any parent that was not afraid of the consequences. So they're not going to force it on him, because that you would see that for sure. That there would be videos of that already online because I know as a father.
There are a few. I'll send one to you in DM.
Awesome.
Yeah. Since some of them, I know that a few times they've made fake photos, like fake videos, like with the one where the woman comes out of her apartment and apparently the cop strangles her and the boyfriend runs to a rescue. That was a fakie, yeah? I'll tell you straight up, that was fake. Because I saw it from another angle and they were giving each other hand signals when to do it. And the same cop, same actor went to this other woman's place and did a similar dumb shit. But if people just knew how to write a document and sent it off, nobody would be touched. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, just make sure you know where the jugular is. You feel me?
Exactly. Then you've warned them. You've pre-warned them. Yeah. After that, you can inflict damage with no consequence.
Oh, they might try to give you a consequence, but you got to not worry about you. If you're right, that's the thing people need to understand. If you know you're right in your heart, consequences.
I agree with you, bro.
Fucking deal with it. So what? Your life isn't worth it.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I completely agree with you 1,000,000%. I'm just saying, if people just knew how to handle themselves with paper, this would have been finished by now. Nobody's telling their servants what to do, bro. These are your servants. Nobody's telling servants what to do, so the servants are running a fucking rampage.
The crazies are running the loony bin.
Yeah, exactly. How can you have like a butler, and the butler is telling you what to do? You're paying the butler. He's meant to do what his stuff for you, but the butler is saying to the guy that's paying him, you know, mate, my feet are fucking sore. Why don't you massage my feet? You get what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Fauci, go make me some fucking eggs.
Exactly. You could tell him that. And
Solar.
if you addressed him properly, he would fucking do it. But this is the problem. That's why I don't have any problems when I go out. Because my shit has been sent out, bro. And they know not to touch me. Last time somebody tried to touch me, I almost punched the police officer out, and he goes, "Ooh, I'll get you," whatever. He never came back. Never.
Wow.
I grabbed him.
That's good.
He touched me on the back of the shoulder, and it was a reflex thing because I've done like fucking boxing a Muay Thai. I turned around, I grabbed, twisted his arm, and I was about to fucking crack him one, and I saw he was a cop. And I kind of let him go, and I told him, like, it's the law is called arm's length. Nobody's allowed to come closer than arm's length unless you tell them. If you don't tell them arm's length, that means so they can come closer and arrest you. But if you tell them that, they have to fuck off. But I already put some shit in, and that guy couldn't do nothing. So this is the thing: you need to do your stuff, and and then they won't touch you. But as the brother said before, if you haven't done it and whatnot, consequences be damned, bro. Nobody's allowed to touch your fucking family, your children, which are your property. You don't call them children. You fucking punch them right in the fucking teeth and knock them out. That's it.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah, bro. I'm just trying to give another way.
Natural law. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like this. It's like you can play their game and get out of it if you do it right.
Yeah.
If not, natural law. And that's that.
That's the highest law. Well, spiritual law is the highest one, but natural law is right there. Like,
it's like Snoop Dogg said. Go ahead.
I was gonna say,
no, it's a Snoop Dogg quote. It doesn't matter.
We're both gonna talk each other's dicks like this.
Go ahead.
The move now, though, is what you're saying is they are using scary words and the media to get you to hand the kid over. No one is really coming up and forcing it yet. But if you don't think there's a plan for the holdouts, I'm sure there is. So I don't know how things are going to play out there. How long has this been going on? It just started, right? A couple days ago.
Nah, bro. They had us.
No. I mean the physical, like there is no choice mandate started when.
Nah, the guy said unless they changed the. I don't know. I heard on TV somebody said the so-called prime minister, which doesn't exist in constitution anyway.
Solar posted something in live text chat. Sorry, go ahead.
That they can't
I was afraid
anybody
like that. To be honest, I didn't know who Solar was. Is it safe?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was going to say they said that they couldn't force anybody to take the hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Which they know they can't.
What do you mean? If Solar posted, is it safe? It's just little videos. Or you mean the link?
No. The link inside the link. I didn't know what it was. I was just making sure. I didn't mean to imply anything. I'm sorry.
Sure. I guess we've got to be
skeptic. Did not mean it like that, Solar. I'm very sorry. That I sometimes, yeah, you have to forgive me. I am the most paranoid person you're ever going to meet, and it has nothing to do with anything you guys are doing. It's my nature. So
Good
I'm going to
reasons to
sound
be.
like that.
What's the code to your pantry?
It's his birthday.
Well, I have
choose
pantries
all.
hidden all over the place, so.
Yeah, I want some cheese and crackers.
Well, you'll
I'm
find
sorry.
something in there, but I don't know if you're gonna find cheese and crackers. Which video is kids getting stolen from Solar? There's like 5 in this tweet chat. I mean, in this thread. Is it like the one near the top?
Yeah, the one right at the top. It's like a.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
It should be a video.
Man, I'm trying to find that funny Biden video. I can't find it. I might be getting close though.
With the Biden.
Oh shit! It looks like that video is taken down.
Yeah, it's taken down.
Ah, fuck.
As I said, bro, like I know there's they do this on purpose, as I told you. And you've seen that one where in Australia the girl comes out from an apartment and she gets strangled and thrown on the ground. That was all fake.
I haven't seen it, but now I'm good not
So it
having seen it.
sounds like they're taking the kids right out of school and shipping them here for this event. Is that how they're planning on doing it?
There's 24,000 children
Yeah.
straight out of their schools. Yeah.
Yeah. So the parents,
this here?
that's your warning. Don't send your kids to school that
In
day.
New South Wales.
If
but this
so
is
they've
like
actually got them. They've actually got
crazy.
them, and they're doing it. It's in progress. You're saying. I want to say this, and if people aren't fucking outraged, then fuck them. This is
So it's on the link that I sent with the Twitter link, but you got to click on this Carlos Del Valle guy, and it'll take you to one of his threads, and then you can actually go watch the video.
okay. I'll try again because it didn't pop up.
But the video I was describing is a father holding his daughter in a hospital, and there's 3 nurses trying to pull the child off the father, and there's 2 police officers trying to hold the father back, and he's being quite aggressive towards him, saying, "No, you won't do this to my child." And then eventually he gives his daughter a big kiss on the cheek and kind of says, "All right, go and do what they're telling you must do." And they pull the child, and she literally starts running across the hospital to get away from these nurses. And then the police go and taser the father, start handcuffing him to take him to jail for resisting. And this was photographed in one of the hospitals down there, where they were saying, you as a parent, you no longer have the authority above the government in deciding how your minors are dealt with.
I've tried to click on the link. Nothing's coming up. Okay, one thing I haven't seen it, but just by going what you said, that doesn't make any sense. So he's fighting to take a child, blah blah blah. But then he gets a chance to kiss her child and say, "Do what they say." Da 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 da.
No, you don't hear. You don't hear. You see him holding on, and he's resisting everything. And then he gives his daughter a kiss on the cheek and kind of loosens his grip, and they pry her off of him and then start tasering him to get him down. But like I say, the video's been taken down, so I hope someone else has posted it. But
Don't
like I
tase
said,
me, bro.
if you're in Australia, look into it, because there's some crazy stuff being reported from Sydney and New South Wales specifically. I don't know if it's countrywide, but
Have they been just showing you guys straight up falsehoods on TV though for years, or is that new for you?
Well, listen,
But I posted one from a Facebook link at 55 minutes past, and that's 5 testimonies from different Australians who are trying to get the word out in terms of what's happening in all the different states and where, like, you know, how even journalists are being locked up for trying to report on what's happening in Australia. So there's some really peculiar stuff going on. Once again, it's censorship, keeping it.
Yeah, journalists really haven't done it. I think they're still promoting the fucking the jab. So journalists being locked up. They did this scare story fucking I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago, when apparently the police broke into this one journalist's office that was a nobody to steal her shit, whatever, blah blah blah. So there's a lot of viewpoint. Seriously, I've seen a lot of fake shit on TV. I heard there was protests or something here in Victoria because we're the worst, yeah, here in Victoria. It's like they did a lockdown for 9 months. We're still under lockdown. We've been under lockdown from February, and it's going to be till Christmas. We've been
People
under
observe it,
lockdown
or you
for
just ignore it? Like, because in America we had regulations and lockdowns and shit, and for the most part, everybody just ignored that shit.
Well, people, they say it's a lockdown, then I don't know, clamp it down like no stores, and people complain. Then they let loose again. As I said, with me, I'm on a different level. I've done all the shit that I need to do, and people don't fuck with me. So,
right, I'm sure on a local level, but if you went driving across country to one of the other main cities, if you went up in Alice Springs and fucking their police told you, hey, put your fucking mask on or we're gonna, you know, take your kids away or whatever, I'm sure that you might have a problem, right? Because
the borders, even in their constitution, which is a fucking corporation, any constitution, there's no borders. It's just a fictional line. Even it says so. Going from so-called state to state is just travel. It's the same country, same nation.
Yeah, we tried that here too. They keep arresting us though. It's funny how but you're right. I mean, that's how, I mean, all of it is basically they were rules for the fucking people. Most of the laws and everything, codes, statutes, they're only supposed to apply to fucking people who are making money or work for the government, but they only seem to apply for us. And those are the rules that got Australia into this position where you guys are now really on the verge of fighting your own government for your kids, and nobody has a weapon. Well, you know what I'm saying. Of course there are weapons available, but I mean, seriously, I couldn't go fucking 13 feet without tripping over a gun.
Well, that's the stupidity of the Australians. Yeah, there was one fake mass shooting and everybody gave him the guns by a guy that had an IQ of 50 and apparently shot like 30 guys in, 45 seconds and only missed like twice or three times. Come on. So, I really fucking, I don't know. My interactions, there was a few times the police, I'll tell you something, and this is absolutely fucking true. I went to the CBD, so the city, the main pinpoint right in the
business
city. Yep, exactly. When it was under the lockdown with the army, the Australian Defence Force. Police everywhere, nobody fucking touched me, nobody fucking spoke to me. They actually said, hi, how are you, how you doing? Not what are you doing, this, that, blah, 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 nothing. It's fear that regulates the people, and I keep on saying this, and people don't understand. Policing is by consent. If you fucking speak to them, you don't need to speak to them. You don't.
No, there's nothing to fear but people living in fear.
Fear itself, exactly. I can't emphasize this enough. And I said, if Paramon's up for it, we can do something that can help a lot of people out fucking very quickly. So people, at least
what do you want to do?
Community,
let's do it.
Don't have a fear. send your shit out,
Right.
and then if God forbid something happens, you've given them fucking fair notice, and you can go at it hard with no fucking consequence whatsoever. But which it won't happen.
How hard is it to travel out of Australia right now? Like, if you wanted to just fucking jet, like get on a plane, come to America, go to fucking Europe, whatever. Is it easy, hard?
I think there's planes going in and out, so
There's still planes moving, right? Yeah, you just gotta have
still
your.
planes are moving.
Do you have to have have they gotten to the point where you can't travel without the authority given to you by complying, or is that still off in the near future for you?
They were saying, yeah, you have especially Qantas, this, that, blah, 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 but then they pulled back. They know that you can't enforce it, then that's discrimination. You know,
good luck,
even
man.
the lawyers that are shit people will jump on the chance to sue the fuck out of them because they're a multi-billion-dollar company. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it just doesn't sound good down there. Ugh. Not that it's good anywhere, but that shit's. I mean.
Oh, we're the test place. So, I've seen a few times for dumb reasons, like people go out and, you know, fight amongst each other, just say, I don't know, fucking, it was an incident between the Aussies and so-called, what's called Middle Eastern people for some dumb reason, whatever. But I reckon that was spurred on by fucking, you know, the so-called leaders of each group, and a few other times for other reasons. When people go out here, they go out, like proper go out. So I think it would just be, you know, when people snap out, they'll just go out, you know.
I have something.
They're all fucked.
I have something I'm going to play in the groovy for a minute.
That's a stupid way to say it.
You know, Donald Trump was asked on.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I probably best I
don't know what I was.
Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? I would eliminate the capital gains tax. I would raise the capital gains tax. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts. I commuted every single solitary
This is the best
to Wilmington, Delaware.
the world has to offer, man. Leader of the free world.
250 miles a day.
Good times.
And you know, there's no U.S. office.
It's Chris, but anyway. I just did Chris. No, I just.
Funny how, like, this is the president, Don Pettit's an astronaut. It always seems like the biggest morons are the ones in charge.
I don't know, it's like watching a yo-yo. I shouldn't have said it that way. It's like watching.
It feels that way. I want to ask you.
I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor. And I tell you what, I'm so
that made no grammatical.
Those poor people who have lost, you know, anyway. Back, I've been here a number of times. Last time
gives up in mid-sentence.
All the way back in 2014. I've been here before that. I love this place. Look, what's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty of it? And what a neat
If elected, you would turn 82 at the end of your first term. You'd be the oldest president in American history. Are you willing to commit American history? Yes.
We should make sure that we have no one going to jail for a drug offense. They go directly mandatory prison. I would see to it immediately moving to we're in fact in a position now that if in fact we dealt with mitigation across the board, just what we did in the last administration and before, leading to a standard that we provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. Billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and $2.6 something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Electric vehicles, in fact, the biggest problem is you can't stop to charge. We should have charging stations along every interstate highway in the country.
Yeah.
You pay for it just like you did gasoline.
Sure.
But if you can do that with bicycles in town, and you can put a nickel, I'm serious.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words. A kid coming from a very poor school,
Your words.
will hear 4 million words fewer spoken by the time they get there.
What is that first issue for your presidency?
The first thing I would do is make sure that we defeat Donald Trump.
You've already done that.
You get a tax credit for the racehorse. Why in God's name couldn't we provide an $8,000 tax credit for everybody who has child care costs? It would put 720 million women back in the workforce.
4 more years of Donald Trump will go down as an aberration. Hard to overcome the damage he's done, but we can overcome it. 8 more years of Donald Trump will change America in a fundamental way. The America we know will no longer exist.
By
the way, it's my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, they switched on me. It's my wife, it's my sister. They switched on me.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years.
Yeah.
And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden. No man
He's going to beat Joe Biden.
To raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's
one of the best
rarely
opinions.
ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight.
Oh, yeah. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but you're not. Why attack Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability.
There are probably anywhere from 10 to 15% of the people out there that are just not very good people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by gold. You know the thing. We have this
thing, man.
Created by
Do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Until November, we got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. I'm ready on day one after more than 3 years in office. Why isn't Donald Trump ready?
Sonny, send me this, bro.
Wake up.
Wow.
Because we cannot get reelected. We cannot win this reelection. Excuse me. We can only reelect Donald Trump.
What?
Bro.
That's mine.
George Bush used to do the same shit. I swear to God. Like,
yeah, right.
You get one of two type of president. Either a slick fucking smooth talker or this fucking shit.
Smooth criminal.
Yeah, no shit.
Michael Jackson. Smooth criminal. Sonny, can you send me the clip, bro?
Guys, for sharing the wisdom of our current president, Sonny. Good job.
Yeah, couldn't be anything wrong with that. I'm sorry, did someone address me?
Yeah, I want to play Charlie the Robot again. That wasn't hilarious. So 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Go.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
Well, I think you're trying to convince yourself, actually, which I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
Real quick, you didn't answer Roger's question from 20 minutes ago. Like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
I
Mm-hmm.
know, isn't that funny? That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like, oh, I think you're ignorant because I can recite something that's been thrown in front of my face 500 times in the last year. I know how to recite passages from Wikipedia. That's why you're ignorant. Is that your best evidence for our ignorance?
Wait, that's in Wikipedia?
Archaic perception.
Dude,
let's
underneath every single Flat Earth YouTube video, if you mention Flat Earth in any video on YouTube, you'll get a little banner on the bottom that says, you know, it's a debunk thing from Wikipedia. That says,
So I can't use the word debunked.
Yeah, bullshit.
I mean, okay, fuck it. Even if I was reciting it from there, I share that opinion
The
anyway.
globe Earth is what's been debunked,
hold on,
my brother.
Well, that's the point. Is that you're saying so you're saying the whole world depends on an archaic idea. The entire world experiences a flat stationary plane, so the whole world experiences this archaic idea.
What?
Yes.
Everybody on Earth experiences. Yeah. Everybody on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Is only experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. I guess you know.
Right.
You're just here denying all reality on all your senses.
Charlie, watch this, Charlie. Watch. You'll admit right now that you don't know where you can experience the Earth curvature. You can't tell me when I can begin to see it.
So, what theory on shape is an archaic? Aristoteles?
Bro, you asked
That
me a
one's
question
not
why I
archaic.
think
No,
you're
that's
ignorant, and I did.
Oh my
Your
God.
number 2 and 3 best proofs of
Okay.
flat of a
how about the-
archaic. Guess that makes you ignorant there, Charlie.
Yeah. How about the Copernican principle? Is that archaic?
Yeah, what about that?
I don't recall what that is. What is that?
Oh my gosh. Why is
Welcome to
this
Flat
number
Earth.
still here?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flat earth. Thanks so much for listening.
That's a good one, man.
Hold on. Can you repeat that so I can record it and then play it back later?
That was funny.
Which part? The Charlie robot? It's in the live.
The funny part.
It's in the live stream.
Yeah, I've posted it. Sunny posted it. I posted it again. It's a snippet from this room. So
it's a YouTube link that apparently Indio made. So right on.
Oh, I thought you were doing this like improv.
No.
No, it was an actual.
It would be funny. Yeah.
It was an actual discussion from earlier. Yeah, from here.
That's funny. Great.
Because it is an archaic. That was funny. Whoever did the robot voice on him.
And then say, was it from Wikipedia? Even if I cited Wikipedia, right?
Yeah,
First,
even if I did read it verbatim from Wikipedia, so what? Oh God.
Charlie, why do you have to be a numpty like that, man? Come on.
But that's the new intellectual, like, student-aged person that we have running around in Western society. They do exactly what you said, which is they read the pop-up that from Wikipedia or, you know, the fact checker when you look something up online, because that's the only way that they know how to verify anything, is to ask Big Daddy Government, is this true? Is this true? Is this what I'm supposed to say? This is what I'm supposed to say? Okay, cool. This is what I'll say.
That's the only way they get actually good grades. Because the teachers do it also.
yeah, they go to Snopes, right? To Snopes, and then that's debunked. Check. Snopes told me it's debunked, so
I mean, you have
I'm
to
good.
toe the line to get your degree or whatnot, but at a certain point, they're kicked out of the nest, right? These idiots go out into the real world. Can't they figure this shit out at some point?
They literally have to like do a freaking face slam dunk on the concrete a few times, and some will figure
Some
it
people
out.
resist this shit way too hard. I remember thinking, no, this can't be true. Let me go check it. And then after checking something, checking something else, over 4 days it took me. And then I sat in a daze for a couple months because I was like, oh my God, the Earth's flat. There was no big fight because it was like, holy shit, yeah, I have been lied to because, oh my God, yeah, I've been taking this for granted my whole life. I've just been taking everybody's fucking word for it. If you can't admit that, you're never going to get over it.
That's the biggest pain, bro. What you just said, admitting it and then letting it go and not filling up with other garbage. It hurts. If you just let something go, being empty of that idea hurts. So people usually cram other crap into them to fill that gap or void, whatever you want to call it. And that's why people don't do this shit. And if you really empty yourself out, then I'm telling you, if you don't like shiver and go a bit nuts, then you haven't done it properly, because I've been through that process of eliminating, even though, to toot my own horn, I'm quite intelligent. I had to get rid of everything and then fill my vessel back up with only the purest of things. And it was fucking the most difficult thing that I had to do, bro. Very, very difficult. But I'm fairly sure that to do this one thing it shouldn't be that hard. It can't be that hard, bro. You know what I mean? It's a simple thing that you can do with your eyes, your senses. You don't even need logic. Minimum amount of reason, and you can achieve it. And then your worldview changes. You see it differently. You see people differently. You act accordingly, and everything else. So,
what is this you're speaking of?
when letting go of the idea. Did I make sense what I just said? Somebody say something, please.
Yeah. It's all about the right. It's accepting it, because you are exactly that. If you want to get along in this society, you gotta spout hey, this is an apple. What is this? It's a rock. No, I don't care if it looks like a rock, feels like a rock. It is a rock. I hit you with it. It's a fucking rock. If I tell you it's an apple and you want to pass the grade 2, you better say apple. And that's the way every bit of our education is. But I mean, yeah, that works against children. And it works as long as you're not forced to you're not given time to think about it. You're distracted a billion ways to Sunday, right? With all the stresses in the world, all the things that they use to distract you in media, entertainment, fucking sports, all this bullshit. You're never going to stop and recheck all the shit that's gotten you to the point where you are now. You don't need to. You don't have the time to. But eventually, if you are forced to do it, like these people are, I don't know how you can fight it as hard as some of these fucking people are doing it. It's just, it should be obvious.
Well, you have Globers. Sorry. One small thing, then I have to go. So you have Globers, right? There's people that believe that they're on a ball because they were told, right? Then they come here and then they try and defend it. And usually you see this in the lobby, right? They come here and defend it, and they get baffled because all of what they have been taught was bogus, right? Everything they can muster up, we have a counter argument and has been debunked. And then you have anti-flat earthers. So some of them that come in the lobby become an anti-flat earther, and they will say anything to keep their ball and fight flat earthers, right? The only reason why anti-flat earthers exist because we are here, right? We have servers dedicated for fighting the flat earth, right? A whole server being anti-flat earthers. Crazy. These guys are there daily.
That's insane.
Daily fighting flat earth.
In an echo chamber. So it's a think tank eventually trying to overcome our logical deductions. Like, oh my God, we got to find a way to obfuscate this. Everybody get together. It's not about finding the truth at all. That's the sick part.
It's and some of them are this is one thing I'm trying to comprehend, so I can better transmit or convey what it is in actual fact to these people. I can't understand how they are fighting for something apparently that means nothing to them, that it's not going to change the way that they live, that doesn't involve them, apparently they say, but yet they punch on so hard about it. You can see that there's something inside that's fucking not quite right. NQR, it's a bit distorted somehow. So I don't care, doesn't matter. I didn't come up with this, so it's not my idea. I didn't get money from it, but I'm gonna fucking make an ass out of myself for nothing, waste my time and everything else. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, like I'm trying to understand. I can't comprehend it. How you can do that? You say you don't care. It doesn't affect you. You don't get. It's not your idea. It's not yours to defend. But you punch on for it. You full argue about it, and your arguments are shit. But you do it. I don't understand these people. How can you keep on doing it?
I'll ask one of those guys in chat that are constantly talking shit. How do you keep thinking it's a ball? How do you sleep at night knowing all the things that you've heard here? Do you just refuse to go and verify any of it, or like what's the trick?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, that's my point, brother. Like, it's. I understand if they were a part of the so-called cult and they're in, they're getting something. They're not getting nothing. It's not even their idea. They're not benefiting from it. They will benefit something if they realize the truth. But they say that it doesn't matter and that they won't get anything out of it. But they argue nonsense. It makes not even no sense. It's utter lunacy. It's the depravity of the inner being. I don't know how else to say it, man. I'm running out of fucking speeches. I'm sorry to ramble.
No. I appreciate what you're saying. What I was just thinking is that, some people, for one, are not self-aware, and, everybody in existence is struggling to survive, and some strive to be more comfortable in life and do whatever they have to do, compromise their own beliefs or not, in order to maintain that.
Yeah,
And
I get that.
we should really be praying for those people's souls because they don't know what they're doing. I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt with that. And I'm not referring to the infamous Globers at all whatsoever. Yeah. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, where did these people draw the line then? You know what? I'm not the worst. That's probably a harsh word. The worst or the most dangerous people are these fucking fence sitters. Because when push comes to shove, you don't know what they're fucking gonna do. At least you know your enemy. You know what I mean? Or the retards. Or the fucking idiots. But these fence sitters, you don't know how they're fucking gonna react, what they're gonna do.
I didn't hear what you said. You called them what? I didn't hear that.
Fence sitters. Fence sitters, sorry.
Oh,
you don't know how they're gonna react. Yeah. When push comes to shove, you don't know where they draw the line, what's gonna happen. And that's how chaos becomes. Because of people that are discombobulated.
I would say someone should only be on the fence for a short while if it's a long period of time, then that means it's not important to them. And to me, that says that they're comfortable with the lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that, but when rubber hits the road and
I think
they're
a
gonna
lot of
feel it.
people. I think a lot of people instinctually kind of get a sense that there's something not right, and for those that do, because I've spoken to someone from work, and you know, people make up their minds about things, and so I don't know. I just hope that it doesn't turn into some sort of a Walking Dead kind of zombie fucking shit, you know?
Yeah.
That's being really, really, really wildly speculative and crazy, but, you know.
Well, that's
You know how
the whole genre is an allegory, right? For kind of what's already going on.
Yeah. I mean, they're famous
get
of their predictive programming, so I mean that's kind of what I'm going on. My line of thinking.
But that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. There's people that know inside something's fucking wrong.
Yeah.
But they've got the moral compass is fucking skewed, and they haven't drawn the line in the sand. I don't know where my line in the sand is.
There's a percentage though that will never. They don't even care. Like Jenny said, you're gonna have to pray for their souls because these are the same people that would let their kids rot in a room because they don't want to deal with them, or you know, there's horrible people everywhere. It's not just the tippity top evil people running the world. There's fucking shit, worthless fucking people all around.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
it's
something.
sad to say that. It's sad to say that. It really is.
I'll say something, and it's going to be controversial. Those guys up the top don't do nothing wrong. I mean, they do something wrong, but they just say shit, and people kind of conform to it. And there's these order followers, and the people just underneath them, and that is the problem.
I would be more scared of order followers than I would someone who's genuinely just an idiot. I mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but you know who the order followers is. The guy that's scared will do irrational things because he's scared.
Oh,
He
when I
might
think of order
turn.
follower, I think of someone who calls out people who are not. You know, I mean, I guess it could be one of two ways. I mean, it's just so. The whole idea is just so massive. You'd have to draw a damn diagram, really, right?
Yeah, true. The order followers are bad. I just think that the people who are just are scared. You know, when somebody's scared, they do stupid things, whether it's a choice in life or somebody says something to them or a fight. They do irrational things.
Yeah, they can't think straight cognitively,
Yep.
like genuinely.
Yep. And that's the point I'm trying to convey, because if something does happen, what are these people going to do? Are they going to turn on the normal people? Are they going to turn on them? Are they going to turn on each other?
They're
They're going
probably
to
going to
start
be the
breaking
ones
shit.
that die. They'll probably be the ones that die first, really. If the shit hits the fan. I mean, really.
I'm certainly not losing the fight to a Glober.
Yeah.
No, I take the stance, I seek the seekers. If you're going to be adversarial and dishonest intellectually, immediately I vote for next. But I know you guys like your little mouse to play with and stuff, so, you know.
I do. God, I love that stuff so much. Mouse tries to get away. No.
No.
Bring your ass back. We still playing, motherfucker.
But yeah, that's not my thing, but I get it. It's your guys' thing. And, you know, different type of tactics attract different people and such. But, you know, I don't think we should pay too much attention to infamous Globers, really. I mean, if you've been into it a long time and you're still a Glober, I don't really have any interest in speaking with you because you're obviously resistant to information that's, you know, other than the mainstream. And I can't help those people. They don't want to help themselves.
Yep.
Nobody can help those people.
And at this point, nobody should want to. You know, waking up the lions. I like what Batamal said, and somebody else said it too. You gotta wake up the lions now, male and female though. You know, let's get the leaders of this jungle together now, so that the rest of them who aren't gonna wake up, which is gonna be most of them, have a shepherd.
That's what I'm saying, bro. When good men act to fail, that's when fucking
When
shit
good
hits
men
the fan,
fail
really.
to act. Yes.
Yep. So, me in my position, if I don't do anything and I just kick back and look after myself and don't pass on stuff, then that's a bigger burden on me, and I'll reap the fucking shitty consequences for it, even more so than the ignorant person. And I don't want that. Not just for myself, for people in general. I'm not a hoarder of information, as you heard me talk before, Sean. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, I don't like that. Everybody should have a chance to receive the information, which is a shame that they don't. But yeah, if you don't have the knowledge, you can't do anything. You know? For my people suffer for the lack of knowledge. That's what it comes down to. But if you reject it, then that's on your head. I can't do nothing. I can give you everything. If you don't want to do simple things, and fuck,
Yeah.
I've done my best.
Yeah, don't throw your pearls to pigs.
Okay, I've heard that expression dozens and dozens of times, and this may seem really silly, but the light bulb has never really gone on. I can grasp the meaning and context, but like the whole put a lipstick on a pig or cast of pearls before swine. I just don't get that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a.
Can I try to distill into a sentence real quick?
Go for it, brother.
Yes.
Okay, so casting pearls before swine. Pearls are beautiful, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
And they're rare, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. Does a pig know that?
No.
So you're just going to put this really valuable, rare thing in front of a thing that just doesn't know what the fuck it is, doesn't care, it'll eat it. And that's about all it's got. Right? So you're casting something very important before something that couldn't
Not
know
important.
about it. Couldn't know about it if their life depended on it. And, swine aren't necessarily known as the smartest creatures. They're, I guess, smart in their own right. But you see what I'm saying? Swine is, you never want to be swine. And so if you're putting, they either can't understand it or won't, but either way, they're playing in their own poop, eating the pearls that we give them, not knowing or not caring what it is.
And they poop out the pearls and then they eat them again.
Sure, yeah.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty offensive thing to say, but
Or somebody else will take the pearl that's not deserving and use it for bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
grind it up and make somebody snort it.
Yeah.
Gee, that's a little too much. I'm good to get the other part.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's what the term means.
Elisha.
That's what the so-called elites think of us. Goyim.
Right.
We're not deserving of this and that, and to know whatever.
I'm gonna screenshot that for later. What Elisha Savvy posted. That. So yeah, the last part of what Elisha posted: give not that which is holy unto dogs. Oops, shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. I've never heard that. Yeah, I'd have to. Rend as in render. I don't.
Yeah. That would make sense as the action word in that sentence, I think. So
Yeah, that's prejudging somebody that you think that's unworthy or it's worthy. Everybody deserves the fucking information, bro. That's
yeah,
my thoughts on it.
exactly. That's why it's pretty offensive to say, because it's like they're not necessarily, unworthy of the information. It's just that you put the information out there and it's ignored or trampled on.
Yeah, that's different though. But somebody don't give it because somebody's not worthy. How do you know if they're worthy or not worthy?
Right.
The pig doesn't have a right to get offended. The person giving the pearl should be offended.
That's also why it doesn't work, because a lot of these people understand what we're saying and can't really refute it. So they're not necessarily ignorant swine. There's something else. It's something different.
It's a deeper understanding. It's not just
right.
Yeah, as that. Because
it wouldn't be and it wouldn't be it's flat and that's that. And that's the problem. I think a lot of these smart enough to know it, folks, don't want to have to go through the work. Somebody said it earlier. They just don't want to do the work involved because they know the task is heavy, man. Once you turn this on, it's heavy.
Yep.
Not everybody can handle it.
I know what I went through, bro. You have to empty the cup, bro.
Right.
And it's hard to sit there with a fucking empty cup.
Let's start over.
Yep. Even though my cup was filled with, I would say, at least 70% stuff that is factual and another 10% truth, I still made the decision to empty all of it again, all of it, and fill it back up. And it was fucking excruciating, bro. I'm telling you.
It's not easy.
I'll speak to you in private about it. It was.
Sure.
I'll tell you the stuff that I underwent. It was the most difficult thing. Very fucking difficult.
And it's not really easy for anybody. It's one of those, like, I saw a quote. Of course I saw a quote. There's quotes about every little fucking thing in the world. But anyway, saw one that said, oh boy, see, now I forgot. Anyway.
It's probably me rambling, bro. Sorry.
I'm rambling, so I'm sorry. I feel like we're the only two talking. Do we have anybody who wants to talk about the heliocentric space monkey religion? Yes, I did just say what QE always says. Whatever. It's rubbing off. Spinning space monkey. And so in Soviet Russia, in Soviet Russia, monkey evolve you.
You a monkey, good cousin, and the rock, your best friend. You
right,
how we
best
do
friends.
It. Best friends. Then monkey come from rock, and rock come from nothing. Science.
Uh-huh.
Science.
I have to tell you that. It's sorry.
Science
come
the
from
shit out of that.
Yeah, rock come from nothing. That's science.
It's just a cop out. It's like, what? Well, do we know how it all came to existence? No. So let's just say from nothing. Yeah, that sounds fine.
It's science with a silent pseudo.
There you go.
It's science with a silence. I don't know. Just everything I've heard, and I don't listen to NASA unless you boys bring it up, but every time I hear something, they just blabber, whatever, and then they say, this is science. We do science. This is science. We're doing science.
I like it when they say they're performing science, because that's more accurate in my opinion. Because they're acting.
Performing. They're acting. I was going to say.
It's a
performance.
Performance.
Exactly. No, and that's the thing. I think that word comes from surgery theaters. I may be mistaken. I don't know. But like,
Yeah, because they have to
would do.
practice on their patients.
They
They
have
have
to
to
practice,
practice,
yeah.
and their patients have to be patient because they don't know what they're doing.
Exactly. It's practicing medicine and performing tasks, but not. Oy. You
Well,
know,
that's
but
why
you know what? I've had surgery, major surgery, emergency, and it was needed. You know, it saved my life. So, anyway.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor
Yeah,
there.
that's because they practice on many before you. So by the time they
Correct.
got to you, they kind of had it okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like if someone comes with what they think is one proof of curvature of the Earth, say, okay, can you make 100 of those, and can they all be believable with facts backing them? You know, but if a surgeon says, "Well, I've done 2 surgeries, you know, I've got two proofs of curvature, but that's it. I can't find any more," I'd be like, "Well, I'm going elsewhere."
Yeah, that's why every time you go to the doctor, they call you a patient.
Mm-hmm. Be patient.
Yep. Next patient, please.
Have you been patient today? No, I have an appointment to be patient on Wednesday.
I made an appointment to be patient. Yeah, that's great. I like
Right,
that.
I'm gonna wait until Wednesday to wait for some stuff.
Jeez.
And the phone call to make the appointment costs $50.
The phone call to be patient, $50.
Yeah, and they take it out of your Social Security because they're so sneaky. So I tried to, back in the day, 4 or 5 years ago, kids were doing this whole, like, you could find the router, bank number, router information for your Social Security account using your Social Security number in the bank router. So if you found where your Social Security number was, because every Social Security number has a bank account attached to it. At least this was the idea. And I think it's right. So anyway, I found my bank account, and I found that I have my Social Security money there. I found out that it's there. And so I tried to write a forgery check on that for like $900 something, because if it's under $1,000, it's not tracked or whatever. I don't know. But the government, so I tried it, and then the government sent me back and basically said, this is, you know, a fraudulent thing, blah, blah, blah. But they didn't say the account didn't exist or anything. And they said, basically, if you don't do it again. And they were getting a lot of people trying to do that.
Yeah,
Even though it's
yours
mine.
and it's for you, you can't use it. Remember what we were talking about before? Like, you didn't create it, you're renting it, so there, da. You can change that.
Yeah. Well, and
Can
it's
I
a
ask-
I'm a corporation that they're putting money. It's like I'm a front, you know. I'm their laundromat.
Yep.
They
You
just
can
claim
do
it
it.
was
Everybody,
fraud? Or did
everybody
they
can
cite
do
a
it.
law
Go
when
ahead.
they sent you that threatening letter? Did they cite anything, or did they
I don't remember that. No, it wasn't very threatening. It was more like, the more
We're
you
not
do
giving you
this,
your
the
money?
more we're not going to give you money, and the more you do this, the more annoying we're going to be, and eventually, you know, they were very vague about it, but it was like in a way where like you don't know if the bully,
legitimately some
you don't
kind
know
of
if
a
the bully's
bullshit
gonna
fraud, they would have told you
get you
were
after school.
fraudulent.
Yeah.
There's definitely an
Yeah, they
account,
did say the
and
word
it's definitely
fraud.
attached to your name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're the
Oh
ones
yeah.
committing the
No,
fraud.
it's out there that I tried it.
Your social security number, with it's the CRN. So get that number and call a broker, and don't tell them it's your social security number. Say you
Wait.
found some bonds from the stock market that were left from your grandfather.
I have a question that
And
pertains to what you're talking about.
Go
Isn't
ahead.
the number you're talking about actually supposed to be on the back of your birth certificate? Not your hospital one, but your certified birth certificate. It'll be on the back of it. and it's supposed to be like
it's
in red. It's in red.
y-
I forget the
yeah,
name of
it's
it.
this. They should use the same one unless they made another account. It should be the same one. But
Okay, because I've only. Oh, go ahead, you guys.
yeah. No, go ahead, Jen.
Well, I only watched a documentary from a gentleman that lives in Canada. His name's Christopher J. A Planned Trespass. It's one of my favorites. But so even though it's Canada, it's still going to be very similar to us. And I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong that it's our social security number, but I thought it was a number on the, I guess I think I know where my birth certificate is. Let me go look.
Yeah. So you take that and you say, listen, you can take the back of your even your birth certificate. You just don't say that it's that. Just say I found some bonds that were left from my grandfather. I'd like to know what they're worth. I'm not sure what kind of bonds they are, whatever. Can you please check that out? And you'll fall on your ass when they tell you how much it's worth. I can tell you that.
Okay, so were you talking about like on the back of the social security card?
Yep.
Okay, it is a red number. And
Yep.
so on my certified copy of my birth certificate, there's a birth number and it's different.
Yep. Two different accounts. More would be in your social security now. Before it used to be on the birth certificate, but there's more on the on that one. So whichever one, just call up a stockbroker and just say you found some bonds or stock bonds, whatever. You'd like to know what they're worth that were left over from your grandfather or whatever. And that's how much you're worth. Like I've checked out my net worth and it's fucking ridiculous. And you can find out just to know that is the stock market. Just so you know, people. None of this shit.
I don't even know if I want to go down that rabbit
I'll be
hole.
worth like $8 or something. I'm gonna be upset.
Nah, bro. You trust me, bro. In America, when you're born, you're worth 8 million straight up.
Damn.
Straight up. As soon as you are.
Yeah, but I do as little as possible, so I'm sure that's depreciated.
It goes up till you're like 18, and then depending on how much you do, whatever, it goes up. I think when you hit like 65, it starts to go down. That's bonded, so your social security card. I'll tell you the major ones: your social security card, your birth certificate, your tax file number is bonded too. That's worth a shitload, and they're all traded in a shitload of different places, not just on the stock market. They're sold to banks, they're sold to other stock markets, not just the US, other places, a myriad of places. So I've been told all this, I know how it is. I'm one of the few people that know how to get the shit out, but I don't want any of it because it's filthy. I don't participate in it.
I'll wash the shit out of that.
What a legend. Yeah, as I said before, like if Adam wants to do it, I haven't said it last time, it's the last time I'm going to say it. I can get all fucking loans removed, whatever, house loans, fucking truck loans, car loans, whatever. So it's up to people. I'm not going to say it any more times because I can't be fucking dealing with people rocking up at my fucking house. So whatever. So hopefully Battle Mod will want to do a fucking law thing, and we can get into it with little things, and with his knowledge and my knowledge, get up to speed in no time. So it's up to the people listening if they want to do it. If you want to do it, tell Darren. I know he wants to do it, but I'm not sure if anybody wants to listen. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for hearing my rambling. And everybody,
It was interesting story, man. Thank you for telling us.
No, not a problem, brother. Not a problem, bro. As I said, like I've been entrusted with a lot of information, and the point is to pass it on to help to make this situation less than it is. So,
you know, when I was very young, we had a fax. Actually, I don't remember at all what like from which company it was, but it was very scary. The in quality of copying something. So I had a like banknote and I copied it. I centered it in a way so it printed on the two sides like perfectly. And I went to the shop and I bought with it. He accepted it, no problems. And then when my father found about that, it was, you know the story, right? Don't ever do it again or whatever.
Do that again.
No, actually, if he was smart, he would say it like, hey, do it again, man, good job. But no, he wasn't.
Yeah, money.
So, yeah, exactly. So he said, don't do it again and whatever. And I didn't know about, like, I didn't, as a child, like, why not, you know? And that question, like, stood in my head for, like, or was in my head for a very long time. And now I regret not doing more.
Yeah. Whereabouts are you from, bro? You said, I think I heard you last time. You said you were. Was that you? You were in Egypt?
No, I'm not from Egypt, but I live in Egypt.
That's what I know you're not from Egypt, but you went to Egypt. Yeah, that was you speaking last time. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, like, it's best not to share any like personal information on live stream.
Well, I've already said too much, bro. I'm what I said, but I was gonna say, in the UAE, they've actually got ATMs that dispense gold for money.
I know, yeah, that's good. That's actually very good, you know.
Yep, proper lawful money. So when I say these people up the top still use the ancient method from 5,000 years ago to pay their stuff, people don't listen. They use toilet paper for money. Somebody else's private fucking printing press. So.
Yeah, but you know, if you ask me, I would be very sad paying actual gold for a government or something.
Well, to actually own something properly, you need to pay for it in gold, bro. Otherwise, you don't own it properly. And this is the thing that people need to learn, bro. This is what I'm trying to share with people. That's why they have that. For the smart people, they go there when they want to get something. That it's different when the transaction is in gold, and it's different when it's in legal tender, which is not even legal tender anymore. It's just like paper, toilet paper.
Yep.
How is it in Egypt, brother? Is it good? Is it alright? Problem?
But it's very good as there's no fake corner whatsoever, you know. But except in mosques, you know, you find it only in like the places where it's working against globalism, you know, like mosques or maybe churches or you know, some like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I see. I see the biggest push coming from the churches and all these religious so-called holy people. They're full of holes. They're making a lot of people's lives miserable that actually depend on these so-called leaders to do something, you know?
Yeah, I was many times at the mosques, I wanted like to scream like from the top of my lungs, like saying, "Hey, you idiots, come here! Stop believing in that fakona thing, Be smart, like because like when you go like, or if you see discos or parties or like of any kind, no fakona there whatsoever. But suddenly only in like some religious places or some places where it's hated by Satan and his group, you find fakona there.
Yeah, brother, I understand, bro. It's sad. It's
Indeed, it's so sad.
They get money from the people, money from the government, and they do the most harm. Oh.
Indeed, I think it's about time like everyone is waking up, I think, hopefully.
I hope so too, brother. Because the people aren't bad. People that that are religious, that are properly religious, aren't bad people. It's the leaders, the so-called priests, the muftis, the whatever, that are fucking saying stuff from every side. If something goes bad, it's from there, not from the normal people.
Indeed, like this, like there's a bastard here, which is the like mufti of the Egyptian land. I think it's called Ali Joma. So he's just like licking the boots of the government all the time. Whatever they order him to say, even if it's obviously against the Islamic religion, like yeah, he doesn't care. Like he's just also another order follower.
This is why knowledge shouldn't be kept. If knowledge is kept and people don't know how to read properly and comprehend something by themselves, when there's some other person telling them what apparently something is just like, it's not flat, it's a ball. But same with the scriptures, when you're reading it and you know that the message is good, but the other guy's telling you, no, it means this, it means that, and it all gets fucked up. It's the same deal.
Yep.
I've read the Quran many times, brother. I read the dervish stuff too. It's beautiful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, indeed. Like, so why did you read the Quran? What was like, and what did you find?
You find great messages, great passages about love, about how they view God and all the rest of it. Like I read the Tao, and all that stuff. The Hindu books, something that is you can get great stuff from everywhere, brother.
Yeah, indeed.
The people from that area, they've been given something that's different from people from another area. The message is good, and that's all that matters to me. You know, beautiful is beautiful, brother. Just like as a good message is a good message.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm in Australia, but my homeland is Macedonia.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, brother.
Yeah, I don't recognize all those like stupid borders. You know, it's like all I know is like all of us are like
we're all brothers.
Yeah, we are brothers in mankind. You know, and that's it. Some you like want to divide us, and some like idiots believe in that. You know, it's like yeah, we are different. You know, you are from there and I'm from here and whatever. But and this is like the very distinct, you know, ideology to see how brainwashed people are.
Yeah, correct. Religion was first made to bring people together, but people abused it. It's to bring love for people and towards God. Doesn't matter what you're calling him. It's there's only one, and people get stuck on names, which is silly. But just there has to be love towards the Creator and the people, because if you have love for the Creator, you will have love for the people, because the Creator created the people and he is in the other person, so he is your brother. And people don't understand that. If I can't see you, if I can't see the Creator in you, then I'm blind. That's I don't know, the way I say it. Anybody can have a different opinion. So
Well, actually, well said, and I also agree with you. And I want to follow up is like it's people who divided the religion. You know, so the basic idea I always share is Jews did not recognize Jesus and Christian did not recognize Muhammad, and that's it. People who like, for one reason or another, they just started a division in religion, instead of because it's so silly when you go ask anyone like, hey, like, do you believe in God? Yeah, like, and God should be like for all of us, right? Not for only a certain group of people. So how come suddenly now we are like fighting against ourselves in the name of God? It's like
exactly.
Wait a minute.
Exactly.
What's happening here?
Well,
that's crazy.
Brother. Yeah, it's.
Thank you very much.
When you fight, when me and you fight against each other, we are fighting against God. It's an oxymoronic thing, bro. And I'm filled with joy that you say that. I truly am. God bless you, bro.
Thank you very much. You too, man. And it's just like so silly how like Satan and his people and the like any evil people, how they put actually Satan started this division, like divide and conquer, and like what Satan did, he knew that he cannot erase the idea of God from our minds. So what he did is just like infiltrated from inside and started corruption and division, from inside, and people bought it, sadly.
Yeah, bro. That's. I think there are forces that we can't sort of see that influence us, as well as men choose to do certain things to they take it upon themselves to do bad things, and they act on it as well, like a free will thing, and yeah, that's not good.
Indeed.
Have you ever read the collections of Rumi?
Ibn Rumi, right?
Yeah, he was like a what's it called? A dervish and also a priest too, and a judge. That's I think was born in Afghanistan, then went to Iran and then Turkey. Beautiful writings, poetry about God. I think he was actually made a saint in the Catholic Church. You know,
I heard, yeah, I did hear of him. Yes, I did. But no, I did not read anything written by him, sadly.
Yeah, if you get a chance, well, I would say to read it. It's very inspiring. The way that he speaks about God and the love. What is God? It's pure love. So that's the view I hold.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and even like in the Quran, it's like there's an invite that we focus not on our differences, but in the on the common ground between us, and which says strictly, which if we followed it, it would like it's not brainer, it will solve all the issues between all religions. Is that hey, we all claim that we are worshiping that God, right? There's something after death and so on and so forth. How about like we worship only God, nothing else, because people sadly started worshipping many things with God, and in Islam we have something called shirk, which is polytheism, associating partners or worshipping something with God. So in Islam, if someone for example, if Allah says something to be done and the government says no, it's not to be done, so this is called shirk, associating a partner or worshipping or taking partners against Allah or God, and it will cause those people who do that to go to hell, regardless of whatever they call themselves. So now when you look at the secular laws and how they are like corrupting society and destroying it from inside, and which is all against religion, like abortion, and other nasty stuff, it's like weird, but people following it.
Yeah, 100%, brother. The translation in English would be, you can't serve two masters. You either serve God or the government.
Indeed, 100%.
Yeah, brother. It's good people are good people, bro. It doesn't matter where they come from, whatever. If somebody's got a tan or don't have a tan or whatever, we all come from our mother. We all bleed red, and we all get to go in the ground. It's very simple.
Yeah, indeed. If like, this is what I always, when I'm talking with atheists, I always like invite them, like, hey man, there's a moment that you should be very, very like aware of, and like working for that, making sure that is it really there is nothing after it, or which is death, or is there something after it? It's sad, like it's not for anyone, like because people are busy with like this materialistic life.
I agree. Too many distractions. Too many. What's the word? When you want something too much. When you're I'm losing words here.
Greed, you mean?
Yeah, greed, but lust, and all the rest of it. Yeah,
Desperate.
that too. Yeah, desperate as well. Those things need to be eliminated. Not that it's not good to have some money or to have a good job. Don't get me wrong, but it's when you make that your focus and you're hoarding it, and you don't you don't need to give all away, but if somebody's in need, as one of the brothers said before, you walk past a homeless person and you've got some money and you just walk over the top of them, that's no good,
Yep.
The mindset of people needs to change. If we actually did the right thing, there won't be any homeless people, any people without food or nothing. And government would be gone. Yeah.
Yep, I think, Will said, I think, we all fall into this trap, which is we are always worried about the future, thinking about tomorrow. What about where will I bring food tomorrow, And there's something like God or Allah says in Islam, in the Islamic religion, is that He doesn't ask us about tomorrow, to worship tomorrow's worship, So why do we ask Him for the blessings of tomorrow, or the our worries of tomorrow? Like I want food tomorrow. Where will I have something tomorrow? It's like still tomorrow haven't come yet.
Correct, because there's no such thing as tomorrow. Is the moral of it is you only have now, and if you have true faith, if you have faith in Him, you will not struggle tomorrow. I think that the moral of that is.
And you know what?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
Someone said, you know what? And yeah, I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I know. Anybody? No? Maybe he didn't like what I wanted, what I said. I don't know. You know what?
I think maybe he had a connection issue.
Yeah, maybe. That's my thoughts on that. If you tomorrow never comes. What you think is tomorrow is right now. So if right now you do the good thing and you have faith and trust in God, the Creator, whatever you wanna. I don't know what to label with names. Me personally, that's just me. I call it the Creator or Father. That's it. That's the most as I get. I just say, Father or Creator. That's it. I trust in Him, and yeah, I'll go for it, brother.
No, I was saying, worrying doesn't add a single day to your life, so don't worry either.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, you can fall asleep and not wake up.
What's that?
Okay, you can fall asleep and not wake up. So it's simple.
Mm-hmm.
You're worrying about tomorrow. You go to bed. If you don't wake up, what have you done? You're stressed the whole day worrying about the day that never comes. If you do the right thing, your life might be prolonged. That's what faith is all about. It's about the here and now. My personal things. Thoughts, I'm not trying to force it on anybody. I'm just saying what I personally think.
I agree with you, man.
Is the guys at the top, what they did was give out, but then they abused the giving out. Then they said, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. If we just gave out and got good people together and got a community, that will spread. It's a snowball effect. But there needs to be a community of people doing good. I find, I'll speak about so-called Christians oh, Christian this, that, but, as the other guy said, they'll walk over a homeless person, or the church won't take somebody that's homeless or give them food or whatnot. And the whole point, the moral of the whole thing is to help. It says, love your neighbor like your brother, but it's not being done. But everybody accuses the so-called Masons of being like this, like that, but they look after each other. They've actually taken the principle, they look after each other. Why isn't any community doing that? To look after each other, they wouldn't have a problem. Do I make sense? I don't know.
Yes.
I think the Amish are pretty close.
Yeah. You go, they say when you go to church, you go there for a service, yeah? Church service. Right. You go there. Did they service you? Fucking no.
I thought it was the other way. I thought it was you were supposed to serve God. But I'm Catholic, so everything's fucking ass backwards. Never mind.
Nah, you're right, brother. No, that's how they made it seem. For you to, you service God by having love for Him and having love for your brothers and sisters. You go there, for advice, or if you need help or whatnot, and they provide that service, as it's called, church service. If you don't have bread, or you need help, I don't know, for a job or something, that's why they're there. They're meant to be spiritual leaders. They're meant to. They're all over the place. It's a big organization, and you're telling me these people can't help somebody do something? Come on. But they've made it ass backwards, bro, just like the government. They're your servants. All the laws that they make are meant to be for themselves, but they've made it ass backwards that you are the servant and you have to do all this dumb shit. It's just getting our minds and body, soul, spirit aligned, and then you'll see what's going on. I think it's not just Catholic, whatever. It's all of most religions do it. It's you can't turn away. Yeah, sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Denying yourself, for one, you worship Him in truth and spirit. You obey His commands. You don't be like the world.
Yeah, you don't be like you don't do bad things. When you go to church, as you said, you're there for guidance and for help. If you're doing the right thing, you don't go. Most of the people that go, as it's written in the Bible, don't go like all the others in vanity to church to be seen.
Oh no, you just get close to the word. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, I know that, bro. I'm just saying that the church is not feeling its function. It's not fulfilling what it's meant to do, There's hungry people, there's poor people, and these people are just turning them back. They're encouraging, get the shot, Oh, sorry, we don't have room for somebody to sleep. Massive, a massive church, you know what I mean? Nobody can sleep inside. They let the people sleep out in the street in the rain. Come on, man.
Those mega churches out west, my uncle's he's a partitioner, I guess, or a parishioner rather, but he's not a member of the church because they require you give your tax return, and they require 10% of your income in order to become a member of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
get you.
you're only there. You're only allowed to come in on Sundays, sit in a certain row, and then it's off you go.
Yep. So really, they're not. It's faithful. It's trustful, and there's basically nothing there. They want something, but they don't want to give anything, bro. You can't have that. That's just fucking, larceny, RICO, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Racketeering, but on a psychological level, on a spiritual level. You get money from the people. They get money from the government. They have tax write-offs. I know the things that they do. So, yeah, it's sad because it was meant for back in, and this is factual. Back in the days when there was a church, if a priest sent away that was homeless or hungry, he was excommunicated. Excommunicated from the church. If you sent away a homeless or hungry man.
It's weird, really weird. I always think of religion nowadays, how it's being played in front of everyone like football teams, So what's happening, like, what's the big deal, if someone wins over the other? It's like, what's the purpose of the entire game after all? It's like, it's a sport, right? It's like to have fun, right? To get in shape or whatever. But no, actually, if all become the same team, there's no fans anymore, right? Where's the fun? Yeah, so we need to always keep like splitting people, dividing people into groups and teams and whatever. So imagine the same idea on religion. So if all highly religious people, like those religious leaders of all religions, sit together and discuss it deeply about like, hey, what's the issues here? Why are you on a different team if there's one God? So Jewish, Christian, Muslims, this and that all believe in one God. So where is the issue here? Let's fix it. Let's try to solve it and all become the same team, right? But no, a lot of people will lose their jobs, and lose a lot of fans. So let's not do that. It's like, it's bad for business.
Well said, brother. Well said. I'll tell you something because I speak here on a lot of things. This is something that I know. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out and say it. All those people behind doors are best friends, and they know there is only one creator, and they laugh about it.
100%. Like I don't believe in any. To be honest, I don't believe in any Islamic leader or Islamic religious leader of any country or any road. In Islam, we don't have that hierarchy like in Christianity or Judaism. It's like, no, all of them are either imam or sheikhs, like scholars. That's it. There's no scholar better than another scholar. All scholars, they have their specialty or whatever. But yet all of them, it's like, behind the doors, except like for very few which are in prison for a good reason, So they sit on the same table, try to argue in front of the public, fooling the public, saying like, we are doing something, but behind door, the kisses and hugs and hey, it was well played by you, man. I will improve my skill next time. Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, that's it. It's like two guys playing chess, but they're best friends. One wins, and then after that they go for a beer. You know what I mean, or a drink or a coffee. And
yep. Yeah, it's that. It's exactly that. And sadly, people are being also fooled by that. So instead of people doing what those should be doing, which is like, hey, let's bring all the books, let's bring all the history from, let's listen from everyone. Where is the issue here? There's only one God, we know that. So where is the issue? No, so you, of course, it's a football game, so you need the fans, you know. So fans are fighting like what happened after games in football, like they go shouting against each other and hitting each other. And, yeah, so that's what's happening here. So subhanallah, Prophet Muhammad is like in the end time signs, he said, stay at your home and don't involve yourself in the public, because at the end of the time people will be mindless. So this is exactly, we see all the fakona things and how people are fighting over like a leather and an air inside, which is called football, you know, and fighting over it is like weird, you know, totally turned into mindless people, you know.
You know what's hilarious? I watched the guy, he was giving quotes to a bunch of Bible guys. He was giving quotes and he was saying they were Jesus, you know, Jesus said to his disciples, blah, 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 and everybody's nodding and agreeing. He did like 8-10 of them in a row, and he goes, oh, and by the way, Jesus said none of that. It was all Muhammad. And he turns around and walks away. Everybody stood there looking at each other. It was hilarious.
Well, this is what I was trying to say before, bro. These people up the top, and I've been around these people. I've actually given a few lectures to some of the high priests that are in there myself, because I know quite a bit. And they all say, yeah, it's the same God, but we just want to you comprehend things a bit more, you can elaborate a bit more. And they're all together. They're all fucking together. Doesn't matter if it's religion, Masons, whatever, they're all together. As you said, it's a soccer team. It's a divide and conquer. Then it's kings and queens. Then it's countries. Then it's nations. Then it's fucking hair color. Then it's fucking skin color, tan, eye color. They everything is something. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. I thought you finished. As George Carlin says, like, it's a big club and you are ain't in it. So a political club, a religious club, a this and that club, and it's not for the public, you know. It's like for those like very few, and those who serves them, you know, for good purpose.
Yep. But he's in it. His comment was, "It's a big club and you're not in it." He didn't say we're not in it, or I'm not in it. You are not in it. He's in it. And he was giving a public announcement to everybody, but people don't get it.
Yep. And people are laughing, thinking he's telling jokes, you know, and the jokes are on them. And they are laughing on those jokes, which is on them.
Exactly. And that's the sad bit, bro. I find that sad. They are laughing. People only laugh when something is true. You can't laugh at something that's not true, because it doesn't make sense. You won't.
Right.
You know, I don't know how to explain it, bro.
I know what you mean, man.
Yeah, I've found a lot of good people everywhere, bro. I don't fucking. Oh, he's this, he's that. I don't label people. You believe in God, you're a good person. That's all that matters to me, bro. As I said, I've read all.
You know, for us. So go ahead, continue.
For the Baha'i one. Except for the Baha'i religion, I think I've read all the rest of them. Every single one of them. And I can extract beauty from all of them. If I don't see, if a text doesn't resonate me with some beauty that inspires me, I'll leave it alone. That's it. It's simple. You know, men wrote those words. You take the good from it, and that's it. That's it. Everybody knows that. It's in your heart. It's in my heart. It's in everybody's heart. You just need to use it. Oh, sorry. Continue, bro.
No, what's disgusting, about religion is that they did not even divide only into main, categories like okay, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever. No, even in those you have also sects and division as well, like internal divisions. Like for the Jews, like many types of Jews, like Hasidic, Hazaric, whatever. For the Christians, Catholic, Orthodox, whatever, Protestant. For the Muslims, Sunni, Shia, Baha'i, whatever. Like insane. And people are like buying into those. Why? Because, well, this is what I found my father doing. I would not use my brain, I will just follow orders. It's sad.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. That's the biggest. That is the biggest thing you can do. You can't change anybody for. Again, if you're smart and your heart is in the right place, you know that there's only one God. Just because somebody names their so-called God doesn't mean anything. If the man or woman is good and treats you with respect and does everything proper, that's beauty for me. Sometimes people have their family treat them bad, but somebody else from that they don't know, even from a different religion or whatever, will treat them better.
I know what you are trying to say. Yeah, but I would actually advise, which is, if you think deeply about, okay, let's say, for the sake of the argument here, that everyone in here agree there's only one God, right? It's so obvious. For example, look everywhere in front of you, inside of you, at you. Yes. But if it was that, well, he just created us and it's left for us just to see the way and to think, and that's it, why would he bother about sending us messengers and prophets with guidance, you need to do this, and don't do that, and this, and whatever. So this is why also I find it very also weird and strange for me, where people say, no man, just be good and that's it, man, don't worry. Yeah, we need to be good, but good according to who? Good according to Satanists, for example, or for those so-called elite, or good for who, right? Who defines good? Then it's another argument.
So good's the wrong word to use then.
It's love.
There
it's
you
love,
go.
Bro. Yeah.
Yeah, also love, if you think about love, if you want to use it, so you go to different people.
The opposite of harm.
Yeah, but go to someone who let's say go to prostitutes, right? Yeah, he does all horrible things to them, but in his mind he's doing love, he's buying love, and he's trading what money, this toilet paper, and they are accepting it, so both ends are happy, allegedly, right? So this is why I think they are fighting religion very hard, very deeply. And I think this is why Islam is so hated in the hearts of those fighting religion, because it's very strict with the law, the thing they call it Sharia law. We don't have something called Sharia law. We have Sharia, right? It's very very straightforward, and they don't like it. Why? Because it tells us exactly what to do if we want to trade with God into paradise. If you want this place, happy place. This is why they don't like it. But other type, maybe Asian religion, which is Eastern religions, it's no big deal, man. Just go do the what is it called? Sit and think about nature and whatever. Observe. Exactly. Thank you for helping me. Yeah, meditate, and it's good, man. Don't worry about the rest. Don't worry about those nasty, evil, people who's like corrupting the world and killing and whatever. Don't worry about it, man. Just like think about yourself. You know, if your political whatever is corrupt, don't worry about it. Not a big deal, man. If you see something bad happening in front of you, don't worry. Like for example, in many countries now, like Canada, Sweden, I don't know what else. If you see someone drowning, it's against the law to help them. And if you do and something bad happens to them, you are to be blamed and they will put you in prison for that. It's like, and people are buying into that as well. It's like crazy.
I don't know about Eastern religions that don't say that. They actually say a wise man and a smart man will stand up for the good of the people and the poor, even if it costs them their livelihood, even their life, because this is not the end. As I said, you have to extract the good from the stuff that's not so good. At the end of the day, all holy books are written by men, and they have claims to whatever. I take it as, yes, they're good people. Yes, they have, like, now, if I was to say God communicates with me, people will think, yeah, you're schizophrenic, whatever. But the Mufti will say, oh, God communicates with me, or, you know, or the Pope or whoever. That's cool. It's, again, there's a certain amount of goodness and there's a certain amount of put in there for control, and it's up to everybody to do what they think is right, because in every single religion it says that man is not as well as he's meant to be, and that's all I can say. I got the book, you know, I read them all. As I said, you know, just some people, some countries or religions beat down on their people with punishment. Some countries will take away their food. Some countries, you know, do other things to them. That's what it is, and that's what is not good.
Co-opted,
If
though.
you want to worship God in a certain way, that's up to you. You're no lesser or better than anybody. The one that's bad is the one that is killing and stealing, brother. That's it.
Doing harm.
Exactly, harming people. We all know
And
what
the
that is.
prostitute example, I don't think fits. Those two people are typically, I mean, listen, prostitution is the oldest profession, and just like every other thing, you know, there are people who are voluntarily involved and those who are not. I don't think the act itself can be considered evil, but it's very irresponsible, and it's not. There's a difference between overtly evil and then not. I don't want to say godly,
get you,
but
bro.
not within
I understand, brother.
a healthy
Yes.
lifestyle.
Yes, exactly.
There's a distinction.
Yeah, there's a voice. It's sort of it's a voice in them that they do. Doesn't make them evil. That they're consenting. They will get you know, their repercussions if there is any, and what there is. It's not up to us to do that. But if somebody forces themselves on somebody, that's a different story. And this is where doctrine gets involved, and I'm not a fan of doctrine.
Hello.
I think people have heard me speak. Hello.
Hello.
Who believes the Earth is flat?
I do.
Yes, we do. Do you believe it's a globe?
No, the Earth is flat.
Nice, welcome. We are the same club, man. Welcome.
Welcome.
If it's
What would
not,
be
if it's not,
what would be your greatest evidence that it's not?
went to Africa a week ago. I don't know. Like you don't walk upside down when you travel around the places.
Very good. Exactly.
Cred proof?
What?
I said
That's
great
proof.
proof.
That would be nonsensical. I mean, that would be nonsensical, right? To think that people are walking on the bottom side of a ball or something, right? Doesn't make
Yeah,
any sense at all.
Gravity isn't like that.
Large bodies of water don't bend. There's no
Scottish for you.
curvature.
I have a good idea. You should play some Euro Truck Simulator 2. It's a good game. I'm gonna invite someone who like really believes in flat Earth and stuff like that. Like it's his life.
Mm-hmm. This is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Yeah.
We all know that it's flat, and we have some very good scientific arguments as well.
Oh man.
Do you know if you argue about it being round, can you get banned from the server or not?
No. Not for arguing.
I don't think you
if you've
should
got
because it's good arguments, isn't it? Like
We just
You only get
ask
banned if you're
for-
trolling.
Yeah, we ask for actual evidence. If someone says they know something or they make a claim about Earth being a globe, then we're going to ask them for proof of this. And that's where the problem starts. When we ask them for evidence, they can't provide it, but they keep changing the subject, not answering the question, and all kinds of other tactics to get
I have a
away
good
from.
idea. I have a good idea what you could do.
Yeah, what's that?
Okay.
You should become a spaceman. So you can go to that baby, and then you can see that the Earth is round.
Yeah, troll word. Yeah, good for you.
As a spaceman.
Yeah, troll.
Spaceman. Why are you trying
All
to
this
tell
time,
those
and
kids
that's
a
what you came up with?
cartoon?
I work for NASA.
You
Good
work
for
for
you. Go
NASA.
back
Yeah,
to
he's
NASA.
just trying to be funny. He must have heard the thing
Yeah.
about funny
Troll.
trolling.
No, I do.
Good for you.
Awesome.
Do you know when you fly out
What's
into
the
No, I
radius
don't.
of Earth?
No, I don't.
What's the radius?
when you
I don't know when
fly
you.
What's
into
the
I don't.
radius?
What's
I
the
don't.
radius
see
now?
that Earth is
Yeah,
round.
stop
I
talking
don't.
The
What's
Earth
the
is
I
radius?
don't
round.
know.
What's
When
the
you
radius?
fly to space, you can
Raid,
I
see
don't.
the
stop
I
talking
don't know.
over
I don't know.
Hold on. Okay, good. You got it. Yeah, Raid, answer the question.
What is the radius of
answer the
Earth?
question. I can't answer the question.
Well, that's just
Well,
too
then why are you
bad.
here?
Then.
Go back to
Man,
NASA.
sorry to hear that.
On your bike, lad. Back to NASA you go.
So is this person a globe or are they just a
Yeah,
troll?
Just a
both.
troll. Ordinary troll.
Yeah, I had a feeling when their name was Ray Trump that they were a troll.
Yeah, same.
I tried giving them a chance, but they're a troll.
I think a
King of
troll is
trolls.
too complimentary. A troll requires intelligence. And what was just demonstrated here was pretty much the lack of.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the name of my new rock band, Mediocre Troll. That's a great name.
Mediocre troll?
No, mediocre troll.
Mediocre might be a little better, to be honest. I like that.
Mediocre. Yeah, actually, maybe that could be considered mediocre
Mediocre troll.
troll. I kind of like it, actually.
And it should be meaty, like MEATY, like you're a big meaty ogre. Meaty ogre troll.
Mediocre troll, and it's I
Yeah.
still remember the initial premise though of mediocre, but mediocre troll. Wow, you guys are great.
That could be a meme.
I couldn't see the moon at all last night. Drat it.
Okay, maybe should we give Ray Trump a chance and see her best globe argument?
Who that?
Pictures from space. We don't need to ask.
That's true.
Can only be my pictures. My pictures.
There's someone named
My
Ben
pictures.
Man Laden.
Laden.
Ben
Bin Man Laden.
Ben Man Laden he has no roles. Like,
They always say, but all the other evidence, and you say, like, just give me one, and then they go back to, but my pictures from space.
mediocre troll.
You can do this yourself. You can just go to space and take photos of this ball.
Mm-hmm. Why don't somebody do that? We ain't seen none yet.
Why do I need to go up in the air to find out what's on the ground, bro? It's ridiculous. True?
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Are you saying we can measure that it's flat from on Earth, man? Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Yes, without a doubt.
I think I found the solution. That we don't need to go in the sky to figure out what is on Earth. I think it's a marvelous invention or
It's ingenious, man. It's ingenious that you can do that.
It's directly proportional. So, the further away you go, then the more clarity you get from that object. Like everything in life. If I want to see something more clearly, I just go further and further away from it.
Further away. No, never mind. Just forget.
Nothing to see here.
Don't worry about
Why-
where you actually are or anything like
Can I
that.
just say something? This red man Trump, whatever, is busting my balls, so I'm here when I can't do anything. So please stop bombarding me with messages. Just look on the side thing, see who is in charge, and bust their balls, please.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't even think you're on the scale. It's gone.
That's funny.
I burned your cat. Why the fuck would you message me that? How the fuck do I block this fucking retard? What is wrong with people? Fucking burned my cat. Go. Oh. What's wrong with these people, bro? This is the dumbest thing to say. I burnt your cat. What the fuck?
Burn your cat? Who said that?
That's when you know you got a winning argument.
Yeah, that fucking red man Trump or whatever. Red
The kid
Trump.
was just in it. Sasha, tell your friends to chill, man. For real.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's
bro.
not my friend. Trust me.
Not Sasha. Yeah, the Sasha Ivanov. You sure you don't know that dude? It sounds like you might know you.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was a girl.
It might have been. I thought it was a dude. My bad. But he had your, that sense of troll that you carry about you,
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys want to hear a
I
quick
love
recording?
Sasha. I like you, man. I
Do you
told
want
that.
Do you want to hear a recording of? Didn't mean to rumpus there. You want to hear a recording of some funny prank calls?
Yeah,
Might be amusing.
1 second, bro. How do I ban this thing? Is there a ban button?
They already got banned for 7 days.
No, but I can't ban this thing from my
You
messages.
can mute
bro.
him.
How do
Mute him. Ignore him. Mute. Go to his.
Oh, you can block them.
Unfriend him and block him.
I don't have them as a friend. Why would I have a lunatic as a friend?
Or just stop reading his messages word for word. That
It
also
says
helps.
pinned comment, close DM. That's it.
Why'd he pick you?
Click on their profile and then click the 3 dots, and then you can block them.
Yeah, you can block them.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Block them. Unfriend it if you have it friended, and block.
What? I just told you, bro. Why would we have that thing printed, bro? Thanks, Sasha.
I got a bunch of weird freaking DMs.
Beautiful. It just keeps on popping up. It does my head in.
Okay,
Bombarding me with dumb shit.
here's something that
Is he still sending you messages? I'll just hard ban him, and then he'll be out of the server. He won't share a server with you, most likely.
Here's something Glatflobe suggested for me to play this. So here's a couple minute soundbite here. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Lunatic.
Hello,
Oh, hi. Is Michelle there, please?
this is Michelle.
Oh, hi. Yeah, this is Skipper. Yeah, I just moved into Maplewood, and I got your number from the mailman. Yeah. I'm sorry to bother you. How are you today, Upper?
What is going on?
I'm pretty good. I don't know what that noise is.
I can hear you just fine. Not a problem at all. Uh-huh. So, oh yeah. I just live right around the way from you. You've probably seen my car outside, white Toyota RAV4.
I haven't. What, like
Yo,
right
you go to
around
jail
the
for
corner?
this shit. Just right around the corner, uh-huh. You know, it's funny. That RAV4 has been up to 120 miles an hour, and yet it's just sitting right there. Anybody can look at it. Anybody can look at that thing. It's just
I've
sitting
never.
there. Oh, yeah.
Pulling my leg.
What now?
Like weird sounds.
Well, I just had a couple questions. I'm new here. I don't know anybody in the area. Okay.
Oh.
So, yeah, hey, are you supposed to hold your breath when you rinse out your mouth? What are you supposed to do? You know,
Usually I do. Usually I do.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where you stood on that. See, I tried to call you a couple times before, you know, but then I fell through the floor, and I wasn't able to get through, so...
Oh my god, that's crazy. I hope people in the neighborhood are being nice to you. I mean, we can stop by and say hey and...
Well, I'd love that. It's been interesting. It's been interesting because I know Gaelic. So I usually speak in Gaelic just during the day. And so it's been a little weird adjusting, you know?
Oh, I'm not sure if anyone in the neighborhood speaks Gaelic.
I know. So
Do you
it's
hear that? Do you hear that?
No, I can hear you just fine. Just
Why
fine,
is she
Dandy.
making fun? Why is she making fun of his voice?
So it's real good.
And you say your name is Stephen?
I'm Skipper. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're Skipper.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Skipper. Oh, okay. Like
I've got a frigate of my own. Do you know anywhere I can kind of cut loose out on the water with my frigate?
I don't know what a frigate is.
It's like a big, big boat.
Oh, it's a boat? I don't know. Have any of the other neighbors made any suggestions?
Yes, but I don't think it's suitable to repeat at this hour, so... You know what I'm saying? But hey, I know you're busy, but on Thursday night, I'm hosting like an improv puppet slam at the rec center. Maybe you could come on down. It's going to be improvisational.
We have to pay ahead of time?
I'll send the puppet over, and he can hook you up. You'll go.
Oh, that sounds great.
It should be fine. It really should. It should. an improv puppet slam at the rec center. Maybe you could come on down. It's going to be improvisational.
We have to pay ahead of time.
I'll send the puppet over, and he can hook you up. He'll go.
Oh, that sounds great.
It should be fine. It really should. You know, so.
What kind of weird shit do you find, Sonny?
It wasn't me, man. Someone just gave me a suggestion, and I listened to it, and it sounded funny as heck. So that was hilarious.
That was sincerely, like, mentally disturbing, but funny.
I wish I had that. I wish I had that soundboard on my phone when I and record it.
Would you
when I'm calling the IRS or something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
I want that when I call the IRS. Yeah, man.
Government officials. Hello.
Record it.
Ah,
I'm gonna say everything. Yeah, I'm a living spirit. Yeah, I'm wondering how your code applies to a living spirit. Not a corporate fiction. Not a citizen of Washington D.C. or any of the territories, Puerto Rico. A free man living in the Republic of California. Anyway. By the way, you're being YouTube live right now. That's not a problem, is it? Literally.
And I'm doing improv with the puppet at the rec center.
Yeah, well, all those sounds, that would be perfect, man. That would be great.
That'd be awesome to do it to a government official, bro.
I think there's better things to do with your time.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, that's cool.
Sorry,
I reverted into the silly zone. You're right.
That's good fun, bro. Because I've already done all the normal things. This would be just like frosting.
You've done all the normal things, Eggs. All of them.
Yeah, like server paperwork. Send them. What's it called? Court notices for treason, death by hanging. I've done all the good stuff. I want to have some fun. Make voices like that. How are you today?
Eggs, what do you think about this real quick? Only for a few seconds here. What do you think about this? Send a letter with a counter offer as a remedy, right? So that's all I have to do, right? So I can make a counter offer, right?
Yep. Make it as low as possible.
Here's my remedy.
We've got a guy who does these phone calls as like a professional skit. They call him Wackhead. And then he calls people and makes up like an entire story and a backstory, and he gets people in their life involved, and literally every single time he takes the person on such a emotional roller coaster based on like knowing a little bit about the person. So some people know that the car's gone in for a service or something, and then he calls as the service agent, telling them that they've actually sandblasted the car and changed its color, and like those kind of things where he's actually, and then, but please, sir, just calm down, like we've given you this free paint job and it's like a rainbow pattern or something, and these people are going, what the hell? This is a Mercedes Benz. How can you do that? Or he calls a husband and tells the husband he met his wife at the store and she said, I must call him, but she gave me your number. So do you mind giving me your wife's number? and and the husband's like, oh, fuck off, I'm going to kill you. And then eventually when he puts down, he calls back and calls back and calls back and calls. So like he does this thing as I'll see if I can't find one of the clips. It's so funny.
Sonny, just another thing, when you're doing that, as long as you don't say no and make an offer, they can't do nothing. So you just lowball. So if they want this is just
I'm going to send them $5 a month or something like that. I just don't want to pay more for like the check or the money order than I do to actually what I'm going to pay them. So I'm just going to make an offer as a remedy.
Don't say I'll give you this much a month. Just say if you want $1,000, you say I'll give you 50, or whatever, or 10, till they accept the amount. Yeah, you keep it as low as possible.
Okay.
Then you say, if it's $50, then you say I can give you $1 a month. I can give you $50, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be over 12 months. Do you get me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll start whittling it down. That's a good idea. I'll just send it. I'll just send it certified mail, and that worked before. Recently, I asked for proof of a credit card debt. They had 30 days to respond. They did not respond. Sorry.
Yep, that's it.
Collection agency can't provide you proof because you didn't sign anything with them. You have no contract.
Right. Well, I asked them to show me the contract and about 12 other items that I am requesting.
Listed. Yep.
Dude, if you can do that, then say to anyone like, hey, I will pay you $1 trillion. The issue is that I can only pay you a cent a month.
Yeah, that's how the law works, and this is what I'm trying to explain to people. If Sonny was to buy a house, I can get rid of the whole mortgage for him. I know how to do it. But, as I said to him, say what you can pay and then say, yep, I will pay you that. At the moment, I cannot give you that all at once. I will give you that over 12 months. And then they might say, oh, we need it all at if they say they need it all at once, then they renege on the offer again. Then they'll say, oh, can you give it sooner, within 9 months?
I'll give you
they might say in
$5.
2 weeks or whatever.
I'll give you $5 per every 1,000.
Yeah, whatever it is, bro. You just lowball them. You make it as low as
That'll
possible.
be like $450 or something. So then, then I'll pay you $2 a month until it's done.
That's how it works, bro. You just need to know, because what they're doing is not just illegal; it's unlawful, and it's a crime. Just like hurting somebody because you are a wrongdoer, and if you use that word, it's the most powerful word because you're actually stealing,
Yeah, it is stealing.
property, which is money.
It's seizure of property without due process of law.
Yep.
And a whole bunch of other things that are totally unconstitutional, like
if you want to use the Constitution, that's fine. Yep. As I said, bro, if you ever,
I don't really have to go there that it's illegal, that I'm a living spirit, that they can't show me. Like, I don't even have to go there. I can just make a remedy and then fuck them.
Yeah, you can do it a simple way. As I said, bro, if you want to speak or whatever, you can give me a call, bro, and I can help you out.
I wouldn't mind getting these idiots on record, though, because I had this one judge already say something on record, which she wasn't even supposed to be discussing with me, but she decided to, and she put her foot in her mouth, and she made a statement. All that's going to be on record. So great. I want to get the numpties on record of saying stupid shit that supports my case.
Yep. Well, when you if you're going to go into a court, first thing you should ask is, this is a court of record?
Mm-hmm. And then jurisdiction, right? Is this court of record?
Or first jurisdiction, then court of record. Because there's no jurisdiction, then
I'm going to contest jurisdiction. I contest it. No, I don't.
Yeah.
You need to show me how you have jurisdiction. How did you obtain that? If you're saying I entered into a contract, then you need to show me all the details of the contract where I signed giving up my God-given rights. Show me where I did that.
Exactly.
So
exactly
that's what
right.
I'm going to get on record. I'm going to get that on record.
Oh, you can't get that on record because you won't pass don't pass the doc. You ask that before
No, they're making it easy.
enter the doc.
I'll just do it on their own stupid system in video. Like, they're not seeing anyone, so they're doing it all on video. So I'll get them on record saying it for the record, electronically recorded, that they said these things.
I would even suggest, brother, buy a little mini tape recorder, yeah? Just like a small, whatever
No,
it costs.
I'll just record it on my laptop. I'll just hit record on my laptop and record the whole conversation.
Can you bring a laptop in there? Yeah, that's fair enough. Then.
No, I don't have to go anywhere. I can do it right in my living room here.
Oh, yeah, they're doing the fucking...
Yeah. It's even better.
The core procedure. Yeah.
Better because they feel comfortable. They think, oh, we got this made, man, and they stay stupid shit.
Exactly.
That's what I just figured out recently in the most recent little incident. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, they're gonna have some problems. Every email that I sent to this representative of any of those organizations, that should be entered into the record. Why wasn't that being entered? Everything I sent to them, was that being entered into the record? I'm gonna ask for those types of things.
Ask them if they've got a writ of commission.
Yeah, I don't know. I still need.
And that will dissolve them straight away. Then you can sue them as well if you want to. But they have to have a writ of commission to be a so-called judge.
Yeah, if they're commissioners.
No writ of commission, you can't do it.
Yeah, there's case precedents and all of that stuff. No, if there's no judicial oversight, if a law or code is made that's repugnant to the Constitution, it can be disregarded. So stupid that we have to be the ones that remind them of their fucking jobs.
No, they know the law. This is the thing. You can, what's it called? You can sue them because they're the ones that have to know the law because hence they are the judge.
I have all the paperwork. I have a bunch of paperwork I have to go through, and eventually this is going to end up in federal court. Is what's going to happen. I'm just going to supersede. I can change venue to anything I want. So
yeah,
I'll change the venue and I'll get him in federal court for violation of rights under the due process of law, under color of law, because they're not using law.
Correct. I'm 100, bro. God bless you. This is what I'm telling people to do. This is how you get out of the shit with no fighting, no nothing. Is people reading a few things.
I think letters, certified letters, is going to be a good way to go, and that's what they say, right? The pen is mightier than the sword.
Mightier than the sword. Yep. Can I give you a tip?
With the paperwork. Yep.
Can I give you a tip? Put like a serial number for your documents. You make a photocopy and you keep the original, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So then you have proof. And then you photocopy even the envelope, the registered name. You photocopy it before you send it. You always keep it. Do you get what I mean? When you're free one day, bro,
that's a good idea.
Give me a call. I'll tell you a few things, so you're fully covered from every fucking which way.
Yeah,
and
they gave me like 3 months now to prepare more, and I was like, good, because the judge was really being a numpty and trying to treat me as if I'm just a slave or something. Literally.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The tone of voice was like, I'm not going to get a fucking chance from any of these motherfuckers. So there's going to have to it's going to have to hit him below the belts. Honestly, I don't know how else to do it. Like, and I haven't done as much as I should because I do procrastinate. It takes me a long time to digest, and this is a lot of information. So to figure out like what first step, so I don't make the wrong first step, so that's a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Who's your so-called accuser?
I'm not even going to talk about it.
Okay, so there's somebody they're accusing you. So I already know she's committing battery from the bench because she's interceding and talking from the bench. She's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, pecuniary interest, the whole thing, no doubt. But anyway, we can move on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get us into that.
Yeah. As I said, bro, just call me, write me a message, tell me when you're free, and Any help that
Yeah,
you need, I'll be there.
I might need some help. That's for sure, Ig. So I'll stay in contact because I might need some help along the way, just to like bounce something up against another person, you know, because
Yeah, bounce off
this is
the
like
ideas. Yeah,
this is like new territory, and I'm still a little bit. It's kind of
a bit
scary.
scared.
I'll admit it's a little scary. Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
like, I know
you'll
I
be
can
fine,
make
bro.
it through it if I just stay calm and realize that there's no emergency, you know, like I just need to like do it step by step. I hate deadlines, so I just need to be prepared when the time comes. So yeah, I'll be in
Yep.
contact.
Yeah, you'll be fine, brother. Just keep your chin up. Don't be worried. Read up. I'm here whenever you need to bounce off ideas.
Yeah.
You know, we'll get it done, and you'll win, and we'll have a beer to celebrate, or something else, or a joint, whatever.
Yeah.
I have faith in you, brother. It's good what you're doing.
I don't know, man. It's the one thing, like, I would never claim to be an expert. Like, I'm just barely fumbling through this stuff, man. I'm like, it's haphazard. It's really. Anyway,
It's
like I
not
said,
that.
we'll move on back to the flat Earth. Sorry. Once
Oh,
again.
okay, all right, bro. No worries. Just let me know when you're ready to speak, bro. Do I have some special power that I don't know about? I've had like 50 people messaging me to get unmuted and to something. I know I gibberish over a bit, but fuck.
Send them information, useful information. Tell them to go to or VC. Check in. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. So what was that? Tell them go to VC check-in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who is muted. Maybe some guy.
I don't know. This is Bill Nye, the Russian spy. I don't know. What do I say to him?
Ask him for the second name. Ask him who's his spy.
Yeah, what's the title? Yeah, what's it? No, what should I tell him? Should I tell him? So I don't know how this shit works. If I had any power, I'd just say you're unmuted. I don't even see him on here.
Send them all back to VC check-in. Just send them back to the proper channel, and then you won't have to intervene directly, you know?
Okay, sweet as bro.
I want bigger.
So it's confirmed no one found the curve yet.
Yeah, they can't even find a claim. There's no one out there even making the claim. Except the anti-flat earthers.
Yep. The other day I was on the Panda server, whatever, and they're discussing satellites. And I said, wow, cool topic, man. How about like you come and discuss it with us, to the other server? But they got no balls, man, to do it.
No balls. They got balls everywhere else. Except there.
But that's sort of like a baller going onto Nathan's show, a debate platform, and then telling them to go somewhere else to have a debate. It's better sometimes to go into that platform and drill it right then and there, and then try and bring them across sort of when they're curious, because
Just saying, there's many people that are very good at that. What you just mentioned about going over to that side, and I said Chemo is one of those people, but there are many more that do that in that type of engagement. Yeah.
Is anyone speaking?
yeah, you just got to kind of you got to go into that room knowing that you're not going to get an honest concession on anything.
Master Chief, can I DM you?
Yeah, we can hear you, Zan.
Just asking Master Chief if he's here, if I can direct message him.
Yeah, do you know how to just go up to his name and do a right click and then you can message him?
Yes, that's possible.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, I gotcha. That you're not going to get an honest concession. No, that's true.
Like I used to go in there thinking, okay, there's 30 or 40 people in the room usually. Maybe there's going to be someone here that's honest. Someone that when you make a really profound point that they're going to say, that is interesting that you say it like that. And in the beginning, I used to get quite adamant that I think I'm going to change someone, or I'm going to go over there and get someone to really consider this more deeply. But if they're already in Gem Server, it's probably because they lack the intelligence to understand this. And thereby they just want to be around other people who go, oh, derpa, derpa, flat earthers, and don't actually make any arguments. And when you try and raise something with them, you can see that they are incapable of even understanding. Like we're raising advanced points and they're still at the beginner points. And if they can't get past the beginner points, they're not going to understand the advanced points. And the problem now is that most flat earthers, we got past those beginner points 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So we're discussing things that they literally can't even comprehend because they didn't even understand the elementary level. And we're already on the next level. And you go in there and you ask them something. For me, I love to just corner them, get them to double speak. So in one breath, they say this, and then it's logically unsound. Then you ask them that same question, but slightly differently to get them to say the exact opposite. And then you say, well, do you not see that that was a contradiction? Usually they double down saying, no, it wasn't. But there has to be someone in the room that noticed that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's true.
But if you go in there wanting to actually like make progress with one individual, it's not going to happen. And I've spent hours in there, 7 hours, like banging home the same point, taking on 50 at once. Like you'll never get an honest concession, even if you've got them right in the crosshairs that they're dead. The point is dead.
Yeah.
Destroy the point.
It seems to me like on that side of the, whatever you want to call it, the Great Divide, that they only have the possibility of losing their numbers, if you want to look at it that way. We seem to only have the possibility of increasing our numbers. So I think they're on a totally decreasing scale. I don't think they can have an increase in the scale of like how many people come in. Like they may get a few trickle in, but I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, I think their numbers like still far outweigh ours. But I think what you've said there is very true. They're a ball earther because they haven't understood this yet. And when they understood it, they'll generally become a flat earther. And that does imply that their numbers are diminishing.
Oh, that just gave me a really good idea. It's like gas pressure, right? They have the number, like you said. Yeah, they have more than us. That's for sure. We have less, but we have the truth behind us. There's a differential in pressure, so the pressure can only go from higher to lower. It's second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. Nice one.
Any of you familiar with Proof 8 from 200 Proofs by Eric DeBay?
I was just thinking along that line that Sunny just said. Sorry, I'll answer that question now. But it's literally going from more dense to less dense. And dense being stupid.
I had no idea.
Second law of
It
thermodynamics.
actually was, and then you mentioned that part too. Yeah.
All right, refresh my memory. 0.8 of 200 proofs is that lighthouses.
No, it's the Suez Canal, and it's So the author says there's a 26. Oh wait, hold on.
26-foot From the horizontal datum, yeah.
Yeah, it's 100 miles and 26 feet dug along the horizontal datum. And now my friend of mine is commenting something that I'm kind of lost where he's going drifting off into. But his conclusion is dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level equals an ellipse formed line even in 1880.
Here's the thing. So there's no more than 1 foot difference in sea level from one side to the other. Boom. It's over. Unless he's trying to say there's a bulge in the middle. So is he trying to say the ships are going over a bulge in the middle of a perfectly flat Suez Canal, 100 miles, that it's bulging in the middle?
I have no idea what he's getting at. He just wrote a bunch of calculations, and I'm not sure what he's trying to tell.
Wow.
So there's something called the WGS-84 flattened ellipsoid datum. It's the main map that they use for military purposes, and it's the thing that references the geoid in a dotted line as to how that surface should be, and then it presents what the actual Earth is, and then it also presents a solid line in terms of what a perfect sphere would look like. And I've only ever heard people talking about ellipsoids in that WGS-84 reference of the flattened ellipsoid datum. And that's generally on the dotted line, which is not the real baseline of what we measure. The Suez Canal runs for 100 kilometers without a single lock. There's no water level change across that entire distance. And if you look at all other bodies of water, we have to have a lock system or a lock mechanism to either raise or lower the water so that the ships can continue to move through that next body of water. So if there was any curvature on that 100 kilometers of consistent Suez Canal, and there was that bulge like Sunny was mentioning, there would have to be some kind of a lock because there would be water levels higher than others. And the real nail in the coffin is something called what's it called? Where the reflection is not distorted. I was going to say specular highlight, but it's a something reflection. I think it's a specular reflection. Basically, when you look at for a water to create a mirror image of something else, it has to be 100% perfectly level to create that type of reflection, the specular reflection. If there was any deviation in the water surface, it wouldn't be what they call the specular reflection, and there'd be scattering of light and a distortion of the image. So when it comes to water, water's the easiest thing to prove this level. So if he's raising the Suez Canal, say, welcome to Flat Earth, because he's going to be throwing a lot of calculations at you because he thinks if he can just show it in a number, it's true. But it's working within an axiom. So considering a straight level body of water as an ellipsoid is only conceptual. It's never been demonstrated. But he sounds like the type of person that I wouldn't really invest too much time in. I have many of those type of friends in my life who will make up, even when you've got them game, set, match, 40 love, they'll still make up some bullshit, some stretch of the imagination, some imaginary way to make it still conform with what he's saying, even though he can't provide citation for it at all. And those type of people, no matter what you show them, they're going to use their imagination to challenge you. And then it almost becomes a game to them. How imaginative can they be? How easy is it for their mind to beat you? And then all they have to do is create some story in their mind And
Yeah,
as soon as
it
they've
goes
created the story, they've beaten you, even though their story is fake and fictitious. It's to him, it's all he needs. He just needs a story to beat your story.
Yeah, there's a lot of places he drifts off into fantasy. Like, just, they go straight against into their Ball Earth model, and it just goes into fantasy, which is kind of retarded. But I
So
noticed
this is why
in the later proofs of the book, they talk about all the stuff being faked, like satellite images and astronauts, spacewalk, stuff like that, and he blames it on business politics. Basically, he just says, well, that's just a bunch of marketeers finding an easy way to save money. Like, whoa, dude, no way. that's just kind of fucked, to be honest. But I've answered to that quite diligently. But there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, well, I can't really imagine you justifying this to yourself. But
well, with someone like that, what I normally do is I just try and drill down onto a single point and don't let them leave that point. So to prevent them jumping off into the imagination of scattergunning 1,000 questions at you and then doing a victory lap like they've won, keep them on one thing, one topic, and you just drill that point home. And if you're unsure, these are why we ask the 3 questions when people enter this room. Curvature. Can you find curvature? No, you can't. So there is no argument there. It's never been recorded, never been measured. It's only ever calculated on paper. Axial rotation and gas pressure. Those are the primary 3 that normally, if you can just hold them there long enough, they should get to a point where they're realizing that they're contradicting themselves, if they're intellectually honest enough to actually see that.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
My friends that are Star Trek junkies and Star Wars fundies and the guys who have grown up on this space propaganda bullshit, like I did, they were the ones who rebutted me the hardest because they had a lot of science, quote unquote, science, pseudoscience wisdom. And I found that when I took them to something like Coriolis, and you just stick on Coriolis, whether aeroplanes can fly, whether they experience it, or whether the Foucault pendulum experiences it, or whether the sniper bullet does, and that they start contradicting themselves, saying, yes, the pendulum does, but everything else doesn't. And you shouldn't expect to see it in the real world, but yet the pendulum shows it. When they start to contradict themselves like that, you just keep them there. They're going to jump off to gravity. They're going to jump off to anything else that they think is stronger than the point you just demolished, in an attempt to save face or make them feel like they've still won. But
yeah, exactly.
don't let them weasel out. I think QE is a past master at this. You keep them on that point, and you just make sure that point is drilled home. And then eventually they'll get angry at you because they'll be like, all right, you got me, and they'll half concede on that one point. They'll still walk away claiming they won. But it's either, if they're intellectually honest enough, they'll see that they lost that encounter, or they'll become super angry at you and never talk to you again. So it all depends on, is this a close friend or...
No, it's not a close friend at all. I mean, to be honest, I say friend, but he's more like I'm not sure how to say it in English, an acquaintance.
Yeah. All right.
So,
well, you got nothing to lose.
I feel it to be necessary for me to at least tell him this, as he is running a school where they, like in the last year, I already said I'm going to quit your school because I think this isn't really it. But like, he teaches evolution and stuff like that in the last year as a, big picture kind of thing. and he claims to have a mystery school. So I thought to myself, well, I could at least give him the resources to open this debate or whatever, and I'll see what happens. But I'm not emotionally invested or anything.
It's really hard when they own a school because he's going to have the peer pressure of the parents.
Well, yeah. Well, there's no parents. It's a school for adults, 18 years older. So
Okay.
yeah, I think he will have. I think he will, even if he did accept it. I think he would have a really hard time actually, correcting himself in his environment. I think he might even think that he will lose a lot of clients if he were to even say this.
Yeah. It's that fear of rejection that normally keeps the truth hidden.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know he's made himself very comfortably in. He has a very relaxed job. He doesn't have to do very much anymore. But he's made himself very comfortable.
I have
So
family
I
that
think
teaches.
it's gonna be hard for him to leave that comfort zone. I think.
Having family members who are teachers, I've seen it very personally that even when they disagree with the information, they still deliver it because that's their job. And whatever it's written in this book that I need to say, I'll say. And very few teachers actually even critically think about what they're passing on to that next generation. And I think that the longer that they're teaching like that every few years they get an updated textbook. And I used to have to say this, but now I have to say this. And they repeat whatever the new narrative is. I almost see them as probably the worst, because when even when they disagree with the content, they'll still repeat it because it's there. I have to pass it on. That's my job here, is I have to teach this information to those minds sitting over there. It matters not what this is. Might be English today, it might be mathematics tomorrow, it might be geography the next day. They're not really specific in terms of what they're teaching. It's just, I have to pass this on. And when I try and point out that this is wrong or that is wrong or that is wrong, they're like, well, so what? This is what the textbook says. This is what they need to write down to get me to mark it as a pass. So therefore, I have to teach this. And it's probably the most thoughtless. It's almost shocked me that that's the caliber of person who goes to educate our future. I used to think teachers were these really ambitious. They've got this desire built into them that they want to, really educate our youth with what's true. But it's really just, most of them, I would say, it's a job. And it's whatever that textbook says for this year, I have to teach that. And there are the occasional outliers who will stand up for what they believe in, and then they're excommunicated or kicked out of, rejected out of the school. And then that type of thinking can never be cultivated, and the next brainless puppet steps in.
Indeed, man, indeed. In what I like about, like, in Islam, the law in Islam is very strict. That, imagine you teach something and that something goes, let's say someone says go kill or go steal, or what he's advocating for is in that serves that purpose. He would be as if he killed or as if he stole something himself. And not only as like in the judgment day, like after death, even in front of a Islamic court, that if he taught something and that something caused a mass killing or something, he would be also hate cut as a killer himself.
they call that complicit. So if you're not trying to prevent it, you're complicit in the murder, or you're complicit in this case, it's complicit in the dissemination of misinformation.
Yep.
Most of the thing that I'm so frustrated about is that everyone always talks about this informed consent, and yet none is being given on any grounds. You don't have informed consent when you're enrolled in a school. You don't have informed consent as to the nature and reality of where you live. You don't have informed consent as to how your body is dealt with by medical, or it's the most fundamental thing that you should weigh up the pros and cons with someone before proceeding with any course of action of any kind. But yet the people believe that they're well informed. It's that ignorance is bliss thing. They believe that they have everything they need to know already at their fingertips. And you just kind of like, if someone isn't even aware that they don't know and you try and tell them, they're actually just going to get insulted by you presuming that they didn't know something. And no matter what you try and teach them after that, they're still focusing on the insultedness.
Yeah, something you said, Solar, about educators, I agree. It seems to be a lot of them have this really liberal kind of stance on things, and will be glad to tell anyone, the injustices or the imbalance of power in the system or whatever, while they work for the same unfair system and put out the curriculum that the unfair system tells them to. It's really bizarre.
And never once start to just create a little bit of change. If a teacher just started introducing a bit of questioning, a little bit of critical thinking into his class. But I think that's also why they separate the teacher and the class every year as well, is so that there isn't really a caring emotional attachment to the child. It's simply you move to the next processing room, and then that person just ejects that stuff onto you, and then you move to the next room in the following year, the following year, and the following year. Otherwise, the teacher would build up almost like a parent relationship with these children, and then would start to actually care about them.
Yeah, indeed, well said, man. If you apply that same thing to police forces, military, any order followers, right? So they make them, it's the exact opposite. Why? Because it benefits the government. So a police force is like what? A small gang that is like certified to do specific killings or arrests or whatever, right? So they stay together very strong. They establish that bond in between them. And that's why they are turned into some kind of zombies, So if they have like an arrest warrant or whatever, they go do it regardless of if that somebody deserves to be arrested or not. Why? Because everyone in that, circle around them in that like police station or whatever is onto that. So they don't care. Do you see the link?
Yes. Yeah, it's just like order followers, and then it absolves them of a lot of guilt. The fact that they don't have to become emotionally invested in something, and they just have to execute what someone's telling them to do. Their life becomes almost easier in their minds. The guilt will catch up with them. There will come a time where they'll realize what they've done.
Yeah. They always. So that's why they repeat you when you see such documentaries for military or police forces. We did what has to be done. It's like they thought about nothing, whether it's good or bad, good or evil, or they don't care.
Yeah, and it's like, so I work a lot in marketing, and marketing is you're always thinking about how to word something and the importance of specific words in certain ways and all that. And it's this this whole situation at the moment is that because of an emergency situation, the government is being allowed to break the law. Is it so hard to think that they could create an emergency to break the law? Not that the law is allowed to be broken because of an emergency, but that they create the emergency to break the law. And the whole world is simply taking everything the government says with like happy faces and glee. And they are breaking the law presently. Oh, but it's okay because it's an emergency. But do you not think that they could create the emergency to break the law?
That's exactly what they do, all the time. Not only in the West, not only in the East, also in the Middle East.
As long as it has an emergency name or an emergency header, then your constitutional rights don't matter anymore. We can suddenly bomb civilians and we can, etc., etc. And it's when you realize like how most of us normies used to think was that, yeah, you've got to defend your country. You've got to, patriotic and important. But then if you realize that there's some bad men who just need an excuse, like an emergency, to do these things, and are doing that and have been doing that for years, to me, seeing how blatantly obvious this American election was stolen and how the whole world's just moved past it like it never happened. And then when you see how they claimed that Trump had stolen in 2016, and they claimed that Obama had stolen, and they claimed that Bush had stolen. And then there were people from 2004 claiming they had hard evidence that it was stolen. They had all the files and all the emails and everything. Now, if you understand that the elections were stolen from probably even before 2004, that this isn't the last 3-4 years that the world's gone haywire. This has been for decades that this shit has been happening under our noses, and probably in other shapes and forms for hundreds of years. But in terms of just this blatancy of pushing through your selected candidate, not elected candidate, and getting your selected candidate into the position you need him in to continue this plan and this continued rollout, it just makes you like the way that people can't even fathom the idea that your government isn't 100% truthful. And I actually can't understand their reasoning. Can't see a single thing that would make you want to trust what the government says. And NASA is a government agency. It's like, come on. Do you trust everything the CIA says? No. Do you trust everything the FBI says? No. So you trust everything NASA says? Absolutely. Okay.
Yep. I can confirm, consider me as an outsider, as a Middle Eastern, as a Muslim, out of your world, like stranger. It's like they manipulated us in many ways, and they were themselves in the same club as the Westerners, of politics or politicians or whatever. Same club, man. But they're just manipulating all different people according to their backgrounds. So for the Muslims or Arabs or whatever, they manipulate them in a way which suits them and benefits them and gets the job done. And same with the West, according to the Western backgrounds. At the end, it's the same guys who's running the world and killing all of us and, fight pushing all of us to fight each other, and sadly people are deep sleep.
Yeah, very much so. I found it the most peculiar as well that the narrative that we're told about Muslims is, very nefarious. We get told about the extremists and sort of the mindset that you're taught about Islam is that you're an Islamic extremist. That's what, you can't be like a lukewarm Islam. You got to be an extremist Islam. And when you actually meet Muslims, you realize how close the Christian text is to the Quran and how many overlaps there are, and that we're actually, like you were saying, we are talking about the Creator, the Most High. And it's not this completely opposite thing that we were presented with throughout our whole childhood. I'm from South Africa, so I'm also got a very different perspective from, say, the US or Europe. But I've always been pleasantly surprised by the Muslim guys that I've met compared to what I was expecting through what the media told me.
Yep. Like this is exactly same with us. So they always like push for that like inner rage inside of us to see each other as the enemies, and they play the propaganda to say like, yeah, those are coming to kill you and you should go to kill them. And the irony is, like, you go to any country, like say the US or Canada or any NATO country, so all of them like very like ironically have something called DOD, Department of Defense, right? But when is the last time they defended their country? And I'm talking about, for example, US. Where was the last time that the US was attacked by someone, a foreigner from the outside? Never, right?
I was going to venture to say never, because even Pearl Harbor turned out to be not the narrative that we were presented with.
Yeah, I agree. It was an inside job as well, like 9/11 and all the other stuff.
They knew about that. They knew that was coming. They actually
But America
instigated it too.
But America had Hollywood. So as long as they could show it on a TV, it happened. And the people would eat it up. And they realized that power and control. And when you see Operation Paperclip, where the Nazis had used mental tactics to brainwash their population into going along with this whole narrative, they took that to the Americans to now create a new brainwashing narrative for the American people. Bring those same mind-altering strategies that were successfully implemented on the German people to now be implemented on the US people, whereby pride and the American dream, that whole ego thing, how we defend this country by going to every other country and starting fucking wars. Now, they also say if they stop the wars, all those countries will attack the US. So they have to just keep going forward. Because if they stop and go back and retreat, that territory will be reclaimed. And then where does this end? Once you've gone all the way around the world, isn't that what all the dynasties wanted to do before they collapsed? Weird.
Indeed.
But they've been studying us and documenting us how to steer the slave without the slave knowing he's a slave. And I think they've perfected that over several hundreds of years. That whole idea of give them bread and circuses and then they won't revolt. They give us just enough entertainment so that we've got something else to be distracted by, that we don't actually open our eyes and see what's around us.
Yeah, and I would like to add to the category of they is like, for example, Satan, right? So, and this is the story like very, very similar in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, that the enmity started in the garden, right, or paradise, and since then, since the day he was casted out of paradise or of heaven, yeah, he's studying us, him and his children, and yeah, like it's very easily to think that he's also cooperating with some like the Satanists, the humans, who sold their souls to the devil, and yeah, they benefited each other, and the humans, we know, they want the power, and they are greedy, and he just wants to see all of us in hell, and sadly he's succeeding so badly, because there's like on Judgment Day there's like a teaching in Islam that the Allah or the Creator asks Adam, as he's the father of all humanity, to get out the group of hell, or those who deserves hell, and Adam asks, who are they? And the Creator says, out of 1,999. So it's scary,
Absolutely. I was thinking about exactly the same point, but another reference that I heard someone speaking about, but I don't know if it was extra biblical, but they were basically saying that only 1/3 will make it there. That road, the gate is narrow, that path is narrow.
Yeah.
Wide is the path that leads to destruction. And if you think about all the people that have ever lived, to all the people who will ever live, then 1/3 of that, or like you say, 1 out of 1,000, if you consider all the people who've lived before you that were more righteous, that followed their Creator more diligently than perhaps we are doing today.
Exactly. Allow me just like to follow up. It was 1/3, as you said. It was like more. There were more righteous people at the time, at the like very early biblical times. But now, the war is almost lost. So it's like 1 out of 1,000. Like 1 out of 1,000 is the survivor.
It should make most of us fear for our lives.
Yeah, well, the companions of the Prophet feared that. They said to the Prophet, "Oh, that is a huge number. Like all of us would be like have lost, And he said, "No, don't fear. There is Gog and Magog that would be like sparing you." And Gog and Magog, I think those are. It's like in the south, surrounding us. There's stories about like a great king before Solomon, who just defeated them and kicked them behind the lands, and then built a dam, separating between us and them. So when the day comes, that dam will be destroyed, and they will push on us and spare no one.
Yeah, Gog and Magog, it's been proven to be quite historically accurate. And you guys had a lot of temples in the Middle East. I think it was Iran. Where were those temples? Or is it Iraq? Can't remember. But
the Jewish temple, you mean?
The temples to Gog and Magog.
Yeah, I have seen old maps, and they are somewhere in Russia, above Kazakhstan. But nowadays, like, there's nothing there if you look. And this is like an old map. They used to be there. So if, like, sometimes that map made me think that we have the map in reverse. So where we think is south is actually north. And north is the actual south. So if those people are so huge in numbers that when they like destroy the dam and like attack everyone from every angle, all the nations, it doesn't work from the north, or maybe it does work if it's like a small hole, like there's other theories like other grounds below, which is like forbidden from us. So also that's a possibility. And according to Islam, those guys comes. I don't know about Christianity. If you have any stories that when those people gets out, or if they still exist according to Christianity, but in Islam, after Jesus comes down and defeat the Antichrist, those people comes out, and there will be the last evil remaining on earth. Once they are defeated, earth comes back to be like a paradise again.
So I've just posted in the live stream now. It talks about the war of Gog and Magog that was in Iraq. I know the mainstream version now places all of this happening much more north in Europe, sort of between Russia and Central Europe. But biblically speaking, there's a lot of reference to the Middle East of them. And I saw pictures of the US armies going into some of these temples in that Middle East. I think it was in Iraq. And literally flattening the place, taking out all the ancient artifacts and then destroying the building. And when you go back and look through most of the wars, they were often destroying information. So they would bomb libraries and they would bomb certain things to try and literally destabilize the entire region. And there seems to be a concerted effort to create the loss of knowledge throughout. When they do these things, there's always multiple reasons for it.
100%, man. I agree. This is like there's actual photos you can like Google it up of the like so-called Iraqi freedom. They stole a huge amount of gold bars from the Iraqi government. And other in Afghanistan, I saw a lot of destruction to like some like old history. So yeah, they do that because if they keep it as is, guess what? Then the stories in the Bible is correct, the stories in the Quran is correct. Why? Because like we did see those remnants of the old nations. Imagine about like Noah's Ark. It's said to be somewhere in Turkey or Iraq, So if they find it and people look at it as like, man, it's real. It's not a fairy tale anymore. This is like the remnants of the Ark. Yeah, but they don't want that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, to their detriment. Imagine we were truly building on what we knew, where we could be, what kind of freedoms we could have achieved. But they prefer to keep the slaves less educated, with less innovation. And I think this whole capitalism thing got out of hand for them, whereby the consumer thought he was actually valuable. And it was all about consumer. What does the consumer want? He wants 24/7 service. He wants everything at his fingertips, which created almost like this unsustainable model. Because the more consumers there are, the harder it is to supply that equivalent quality across all. So it's really, it's saddening to think of how much wisdom has been withheld, how much we need to learn from scratch because it's been destroyed, a book burned, how many temple relics are gone, or perhaps in wealthy people's homes.
Indeed, the attack is like well documented in the Islamic history that we still have to this day, that the Mongol attack on Iraq and Damascus, the Islamic libraries that had collected a huge knowledge from the Islamic scientists and also from other nations like India, China, Greeks, whatever, got lost, got destroyed, burned, and thrown in the rivers. And now we have maybe less than 1% of what was there.
You've heard of the New World Order and the one world language and the one world religion and all of this stuff, right?
Of course, man.
And you've heard of the Pope announcing the formation of Chrislam, the combination of Christianity and Islam.
That I did not hear about, but it's obvious that they are working towards achieving it. But it's so hard, Muslims are not those foreigners and strangers about the Christian faith and the Christian history or the Jewish history and faith. We did inherit a lot of it, and it's so obvious for us why we are Muslims, not Christians or Jewish. We do know the difference. So if they can work whatever they want about it, but only the few stupid idiots, they will fall into those, being one world religion or one world. The one world religion should be the religion of God. It's so obvious, not those the religion of Satan. The secular religion that they are working for. But that's why it's scary if you think about only one out of 1,000 will be saved, or the lucky one, the successful one, is because if it's correct that we have 8 billion people living now, so each year what's the amount of people dying, and the amount of people coming to life as well. It's a huge number. So it's not a big deal. If they succeed and people fall into that and they fuse all religions into that one secular religion of the anti-Messiah. Only those idiots will believe in it, and it won't be for long, because many Islamic scholars agreed that now we are living in the end times, And I know from Christian friends as well that yes, it's the same case, and also for the Jewish people, it's the same case. So all of mainstream religions, they know that we are on the end times, you know. So them succeeding or trying to pull or play any last cards for them is like so late. So I don't think they will really succeed in like making that to work perfectly as planned. Maybe they will achieve something out of it, like maybe 1% of what they aimed at, or more or less, but that's it. Because let me tell you, I did speak about this many times in here, and I do repeat it as always. You have to leave the West and the Far West and the Far East and come closer to the Middle East. Because even according to the Bible and according to the Islamic nation, the West and East will be destroyed like badly with like supernatural hurricanes, or it will be there will be a planet being thrown at the like far continents or far lands, destroying them completely, and volcanoes and what have you. So what remains is only this like the holy land in the Middle East, and this holy land for all the mainstream religions, which is like in Levant and what's surrounding it. So that's why you need to sell everything you can sell and leave and come. And for the most like Europeans or US citizens or Canadian or whatever, it's very easy for you to go get a passport and leave and get granted a visa inside the Middle Eastern countries. So I really recommend you do that. If you care about yourself and those who you love and you wanna survive what's coming.
Yeah, it's probably too late already. I think any form of traveling now is going to require some sort of compulsory.
Yeah, you need to test for any travel, and like eventually it's probably just going to be like in France, you need a pass sanitaire, like a vaccination card to get anywhere. But I wouldn't even want to get tested. There's a writer here in the Netherlands. He does, I think he did some pretty good job. He's trying to explain how there's a enzyme in the vaccine, which you know you can find literature online about. It's called a CRISPR enzyme, and it allows them to alter the DNA of the recipient from the cloud. So hence all these 5G towers being installed, so they can access.
Editing.
Sorry.
Gene editing, yeah.
Yeah, gene editing. Yes.
Sorry, carry on. So there's towers being installed.
Yeah, he says, well, that's why those towers are being installed, so they can get a direct access to you at all times. Because you for these 5G towers, you need a lot of them, and you need them everywhere, basically. And they do that to basically get access to your biological computer at all times.
Yeah, that's why I think we should go by the cheapest type of metallic netting of any kind, and protect our houses from this what's coming. I think this is one of the things which is a must to do at end times. So which I believe they will not succeed playing that card. If they do succeed, we would be in like safe in our houses, and of course stacking on food, gold, and food is much more important than anything else.
Yeah, definitely. The only problem is right now is that there's a lot of countries building quarantine camps and things like that. Like there's a law passed here in the Netherlands which classifies COVID as a class virus, So it's like the deadliest of the deadliest, most dangerous kind of thing, even though viruses are just exosomes. But this law now allows them to basically point at an individual and say, you need to go in quarantine. So if the government at will suspects somebody of, having quote unquote the virus, then they can just point at you and say, you need to go in quarantine, and you could be taken to some kind of camp, and you could be sitting there for a year or whatever, and God knows what happens there.
We know what happens there, man. They will like give them anything that causes death and say they died because of fake corona,
Yeah, exactly.
Because basically what they are doing now is they know for sure that they are losing the battle, so they are causing the much damage they could, because maybe there's a possibility if they reduce the numbers they are going to fight, they would have a chance. So if using those those shots or 5G or what have you, and causing wars will reduce the number, and they are doing all of that because they are serving the purpose for the anti-Messiah to come out, and that's the actual leader they are waiting for. So the less the number they are going to face, the better. So that's why they are trying to reduce the number insanely fast. And the happy news is they are doing it rapidly now, which tells us that actually it's very close. So the more late they are out of their schedule to establish any 5G networks, or giving those poisons to anyone, is good news for us. That means they are losing the battle, which as a Muslim I know it's mentioned in the Quran that they will spend their money and do everything and they will lose at the end, and be regretful of what they did. And I'm seeing that coming to real life.
Yeah, there's a lot about prophecy in the Bible as well about these times. I saw some pretty good work from somebody who linked it to me, and it kind of explained with some research, what certain prophecy of the Bible meant. Thought it was quite convincing, but in my personal opinion, I'm not really convinced that much of Holy Scriptures.
Have you read the Quran?
I think there's a lot of wisdom in it, but I think it's scripted. But
Zan, are you religious?
no, I don't really follow any particular religion. I would like to say spirituality, yes, but religion, no.
Sure, I guess religion is a loaded word.
Yeah, it definitely is. But spirituality, I get, that you can be spiritual being religious. It's just words.
You understand, though, that there's a creator and therefore creation.
Yeah, I do. But I would not dare to start saying who might be that creator or whatever.
No, I guess none of us can.
I think, as in the Bible, it says God is love and love is God. The two are the same, and that's how I think about it as well. Are you religious?
Yeah, I was raised religious, going to church every Sunday. And it was a fairy tale. And then you reach your teens and you kind of rebel. And then somewhere along that journey, the more scientific information you gain, as Neil deGrasse put it, it's like as the scientific body of knowledge grows, so shrinks the ever wondering questioning of a creator. Because it used to be, well, God did that, until you could discover why it happened on its own. And then, well, okay, he's no longer responsible for that, so he shrinks. He's only responsible for these things. And then as they discover something else, that it shrinks further and shrinks further. And it creates this atheistic worldview where there is no consequence to anything. And then later on, discovering that this place is created, then the obvious consequence is that there's a creator. And it was like all of that prior knowledge from my youth came rushing back. But reading the Bible now is like for the first time. The words have much more meaning. And
Yeah, it's a lot of fog has disappeared when I read these texts. I can finally look at them and use my own mind instead of all the preconceptions that were imposed upon it by others.
Yeah, and have the books been manipulated right from young? I asked my pastor, why are there 66 books in the Bible where 666 is a bad number? Why would you put 66 books in it? And then you find out about the Council of Nicaea, where they removed 13 books in 1660 something. And then they removed other books previously. And then you think, but the Bible says no man may take from or add to this book. So how do they just at will take books out? And then when I started reading my King James again, then it describes the Nephilim and the giants that were before and now after those times. And then you discover that giant skulls are everywhere. And then I was reading my children's Bible to them. And in the children's Bible, it never uses the word firmament. It only talks about the expanse. And when it comes to giants, everywhere that the word giant should be, it says sons of God. And it made me really question this child's Bible, because what kind of wonder could your mind go on if you read in the Bible that there were giants? Like, wow, this becomes the coolest fairy tale.
Yeah, it kind of hits in the face of evolution theory.
But by removing that, it makes it this boring thing. Oh, the sons of God. It's just like every other line in there. And there's nothing to catch your attention as a young child. And it's almost sad that that's taken out or manipulated.
You might remember, I think it was you a while back when I was talking about how my daughter was asking about Jesus and all that, and I told her that I got her a children's Bible for her, tablet, her Fire Tab, and she was all into reading it. And I don't know, she got probably about a third the way through, and now I can't get her to read it. She doesn't want to read it. I think it was just too boring. I think you're right. And if they would have included stuff about giants, it would have been exciting. She would have kept reading, right?
Yeah. Well, it could have. It then becomes like a J.R. Tolkien or like a Lord of the Rings novel. There's giants and there's Nephilim, and there's this sea serpent dragon, and there's this whale that swallows this man, and but there's also lineages where for an entire book it's this son beget this son, and this man beget this man, and describing exactly how this lineage worked from generation to generation, which as a child, I read that stuff diligently thinking that there's wisdom in that, but I should have skipped forward and gone on with the story, It's almost superfluous information in certain parts.
Yeah, I really like the New Testament, though. I really like Jesus' teachings. That really appeals to me. But most of the stuff in the Bible, I'm just not that interested in it. I once did buy a book. I did buy a Bible. I now read it online. I bought the Bible. I just kind of went through the Old Testament and I threw it out. I couldn't really read it. Wasn't just a load of negativity, I guess. But could just be me.
I'm probably one of what some would call, I guess, a lukewarm. I don't even really call myself Christian. I just know that there's a God. So lukewarm doesn't count for me, I suppose. But I still think there's a lot of interesting things in the Bible. I think there probably is a lot of hidden truth in there that I just find it interesting that it seems, because, Revelations and the end time is in there. That's what always interested me the most was like creation and the start and the finish. I read through those many times. The middle part, not so much. But
you missed the best. The best part is Proverbs and Psalms, right in the center of the Bible. Proverbs and Psalms. That's where all the wisdom of David is stored.
So if I'm gonna cheat on my book report, I should at least read those ones too.
Those two are probably the two that changed my life the most out of the entire Bible, because it describes a wise man does this and a fool does that.
That was Psalms, and what was the other one you said?
Proverbs is just before Psalms. So those things as a youth, I read them over and over and over again because I thought if I can just soak up half this wisdom in here, then I'm going to be on a good trajectory in life. And like I say, it's like in this situation, the wise man does this and a fool does this. And, as a child, you want to know what to do in certain scenarios. And normally you're getting coached by your friends around you who are reacting a certain way to the scenario. And you kind of just go along with their reaction. Whereas if you already have a knowledge in you, an inherent wisdom that a wise man would do this and that a fool does that, when you see your friend doing what a fool does, you choose not to do that because you realize, wait, that's not wise.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I guess just to finish what I was kind of saying, I know it was a two-part thing, but it's kind of fitting though that it seems like, even though I've never gotten too much into religion, it's like the part that I focused on was, the whole Revelations bit. And it's kind of like I've been living it my whole life. Like I think I recognize that it's like this feels like end times, even at a young age. Like we were heading towards it. But I know pretty much every generation has had a reason to think that this was it. This was the end.
No. I agree with you. Let me tell you what's the difference. If I interrupted you, you can continue. But if you finished, then
it's about it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's say from the Islamic perspective, which is the most knowledgeable of. So many Islamic generations have said, yeah, it's our time, because of this or that. There was like a small sign, but guess what? Those signs, it was like a single signs, not a combined signs, which happens at the same time, at the end of the time. For example, there was never in the Islamic nation that there was fighting in Iraq, Syria, Yemen at the same time. At the end of the times, there will be, so, as according to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, will be fighting in Iraq, Syria, or Levant, and Yemen. It's the only time in the Islamic nation that happens at the same time. You know, it never happened before.
There's no way to name the actual nations. Those nations keep on changing borders and names all the time throughout history. There's no way they did that. So how do you know for sure, like, what you're talking about now is what it was talking about then?
Yeah, well, as you said, they just like used names, right? Nowadays, borders, they created those borders. So those borders actually, some of them still remaining with the same name. So, for example, Iraq and Yemen was known from the times of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And when he talked about what's happening in Syria or Lebanon or Palestine and etc., he did not use a name, specific name, to those countries. He said Ash-Sham, which is Levant in English, and Levant is a historical area which is still recognized and well known till this day. So, and this area, Levant, there's a lot of like wars happening in it now, in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Syria. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess. Good enough.
Yeah, so what we are waiting for as Muslims is that once this like filthy king of Saudi Arabia dies, his son MBS, the MBS and his nephews will be and uncles as well will be fighting over the throne, and the throne will not be to any of them. And an Islamic leader, which is well known at the end of as Al-Mahdi, will come out. Al-Mahdi means the guided one in English. So this leader will be establishing a true Islamic caliphate according to the steps of the prophecyhood, and guiding and helping the entire nation and other nations as well. Because once he come out, God will guide him to the Ark of Covenant, which is famous with the Jews and Christians at the same time. So many of the Jews and Christians will follow him, because especially Jews, once the Ark of Covenant is shown to them, they will just surrender. Yeah, this is the one mentioned in our book. And this is the Ark of Covenant. So it's like only something happening with the Muslims, but it will just all the division and the clubs we were talking about that were the works of Satan and his soldiers. It will be defeated. All of that by signs will be shown to many different religions, and it will surround all of them. Suddenly will be fighting under the same flag against the true Satanists who will refuse, which we now call them maybe the elite or any other names. And hopefully we will be victorious. So that's why I always tell people, you need to do whatever you can to come close to the Middle East, where the most of the signs and the history of the Old Testament, New Testament, the Quran is actually in that place.
Shit, man, that's like been the most dangerous place in the world to go to for the last couple thousands of years. Now we're all supposed to go there? I don't know, man.
Which place? I know. What? I don't know, man. Did you guys listen to Witsit in Seattle? I just listened to a couple minutes and I was laughing so hard. Oh my gosh. Anyway, God bless Witsit out there, man. Shoot. Doing what you do, man. Freaking it's great.
Yeah, shout out Witsit, man. He's always. I'm always putting everyone to Witsit's live channels of going to the Capitol and screaming, and getting arrested and whatnot. So yeah, it's there, and Witsit's already on the level.
He's very passionate and persistent, and he follows his heart. And you can tell because every live stream he does is unique. Like, he is saying different stuff in Seattle than the other ones. Like, he was actually changing it up and stuff. Like, he was talking more about the historical aspect. Honestly, the Seattle one was one of his best ones because he really changed it up, and I learned a lot from that stream because I'm like, I didn't even know half that stuff.
And he's calm and he's funny still. Like, good on you, man. Awesome. Yeah. I can't thank you enough for doing that.
I'm such a huge Witsit fan. Gotta give credit to him.
Yeah, I also have like a lot of respect and like I'm a fan of Witsit. I don't know why he doesn't come back to this server. Any words on that?
He does every now and then. Yeah.
Okay. I have been like
almost every day he comes.
I see. Yeah. So my time doesn't intersect with his time, maybe.
Yeah. It might be a couple days.
He's usually here like later on the weekends. Like he's well, his time zone's changing, but he's like in the United States, so like yeah. Like evening time United States or late. Like
he's on the far left coast right now, and let's hope there's not a Cascadia freaking subduction over there.
Yeah.
I heard about
the forest fires are pretty bad. I think they do that shit on purpose, but that's just me.
I used to live 60 miles west of Seattle. Across Puget Sound.
You know, I would like also to share this with you. So there is one word that if someone say it and believe in it, will be saved at the end of at Judgment Day, even if he goes to hell. And that word, which basically is that I bear witness that there is no God, no other God except Allah. And Allah, by the way, is like a not only Arabic word or associated with Islam. You go to the Jewish language or Hebrew, they say Allahim. So, and Him as a respect, plural of respect in the Hebrew language, and that Muhammad is a messenger of Allah. That's it. If you say that, hopefully you will be saved.
Were you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like change the direction or anything, but were you talking about known cataclysms in the Muslim faith? That these are cyclical cataclysms? Were you talking about something about that recently?
What? I'm not familiar with the word you used. Which?
Disasters that happen cyclically over time. These are known things that happen, right? Events where there's cataclysms, right?
Yeah, but not like it just keep on happening over time and historically happen. No, there's like, for example, the planet. It's known as the planet or the star that hits the west. And I think if you dig enough in the Bible, you might find something to that effect. So that will hit the west, and that never hit the world. If we want to believe.
Wait a minute. Something from up above us is going to come down and hit us.
Yes. You know that movie, the Hollywood movie that the asteroid hits the Earth and yeah. Those, you know, like the last one, like in Greenland, 2019.
Man, what chapter and what verse is that in, man? I'm not familiar with that one.
In the Bible, I'm not sure, but in the Quran, I can look it up for you.
Yeah, look it up for me.
So they're talking about, wow, okay.
Welcome.
Interesting. Cosmic freaking disasters over the flat plane.
So, if I may ask, what's the point of discussion currently?
Well, someone had mentioned a little earlier about like things that I thought he was saying Muslim beliefs or something that's in the Quran?
Well, we're sort of
talks about-
talking about whether or not this is the biblical,
End
Armageddon, end times that we're heading into, that we're in.
It really was more a question about that, actually, lunatic. Yeah.
Yeah. So one sec. So for the one asking for the reference, in Surah 44 in the Quran, which is Ad-Dukhan, which means smoke, and verse 19. If you go there, in verse 19, there's something called Al-Batsha. I will try to find the English translation of it. And this is something mentioned in the Quran one time, which comes after smoke, or smoke comes out of it. So, one second.
Yep. So, I mean, how did you tie that with the West? I'm cool with that. That something smoke comes out, and now West and Star. I want to see how that tie comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah. The star, the West, is mentioned in the oral tradition, Islamic oral tradition, that a planet hit in the West.
So it's not in the Quran. Oh, okay.
No, it's mentioned in the Quran and explained it's mentioned in the Quran and explained in the oral tradition, a hadith, which we call as a hadith in the Quran.
Well, no. You said it's mentioned in verse 19, and verse 19 didn't mention any of the West stuff, and then
My bad.
now
16, not 19. My bad. 16.
16.
Yep. It says, then on the day we will deal with the fire cast blow. We will surely inflict punishment.
Okay, there we go. Where's the star and where's the West here?
Is this part of Revelation? Is this part of Revelation?
I'm kind of feeling like it just by the tone. It sounds like you're trying to start an argument between religions, and I don't want it to go down that route. That's
I wasn't.
This is not the religious channel, though.
I don't think we were. I mean,
I get it.
I'm just curious.
I'm well aware.
So I'm just trying to figure out a context, and like we could talk about things in general, so it doesn't get so specific. But I mean, some specifics are okay, obviously. But like, okay, so a star is coming down. I remember hearing about wormwood. Like, I don't know much about that. Is that something that's referring to something that is going to happen in the future, from the, say the time of this writing or whatever, or is this something that had already occurred?
No, it will happen in the end times, which never happened before.
Oh, so it is about something to come in the end times.
Yep. If you go to what we call as tafsirs, like explanatory text on those verses, you would read much more about what it means, because the Quran is unique and different from the Bible. The Bible is like, you can read an entire story, someone did this and that and went there and talked to someone. The Quran doesn't deal with this entire story. It just gives you small portions of what happened, and that's it.
Right. So what I'm really curious about is just where we are in particular now, and I know that's probably almost an unanswerable question, but like how are we situated right now in this moment? Like, because obviously we find that there's something going on now. We obviously fit in the picture in the word, or else we wouldn't be here now. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, where we actually are, to get kind of
as a time frame, you mean?
Yeah, something solid or something, an idea, even ballpark idea, where we are in the picture in as far as Revelations goes.
Oh, I guess you wait and see, Sonny.
No, I know.
For the signs of
but I know you. But I know you guys are have looked into some of these things.
Yeah, but we don't agree, as I just demonstrated.
I'm trying to gather more information.
Well,
the Quran says some stuff, and the commentaries have additional stuff. So
what's weird though is it seems that the two religions, a lot of their stories seem to corroborate each other. Like,
that's true.
I was just I'm also Muslim, but I don't agree with the hadith. So there's a lot of stuff I disagree with. You know.
I think
So
we can
it wasn't
agree on
even
it.
disagreement like within, like it's kind of like citation. You have citation for that. That's all I was saying. I wasn't even
Just having
disagreeing.
a discussion. Yeah.
Just to kind of cite your stuff.
I think we can all agree on the basic cosmology or whatever you want to call this place we are in this system, this flat stationary plane. That's contained. So I like that.
About that planet hitting or something hitting, and I'm sure if you dig in the Bible, you would see something like that. And what's funny about like Hollywood movies, always bringing something from above hit the earth and destroy the whatever, right? Always happening in either west or east. So
the story that they've been telling you since you were a kid about what wiped out the dinosaurs. First they showed you giant lizards and made you fall in love with them, and then they said at the end of the story they're like, and then they all died from a big rock from above. And you're like, oh, that's terrible. And then they tell you that same story over and over again throughout the rest of your life.
Story, space rocks.
Man, no space rocks hit Earth, man. They exit the sky from the other side. You can see it.
But it's true though. Like in religion, though, at least in Christianity, if you look at the Bible, there's constant, fire from the sky. It just happens over and over again. Just disaster coming from the sky. So, what is that? That's a good question.
Yeah, actually, basically the explanations or theories about it that a portion of the sky will fall out into hitting something in the west.
Well, okay, I agree with that. The sky will crack, but the west part, that's where's that at, man?
Sorry, man. No disrespect. Once you start to be a real Muslim, acknowledging the religion as the companions of the Prophet acknowledged it, accepted the Hadith and the Quran. Yeah, you would see that companions of the Prophet talked about that portion of the sky or that planet hitting the west, or that explanatory.
Okay, fair enough. So it's companions of the Prophet. Not the message that said that. Cool. Fair enough. I'm not going to comment about that.
Yeah, basically.
So it's not in the Quran, like I said from the beginning.
And by the way, guys, if you want an explanation of what's happening here between me and Sirius, from like my take on it is basically, imagine someone says, I'm only taking and this is to the Christian brothers, that I'm only believing in what Jesus said and not his disciples. And this is exactly what he says, or what's happening here.
I only believe in the message, and I don't care about the messenger. That's right. I got no problem with that.
They have the Libyan glass. That is an interesting thing about that.
So instead of arguing though about which, whose scripture is right, or whatever.
No, it's not the case. No, it's not the case, Luke.
Like, okay, if this is the end, where are we in that story? I don't know the story well enough. Like, I know they give you days and months and stuff, like multiple times. So and sometimes you got to jump from like book to book to be able to figure out the order and shit like that. So who's like an expert in that? And like, where are we?
Eschatology.
So if you want to sorry about the noise in the background, if you want like a period of time, I say we would see Jesus and in his second coming in less than 7 years, and before that the planet will have hit, and the as you call him Antichrist or Anti-Messiah will have shown out, and etc. So that's why it's like, if you need to move, I say you need to move fast. And the funny thing, if we still if I have still time in my life to stay 7 years and then talk to you after 7 years, I would accept any mockery from you saying, "Hey, it's 7 years, nothing happened yet."
That's fine. I'm waiting, Lou. It's all good, bro.
No. Okay,
we're supposed to get certain signs. Like, okay, watch this. This is like, okay, me and Komuri, we'll agree to this, but we'll disagree upon what the word means. It has to do with the moon. So in chapter of the moon, God was saying that when the end time is near, when the hour is near, now the moon will be. Now we're going to differ about the word. The word, when you actually look it up, etymology in Shak, if you talk about a circle, it doesn't mean a crack. Correct. However, it also means fixed phase when you're talking about the moon. That's old Arabic etymology. Like, so what's going on here? It's so is the phase gonna be fixed phase, or is it gonna crack? Now you exit the Quran, you go to comments, they'll tell you that the prophet split the moon already. It's like, what? The moon, it's one piece. So it's like, what do you mean? So this is where there will be fights within the same religion, but the creator is telling you, like, I don't know, you'll see signs in the heavens.
I should have known. I should have known better. It seems like a simple enough question, but the answer is far too complicated.
The answer is the answer will stir up fights no matter where you look. So you have to do it. That way, it's your own answer.
So
You know what I mean?
how about we try to get like drop an anchor somewhere to figure out where we at? So is the 1,000-year reign like where? What happened to the 1,000-year reign? Are we waiting for that? Did that already happen? Anybody speculations on that?
Yeah. Do you want the Islamic take on it, or are you asking questions?
Just kind of a brief synopsis, not something too. Yeah.
So when he says Islamic, he's never answering for me. By the way, just to clear that up, so that way I'm not going to interrupt.
We're all
him.
individuals.
He's never ever answering for me. Cool.
Gotcha.
He's answering for himself. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead, MFE.
Yeah. So basically, the 1,000-year reign. I think this is talking about, and this is about like. No offense, talking about the 4 stages of the Antichrist comes out to the world, not actually about the Messiah himself, because in the Islamic end times, the Messiah comes and kills the Antichrist and live for 40 years on earth, and the earth returns to be paradise. So before that happening, there's 4 stages of the Antichrist coming out or showing out to the world, and starting from old empires as like having long reign over the world, and then in smaller and smaller. If you count all of those years, maybe it will be something close to 1,000. So, and it's not talking about the Messiah himself. It's according to my take on it, when I bring it into eschatology and what's happening, if that is exactly what's being talked about. Yeah.
Okay. That made a little sense. That made some sense to me. So somewhere in the 4 stages of all of that, yeah. So we're kind of waiting for that to happen still. That's what I hear. I'm no expert on any of this, but.
Thing is everything seems to be happening so rapidly. Like you might think, see the pattern and go, this is where things are headed, and think that it's a couple of years or even decades out before you get to a certain point, and things are just go accelerating faster and faster and faster. It's going to be here before.
Do you know where I think we're at, Lou? Since we live in the same plot of land. My understanding, which no one can really, from the Islamic world, like, okay, I challenge people. Okay, the people of the cave, because over there are 2 factions. Most Muslims forget to see there are companions of the cave and the numbered ones. Okay, there are 2 factions, the numbered ones. What does that mean? However, this is where I feel like I'm going. Like, if society shuns me out for not being, of not taking certain nutrients. If I don't take those, then if they're going to shun me out, my job, Like I can't like go to the grocery store or what. No, I'm just gonna go to the cave. You know, I'm just gonna check out the nearest like hole in the mountain. Like, all right, I'm gonna set up right here. I'm just gonna chill. That's how I actually feel about it. It's like this is like nasty. Like it's biochemical warfare, which is like I would actually rather just step away. That's me.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah, me
you,
too.
you can separate yourself and your family and hunker down
Yes.
somehow. Like
yeah, get your flat earthers together, grab your families, and like, all right, let's actually step back from this biochemical warfare. It's dangerous shit. Like I don't want none of it.
But you know, guys, if you think about like end time signs in any religion, it's actually a warning area, like to warn people and also to comfort them at the same time. So once they see like something mentioned for thousands of years, if we're talking about Judaism, or 2,000 years according to the Bible, right, or 1,400 years in Islam, have been mentioned from a long time, like how many insane amount of generations till our until our time, and we started to see those signs which is mentioned and known, and many generations expected them to happen at their time, but they did not have the internet, they did not have the insane connection that we have, like me in the Middle East talking with someone in the East and West and whatever, right, and South Africa and etc. It's insane the amount of knowledge that we can get our hands on very fast in very small portion of time did not exist at the time. So for war to happen, or a plague to happen in somewhere, for someone to know about it, it will be like for years to come.
See where you're going with this. I mean, this is the first time that the entire world was connected where it could happen on the scale of a biblical proportion, basically. Like this is the first.
Not only Lou, not only Lou, it's like it cannot be mistaken. So if something hit the West, the entire world will know about it. There's no hiding, nothing hiding it. You know.
Man, Komari, doesn't the prophet, right, peace be upon him, doesn't he say that the light is going to come from the west, not destruction is going to come from the west? Doesn't he say the light or the sun, right? Sorry to be, if he said that, didn't he say the sun will rise from the west? Which I think it's metaphorical, anyways.
Does he say sun or light?
Well, he says sun actually, not light.
Okay.
So it's sun.
No, it's not sun. It's not.
Wow.
Not on the Quran. It's not a Quran.
Listen to this part. When the Lamb opened the fourth seal, I heard a voice of the fourth living creature say, "Come out." Then I saw a pale green horse. Its rider was named Death, and Death's kingdom followed behind. They were given power over 1/4 of the earth, and they could kill its people with swords, famines, disease, and wild animals.
And what's really weird about that too is in The Economist, probably like 4 years ago, when I was watching, they had the cover. You know, you guys probably know about like the cryptic Economist covers, where it showed the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and in that magazine, in that article, they talked about literally the 4 horse. They compared like 4 tech giants, you know, like Apple, Google, Facebook, and I think Microsoft or something. They named them all. They named them all the 4 horsemen of like Silicon Valley or some shit like that. And anyway, like yeah, so they were already in The Economist years ago comparing these tech giants to the horsemen of the apocalypse, and now you got Gates, who is buying up like all of the farmland and shit, and they're doing the GMO shit, and they're doing the, look at all where tech is getting us right now. Like it's a digital leash. Like they can, if they can control our food and our crops, like, and our information and everything. I think there's something to that.
And after, this dude saw 4 angels, and each one was standing on one of the Earth's 4 corners. There's that little. How can you see all 4 if they're not horizontal from each other?
It would have to be a plane, I think.
What?
Yeah, for you to see 4 corners, it would have to be like a square or a rectangle, so it
Yeah,
would
but a
have to be a
plane.
flat plane.
Plane, yeah. Yeah, get. There were ancient Roman coins found in like Kentucky and places like that here in the States. The great white buffalo.
All right, so for those of you, I know a lot of you have watched Utopia. I've talked about it with the newer one. I finally went and I watched the older one, the UK one version from 2013. And you guys were right. Okay, so like the new one, it's good at grabbing your attention fast. It's exciting to watch, but there's way more detail in the first one, and it's just, dude. In one of the episodes, they literally talked about faking the results of PCR tests in order to, or using PCR tests to fake uh, results for their fake virus that they have in this show. And that was in 2013. And that's just one of many things that's stacked on there. Like, if you haven't watched it, definitely recommended. It's on Amazon Prime Video. Utopia.
Yeah, I never saw the original one. Okay, cool. It's also on Soap Today, and that's free.
Yeah, the UK one for me, it took a couple episodes before it seemed like it really got going. Before I got interested in it, but then all of a sudden you get kind of hooked. It starts getting interesting. The newer one, the new American one, that one was holy shit! Like, what a first episode, kind of what gets you right away. But it's just funny because even the new one, they made that season before the whole current thing, and then they canceled doing the second season afterwards. But there's just way too many like real life parallels in that show.
Wait, what show is this?
Utopia.
Utopia, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know about the 2013 version. Cool.
And actually, I already watched it, but there was a lot of parts I wasn't paying attention. If you guys want, you could go down to the cinema and I'll actually see if I can share it. Oh wait, it's on Prime Video though. It's gonna be a black screen, at least with Chrome anyway.
Is it a movie or a series?
It's a series. I would have to probably download it or download a different browser or something. Well, let's wait. Maybe I can do it with Opera. I have that. I'll check it out, see if I can do it.
A moment of silence for the globe.
Indeed, we are not boring, but the globe cannot defend itself.
I should play the new Numpty clip then. Let's see.
Yeah, it works. If you guys want to jump down in the cinema, I'll start playing the season. We'll do maybe I don't know, it's 5 o'clock.
That'd be cool. When are you gonna do that?
I'll do it right now. I'll start episode 1 and we'll do maybe 3 episodes or something, and
Yeah, sure, man. How long is an episode?
42 minutes an episode.
That's cool.
I see.
Multiple hours.
While you get started, I'll play
I
the
don't know, we can just see how it goes. If people are dropping out, just enough to get you started on it at least. I don't care if you watch it all with me. It's going to be hard to play 2 seasons of a show and have everybody who starts on episode 1 finish. It's just not going to work. Tried it before. But if you want to watch, I'll get started. I'll just basically, I plan on rewatching the season, and so we'll see how it goes. I'll do I'll probably do 2 episodes, and then maybe we'll stop there. Maybe I'll decide to do a third. Something
That's
like
a
that.
good thing to do on a Monday. Yeah.
I wish we had a Glober in here. You know what I mean?
Okay, and while he's getting that ready, I'll play the
It's
Numpty.
ready. I just got to jump down there and start. So
Here's
follow
the
me.
latest. Here's the latest Numpty clip, and then we'll move on.
Okay, wait. You need to tell that to Lou.
Wait,
Or
so
maybe-
are we watching the Numpty clips or are we watching the movie?
Foolish Decisions, March 2021.
We're about to do a space-time experiment. Let's
It's
hear
already been
the
done.
let's hear the natural observed phenomenon. Oh, if this has already been done, then this should be pretty easy. What's the natural observed phenomena?
Why are you going through that? Why don't you actually go and read what they've written about the prediction in the
That's how we
hypothesis?
start. You need a dependent variable
No,
before
you
you can do
start off
anything.
with an idea.
Wrong. You don't start off with an idea, you dumbass cracker. This isn't imagination story time.
You start off with a
You can't.
thought.
No, you can't do
Yes,
anything
you
without
do.
a dependent
I'm
variable.
sorry,
That's the effect.
I am citing Richard Feynman, who I think knows a fuck
What's
ton
the
more about
dependent
physics
variable
than you
then?
do.
Go ahead. Make my day.
As percentages also quoted Richard Feynman.
So what? Who cares? What's the relevance of what who or somebody else quoted?
And Richard Feynman,
variable,
in his main lecture about science and the scientific method.
Wrong. The main lecture you're talking about is from Cornell University in 1964, titled Richard Feynman Discusses Seeking New Laws, as in natural laws. Natural laws have nothing whatsoever to do with the scientific method.
States, we start off with a guess, an idea. And what we do is we take that idea and then we say, what if this is true? What would be the implications of this in reality? And that's where you start.
Are you high right now?
Number one, Dick's train wreck here doesn't help you. He's talking about natural laws. You were asked for experimental validation of bendy space-time, an alleged scientific theory. Duh. Number two, Dick's wrong in his explanation of how natural laws are established, which I'll be demonstrating momentarily. Later in the lecture, he clumsily conflates laws and theories to mean the same thing, which would get him laughed out of any fifth grade general science class. He also calls by name the debunked universal law of gravity, Newton's theory, in the very next breath. Nothing like bashing yourself in the face with a spade shovel, Dick. I know what the problem is. Dick was a theoretical physicist.
Because I'm a theoretical physicist. Because I'm a theoretical physicist.
So technically, citing him in reference to his knowledge of the scientific method, which is based solely on experiment, is an appeal to authority fallacy, because Dick, as a theoretical physicist, is not a subject matter expert in the area of natural science, i.e., the scientific method. From your alma mater wiki, theoretical physics is a branch of physics that employs mathematical models and abstractions.
What the hell did you just say?
Of physical objects and systems to rationalize, explain, and predict natural phenomena. Yeah, right. This is in contrast to experimental physics, which is painfully redundant, which uses experimental tools to probe these phenomena. End of citation. Warning! Numpty contradiction paradox alert. How can something be titled physics, that is, physical, and at the same time employ methods that are antithetical to itself? Por favor? From Princeton University's WordNet, physics, physical science, the physical properties, phenomena, and laws of something. Guess what the antithesis or antonym of physical or physics is? You guessed it, abstract or abstractions. But as we just heard, theoretical physics employs abstractions and mathematical models, which are also abstractions. This is tantamount to using a digital micrometer to measure freedom or a flow cytometer to analyze taxation without representation remnants. Only in Shangri-La, folks. Holy moly. Listen to this pathetic exchange.
Citation.
Which are dependent.
No, where's the
Which
full
are dependent variables.
No. Where's the full quote to that? Where is it?
Oh, you want me to go and dig it up, Chemo? I'm just walking about talking.
I just want the dependent variable.
Hold on 1 second. Chemo, do you doubt that statement is true?
Is it the full statement? Let's have a look.
It was a 2-hour lecture. Do you want me to recite the entire 2-hour lecture for you?
No, just get
no,
I can go get the transcript and do it. It's not a problem.
Get the timestamp of when he said
that's what I need
part.
to do to be complete.
Get the timestamp of when he said that part. It's a 10-hour video. Get the timestamp of when he said that part.
I'm not going to dance to your game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quote the method, the scientific method.
Where's
I'm
the
not
quote?
interested in running through the modus
Where
tollens.
is the quote? Where's the full context? Where's the timestamp?
We'll go and look it up.
Right, so
You've got a
Jeremy,
brain,
carry on. He
you've
hasn't
got
got it.
fingers,
He's
you've got
making it up.
keyboards, you've got to Google. I'm not going to do your legwork for you. You don't do any for us.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
Talk about dancing to games. When asked to support his bullshittery, he dances the ball-tard pathetic weasel gamma spiral numpty two-step, complete with a baseless assertion and an elephant-hurling fallacy. And what in the world does modus tollens have to do with this topic? Por favor? My word. I got this. Here we go.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law.
Well, that's it for you foolish decisions. Yet another foolish decision with your doofus numpty appeal. Since we're here, let's go through and evaluate Dick's debacle.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it.
What the hell's going on out here?
You guess natural laws? Based on what? Your imagination? Non sequitur fallacy. The first step is you observe recurring patterns and regularities in nature, Dick.
Then we come. Well, don't laugh. That's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess.
You compute the consequences of the guess, eh?
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
See what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature. Or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works.
So you compare the guess computations with nature or experiment or experience directly with observations. Well, which one, Dick? Grammatically, this is nonsensical. Practically, he's one step away from cutting his own ear off. Delusional, disconnected drivel. And compared to experiment, wrong. Scientific experiments and natural laws are mutually exclusive. Validated scientific experiments give rise to scientific theories, not natural laws, Richard. To refute, simple. Show the second law theory of thermodynamics. Also, experience is not scientific experiment. I can experience metric tons without conducting a single scientific experiment.
Look at you, big dummy.
Dick, you simply observe recurring patterns and regularities in nature. You then describe them using mathematics. Voila. That's it. Those are what we call natural laws, and what the numpties fallaciously call the laws of physics. From Max Tegmark, Professor of Physics, MIT. We humans have gradually discovered many additional recurring shapes and patterns in nature, involving not only motion and gravity, but also areas as disparate as electricity, magnetism, light, heat, chemistry, radioactivity, and subatomic particles. These patterns are summarized by what we call our laws of physics. End of citation. So Dick, Richard Feynman, one of the most celebrated scientists in history, was essentially a numpty dipshit with charisma.
By definition, those are the only two categories that science deals with. So engineering, therefore, I guess from Chemo's perspective, must be supernatural.
What the fuck? Let's unpack this convoluted knee slapper. First, engineering is not natural science. From Boston University, College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer, title of the paper, Engineering is not science. Duh. From Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University, title of the paper, Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this bozo and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world. The Baltard Booger Eater also said that the only two categories science deals with are supernatural and natural. Number one, non sequitur fallacy. Natural science only deals with the natural world. Duh. Not the supernatural. Number two, false dichotomy fallacy. There are three categories that exist in our reality. Supernatural, that's information, time, thoughts, etc. Natural, sulfur, frogs, light, and synthetic. Barbecue grills, Indy cars, shoes. In other words, those things that are man-made. In what can only be described as a baby Huey, Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo blushing, premeditated full swan dive into the drained cement pond, bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel, quarter stick of dynamite up the ass, sit down on a bonfire clown show routine. These numpty dipshit baltards lay in wait, clutching their second-grade belly laugh or false dichotomy fallacy until their prey bring up, or they themselves bring up, a concrete noun. Let's say a baseball. Then exclaim, because there's only two categories, natural and supernatural, that anything can fit into, they then spring their trap. Are baseball supernatural? While their can-fogamier prey is absolutely baffled and shocked by the batshit insane, weaponized bollocks that's just befallen them, the booger-eating baltards celebrate and congratulate each other on a trap well sprung. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
And that again to me is a problem with the argument that you're trying to postulate, because what I can observe is at sort of sea level I've got quite a lot of pressure. If I go up 10,000 feet, that pressure is reduced quite a lot.
Who cares? All this is, for the 679,875th consecutive time, is nothing more than a boneheaded red herring fallacy. Mr. Fire divining mass spectrometry. The argument is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? It's about X, gas pressure, not delta X, gas pressure gradients. You see, X, gas pressure, comes before delta X, gas pressure gradients. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids while breathing.
We don't see an inrushing from high to low and from low to high.
What the hell did you just say?
Numpty Baltard. In nature, gas pressure always flows from high pressure to low pressure, not low pressure to high pressure. It's a quintessential attribute of the second law of thermodynamics.
Again, I don't like the word proven, because we're talking about a theory, aren't we?
Numpty Baltard. We don't care what you like or what you don't like. Number two, you have no idea what a scientific theory actually is, as evidenced by your doofus comment.
Look here, you big dummy.
From Chemistry About, a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. And finally, from Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Supported, substantiated, confirmed, all mean proven. Get it, numpty? By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science.
The theory of gravity comports to the observations that made them and have the highest correlation to those observations.
You pretender clown numpty dipshit. Scientific theory, which I just defined, by the way, has nothing whatsoever to do with observation correlations.
Ay, caramba!
P.S. There is no actual scientific theory of gravity. Clown.
First hypothesis is that we observed the fact that objects fall at a consistent rate.
That's not a scientific hypothesis, you bloviated, ball-tarted bonehead. An actual scientific hypothesis is a suppositional prediction of a natural cause and effect relationship. Objects falling at a consistent rate is an erroneous, weaky, mindless parrot description of an effect. Moreover, does helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, water vapor, or hot air, of which you're full of, all fall at a consistent rate? The only thing falling at a consistent rate are all the IQs of the poor saps subjected to your numpty dipshittery here.
So that's that 9.81 meters per second squared.
So that's the IQ drop rate.
That's the first thing that we can start to say as our empirical observations.
That's a composition fallacy. From logicallyfallacious.com, description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. So observable is part of empirical, but not the whole.
We then had a hypothesis to say, okay, if we do this, that, and t'other, what's going to be the effect on it?
Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail with your we do this, that, and the other hypothesis is OCD-like.
And from that, we get Newton's laws of motion.
Natural laws are not the result of scientific hypotheses or scientific theories.
You dumbass.
Number 2. All of Newton's so-called laws were superseded, that is, replaced 106 years ago by Einstein. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity.
Uh-oh!
From Professor Douglas Klein via Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Uh-oh!
From Caltech, Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in space-time geometry.
Uh-oh!
And finally, quantum mechanics then took Newton and Einstein out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned them senseless with a nail-spike 44-inch Louisville slugger.
Fatality.
You, sir, are one Dunning-Kruger, diabolical, do-licking dipshit.
Any problems so far with what I've said? I'm just trying to ask a question. Why are you trying to make a difference between linear and angular?
Well, the hairy T-Rex in the room difference is that angular momentum deals with spinning or rotating objects. Next block of instruction, how to tell the difference between bullet trajectory and tilt-o-whirls.
Well, but I can still take an angular momentum and apply it in a linear fashion, can't I?
Nope. It's like converting apples to aardvarks. From the Department of Physics, University of Illinois. The two conservation laws, linear and angular momentum, are absolutely separate. Neither one can be converted to the other.
You're an intellectual dumbass. Because all I'm talking about in a linear fashion, I'd be looking at things like impact, and an angular momentum. I'm going to be measuring, kilometers squared per second as a function of movement.
Kilometers squared over seconds for angular momentum. Your wiki Google pretender clown fingers have failed you, or your blind melon chitlin eyesight won. The units of measure for angular momentum are kilograms meters squared over seconds, not distance squared or kilometers squared over seconds. Ain't nothing like the smell of busted pretender clowns in the morning.
An object will stay in motion unless another force is acted upon it. So yes, unless another force is acted upon it.
Who are you, Jimmy? 2 times. Gotta get the papers. Get the papers. That Newtonian nonsense you keep incessantly parroting is 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience, clown show. As for you, you'll never recover. Ya fire-divining mass spectrometry, natural science illiterate numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions.
Say hello to my little friend!
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Yo, mic check, mic check. Either no one is talking or...
We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, there we go. Okay, audio delayed. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I was actually in the restroom.
Nice. I got a question. Is Mike here? I'm driving right now. I can't see.
Yeah, no, he's not here at the moment. No.
Fuck. I wanted to ask him about a vehicle.
What about like the Thunderbird or his trucks?
No, not his. I feel like he's got his 2 cents about vehicles and shit. I'm about to buy.
Oh yeah, definitely. He knows a lot. Yeah.
I
More than
know
I do.
my fair share too, but it's always nice to share thoughts, right? I'm about to buy a 2020 Dodge Challenger RT. And
nice. What?
yeah, I just want to know because I know there's an issue that pops up with the Dodges or the Challengers. I know, but I want to hear his opinion on anything else that's there. Fuck. If any of you are in here, because I'm not gonna be in here long. If he does show up, you want to tell him like send Gypsy a DM, and then I'll like just ask him that later.
Yeah, I'll let him know what's up.
Hell yeah, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna continue driving here and not talk on my phone. So, peace.
No worries, man. Be safe. Safe travels.
Thank you.
What's up, Lou? So those of you in the YouTube live stream chat, the YouTube playback on this, Doug Elta says, "Hi, no one in VC?" Not really, Doug, and that means come on in and show us your globe evidence for once, please. I'm right here. I'm no longer hiding with you in the chat, merely texting, you mere keyboard warrior. Come, let's talk. Show us what you got. Indigo, too, we live inside the container. So yeah, we found it when we were born. Everybody's born into this container because you have to have containment for gas pressure. Next. Anybody? I'm looking for ballers with balls. Come on in, let's chat. That's Indigo 2, that's assuming you would know if you saw it or not. Oops. Listen, I know, I get it. I get it. It's very scary to admit you've been lied to your whole life. It's a blast to the ego, to the, you know, but why would they lie, right? Why would they lie to us? But you can get over that once you open your mind to the truth. To, gosh, maybe I have been lied to. Maybe I should finally look into this subject instead of just going to the chat and word vomit. Nat King Cole, no, the wrenches were taken out of the channel. Everybody lost a wrench. So, and that was because it's someone else's channel and they can do what they want with it. Nice try. Come on, anybody, please. I want to talk about the globe. I know a lot more about it now. So, please come on in. Let's chat. Let's at the very least see if you know your model as well as we do. Let's start there. Nat King Cole, are you going to retract that message or have you stopped being a coward? Come on in, let's talk. Come on. If you want to talk to me, got to come into the VC here on Discord. I'm no longer responding to the chat in YouTube. I just wanted to go in there and kick up a little dust, see if we have any actual grown-ups that want to talk about the Earth. Let me know. In Discord.
Whoa.
Hi. Okay, bye. I can find somebody less sarcastic than myself if you guys want to talk with someone that's not me about the Earth. Let's just talk about the Earth, come on. If I promise to mute myself in this live stream and you guys can talk to other people and I can just listen, is that cool? Does that work? We got to get this settled, Globers. Where's the Earth curvature? Where's the measurement of it? Who did it? When? Where? When was axial rotation detected? By whom? When and where and how? And how can you have gas pressure without containment? I know you like to say gradient, but any pressure at all requires containment. That's why it's called pressure. Press is on the walls of that container. Gas cannot contain gas. Gas has no inherent shape. So the word atmosphere is gibberish. So let's talk about that stuff. Please, and it's all love. I'm just here to help people learn, and I'm here to learn as well. You know what I mean? Constant learning, constant trying to help people learn. Isn't that what we're supposed to do anyway? All right, I'll shut up. Much love, and come show that love by chatting about the earth with me and my kitty cat. go, Trillion. That's right, I'm calling you out. Come on in, talk to us. Indigo 2, Nat King Cole, Trillion, Doug Elta. What other Globers we got in here? Paul Curran, are you still concaver? Yes, Trillion, it is me. See, I did what I was begging everybody else to do, and I let my balls drop into my scrotum, and now I'm in the chat talking to people about stuff live. It's pretty crazy. Oh, I'm certainly not us, not part of the Glober team. What? No way. I know the truth. Star Sailor, Earth is 100% round. Come on in. Join the discussion there, and we'll talk all about that.
Mic check.
Hey, hey.
Is everybody at?
Different channel, the
Learning
curve. Yeah. I just came up here to give the Globers some guff because nobody else is doing anything up here.
We'll go check it out. What are they doing over here?
Yeah. Star Sailor says in the YouTube chat, I learned the Earth was round since I was in 3rd grade. The fact that we have to explain the rounded to adults is sad. Well, as impressive as that sentence was, can you provide a better example of, say, something like globe curvature? I want to see it. I really do. I've been looking for the curvature for years and years now. Over a handful of years. Yeah. It's crazy. Been looking for something that billions of people think is real. And I know thousands that can't find evidence of it. No. And I like when they say, you know, flat earthers are dumb. I have 2 degrees. And I'm using both of them right now. But I'm stupid, right? Because I believe something. It's not a belief. That's the problem. The trick is seeing the difference between a belief in something you're told and your desperate willingness to believe that, and then the truth. They're wildly different. I'll just say that. Wait, Ronnie Foshi, so did Santa Claus drink milk when he was in 3rd grade, or when you were in 3rd grade, you learned Santa Claus drinks milk? Because this is the same kind of conversation that we have to have with the globe believers about their magical, rotating water fruit. What's it going to be next, guys? A quince? What's the next fruit that the Earth's going to turn into? Like a pomegranate? I'd rather it be like a pomegranate. No, Trillion, nobody presented it as fact that the Earth is a pear. It's worse than that. Someone who's not a scientist is, through acting, because he's got an IMDb page, Neil deGrasse Tyson is acting, coming out and saying whatever the script says for that day. Did you see his duper's delight when he's talking about the pear shape? So chubbier is a good way. It's a little chubbier around the equator. He almost couldn't stop himself from laughing about that. And you guys love it. You eat it up. Boats go over the curve, but it doesn't matter how high you go, you can't see the curve. But again, boats go over that same curve. Can't see the curve, can never see it anywhere, no matter where you go. You can't see it, but locally boats are going over that curve. Brilliant. That's one of my favorite arguments. Well, I got to feed my cat and do some stuff, but if the ballers want to grow some balls, pop on in. We'd love to talk.
What up, y'all?
Hey, hey, hey. Wakey, wakey.
What's going on in here?
We're looking for fresh meat.
Does anybody know any quotes to Saw the movie? Or any other creepy quotes? If somebody's sleeping, they could maybe hear us. I think we got some sleepers in here.
Nobody's got anything to talk about. Jeez, I get tired of listening to myself.
Oh my. All right then.
I'm never sick of listening to you, Sonny, ever.
I know, right?
Wow, thanks a lot. All right.
That's fair.
Makes it better.
Yeah, dude, for like the 2 years that I've been back and forth in the server, I'm always... You too, Jenny. You guys are good personalities.
Aw.
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate Jenny also. I really do, Jenny. You're great.
Ditto for me.
Yeah. I'm glad, Flo. It's been really great talking to you the last little while here. Yeah.
Okay,
likewise.
let's play something. I'm gonna play something. It's really short.
Play something.
Okay. Something. There you go.
Evolution say people came from monkeys. And the question is, why is there still monkeys, you dumb motherfucker, you? Is these the retarded monkeys? They didn't turn into people just yet. Get your stupid ass the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck right on out of here. I love that shit, man.
I know. I like how it's get your stupid the fuck out of here. Didn't skip a beat. The fuck.
All right, you guys want to hear a sound? I'm gonna play a song, and then you guys can suggest a song. No. All right, here's some Kai coming at ya.
I was raised on the East Coast, living in the South, where they teach you how to drink, they show you how to throw it down. How to sit up like a lady, but keep swearing pretty loud. Oh baby, everything I'm thinking's coming right out of my mouth. Like a sweet tea, honey whiskey, on repeat, they got me tipsy. College basketball games, think I need a deep D. Love my Raleigh roots very deeply, but had to switch it up, so I moved to different cities. So I went to the land of the snow, and on the low hoes, fake bitches were your friends or your foes. Yeah, church they be praying, but the heart's super low. No, I could not take the bubble, so baby I had to go. So I moved to Vegas, party with the famous. So mama, I made it. All the bouncers, they knowin' what my name is. Yeah, I'm at the penthouse and feeling pretty faded. Yeah, we going shopping and daddy's always paying. I'm on the west side, living my best life. Best life, damn, it's getting so good. Gotta say it 2 times. Never thought I would be doing this fine. Now I'm on the west side, living my best life. Best life, damn, it's getting so good. Gotta say it 2 times. Never thought I would be doing this fine. I be doing this. Here I just go straight up to the top. Yeah, you know my vibe is fly, looking hot. Yeah, smoking the legal pop, fuck the cops. Yeah, I'm sorry for the states that lost. Yeah, nah, no, I'm never going back. Only wanna see the future, do not wanna see the past. No, I'm never going back. Only wanna see the future, do not wanna see the past. I'm on the west side, living my best life. Best life, damn, it's getting so good. Gotta say it 2 times. Never thought I would be doing this fine. Now I'm on the west side, living my best life. Best life, damn, it's getting so good. Gotta say it 2 times. Never thought I would be doing this fine. I be doing this. I be doing this.
All right, all right. Ah, man, I can never get tired of that one.
I know, she's so talented.
So, anybody have any requests? Otherwise, I'm gonna play Cartoon Ball.
Hit it.
Go ahead, Jenny.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, because you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they did to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Man, shout out to the guy who brought this whole Discord group together. So, yeah. Sounds just as good live. I've seen a video of him singing live. Sound pretty badass to me. So, if anybody, unless anybody has a request, I was gonna play some Chocolate saying, "What is the world?" All right.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Okay, Sonny, I think our mission has failed. Everybody wants unrestricted conversation. Oh boy.
Had to stop to fix something to eat. It's cooking now. Oh, they all left again. Okay.
What's up? Oh, he left. Saw somebody in here, and I was hoping maybe they wanted to talk about.
Yeah, man. The live stream's free. Let's talk shit.
Yeah.
We'll pretend we're experts on something.
Yeah, I'm an expert now. Come on, bring it, Globe Derpers.
I tell you what, we'll do some role play. Do you want to be the Glober or shall I be the Glober?
Yeah, no problem.
I tell you, you play the Glober.
Yeah,
I'll pretend I'm just coming out. Hello.
I got a question for. Do you guys believe in flyers here?
I do.
Okay. I got a question for you. Okay. Shh. Quiet. Ask question. Shh. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. If we
Are you
live,
on your own, sir?
yes, by myself. Shh. Be quiet. They can hear us. Yeah, I'm by myself. Yeah. If we live on a flat Earth, then how come my boat doesn't fall off the edge?
Well, it's fairly simple. We don't haven't reached the edge.
Wait, because I saw a picture of your model, and there's boats falling off into space. Why isn't that happening?
That would be the Flat Earth Society model, because they say that we're a disc floating in space.
You really think that you live on a flat planet?
So it's actually a flat.
That's as much as I can do. I've done enough.
You've been doing well though.
Yeah.
Excellent. God Rockins, I think he's not there because I sent him a message and he hasn't got it. I said to him, next time the live stream's empty and everyone gate crashes and starts talking over us in there like they just did, I'm going to go up to live stream and start talking shit.
That's what happens when you have a cool room. Everybody wants to come and talk to you.
Well, not only that, Cuddles is talking like he started it. He's going, we get this trouble down here all the time, and we haven't even known Cuddles a month. You know what I mean?
I haven't even been around as long as Cuddles. But as long as I've been around, Cuddles very rarely has popped in up until today. And today he's just been hanging out all day. I think he fell in love with you because most people they don't tell him off, and he likes the fact. I think he likes that. I think he actually respects it on a level he doesn't even understand, and he wants to be around you more now. I really believe that's the case.
Right. Well, he's welcome because I told him this at the beginning. You know what I mean?
Well, he's been respectful all day too.
I told him straight. I said, if you're going to hang out with us, just leave the bullshit outside, man. There's no need for it. Save that for your fans. I didn't say that, but I would do next time.
Other than the need to jump in on every conversation and steer it to his,
he's not the only one, though. Yeah, he's not the only one.
Yeah. No, but overall, he's been a joy so far today compared to normal. So I got no complaints.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are taking over the.
I'll tell you something else about Cuddles as well, right? He's one of these people. I got a lot more out of my conversation with him when it was just one-on-one than when there's other people there. To be honest, he sounds like that. Oh, John's here now. Got in.
Cool Kids had to make a break for we got overrun. As soon as I saw QE, I knew it was over because then I knew they emptied out. It's all here.
No, that's right. Crackvillain started talking. I can guarantee he's probably still talking now. So we'll be there for ages.
What tag do you need to get into COG Dis? I'd like to. Do you have to be sent there or be a mod?
I think you get sent there by somebody. Yeah. I don't know quite how it works because I don't think you can get out of there once you're in there or something.
Right, it's not a voluntary thing.
You can go in there if you're not sent there. You can go in and out, but if you get sent
I can go in, but I can't talk or listen. I can't hear anything.
What you want is called COG Dis VIP. That's what I got. Okay. You can go in there and talk, and go in there and come and go all you want.
Gotcha.
Get that.
I'll hit somebody up for it later.
So we could do.
It seems like there's a ton of ballers in there, and that's the freaking conversation that should be being had here in this live stream. But I'll take the space since it's open. Screw it.
We just did a bit of role playing there, Godrockin.
Yeah.
Matt was the Globat, and I was the Flat Earther.
Where did you do that at?
Just in here.
Right here.
Oh,
Matt plays quite a good drover. I've got an audio
Well,
of half of that, so might be able to get a sample out of it.
there was a certain type of Glober that we've been getting the last few days that it's just that,
Desperation.
yeah, that troller that has not even looked at either argument, has no idea what their own model is about. Those are the
That's how you
best.
can tell they're not real, then, really.
Yeah. But I can do the other type of baller. I could do the platypus style if you want.
Okay, me and Godrockin will be the flat
Yeah,
earthers.
you guys will be
we
the
are flat earthers.
Yeah.
Godrockin, do you want to be the good flat earther or the bad flat earther?
I'll be the good one.
All right, I'll be the bad one then.
I need a list of words that I don't know how to use. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let's see. Right. Okay, ready to go. Here we go.
What brings you to this flat earth channel, my son?
Well, being a learned man of science myself, working in a practical scientific field, I find it interesting that you all can fall into the delusion that you live on a flat plane, that you deny science as a whole. It's quite interesting to me.
So you claim you have a scientific education? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yes. I am college educated, and I work in a very scientific, technical field.
You sound quite sesquipedalian there.
I'm quipeditious about it. Yes.
Right.
Supercalifragilistic, even.
You don't know what that word means, do you, really?
Of course I do. Of course. Whatever do you mean, sir? Why would you insult me like that?
Sesquipedalian, you know.
Yes. As we all know.
To be honest, you contradicted yourself straight away after I used that word.
I don't know what you mean. You must have misheard me.
Okay.
Maybe my connect. Hello, my connect. Yeah, I must be with the.
You're breaking up there, mate. You're breaking
yeah.
up.
Okay. Now I think I got you. Okay. Very good. Now we can get back on track. Excellent. So yes, I'm very educated. Science. I am just curious as to why you deny the entire body of science. My colleagues and I have proven the ball over and over.
Oh, so you have.
What was that university, Godrockin, that Whitsit went to?
Oh,
Was it the University of Common Sense or something?
no, it was the University of. Fuck. I can't remember.
Because I bet it's not the same university as our friend here.
No, it wasn't.
Well, physics is my specialty, if you're wondering. So
Physics. Does that mean you would understand gravity to be physical, or would that be conceptual?
Well, I've been hanging around this room long enough to know that this is a trap you're trying to put me into, so I will go ahead and claim Newtonian gravity right up from the start.
Well, I guess you had no idea that it was superseded in 1915.
I choose to believe Newtonian gravity, thank you.
That is so last year.
Einstein's postulations, while interesting, are merely that. While Newton has proven mass attracting mass.
Really?
Well, then how come all the apples are not
I will
stuck?
point you to the very famous Cavendish experiment.
Then why are all the apples on a tree not stuck together?
Good answer. Good question.
Well, the mass has not yet fully attracted the other mass yet. Boom! We are still in the process of attracting mass.
Well, I got a feeling those seeds will sprout and grow before that will ever happen.
If gravity is as it says, right, and you drop a beach ball and it falls to the ground, that's gravity. When you drop it in a swimming pool, it doesn't sink to the bottom. So that means gravity must be selective in that case.
Oh no. You don't understand. It's the mass of the surface tension of the water attracting the ball.
Really?
Mass attracting mass.
Right.
So the water's attracted the ball to it. And
Simply explained by common sense. I don't know what the problem is here.
God, Rockin, this guy's a twat.
That is a ad hominem fallacy. Why are you resorting to that?
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, you don't need to.
I could have been
I
talking about
spot a
anybody.
fallacy a mile away.
Well, Jason's
with my scientific mind, my superior scientific mind.
Jason's definitely right. You are a twat, and I can tell you.
Well, you two science deniers can go ahead and deny Newton and his mass-attracting mass. And you can do so while being stuck to the round Earth you stand on.
Tell me about this. Tell me about this Kevin Dish experiment.
Well, I didn't actually look into it, but I've heard it said a whole bunch of times, so I'm sure it proves something.
Is that his name, Kevin Dish?
I think his name is, yes, Kevin of the Dish family, yes.
The only thing I use dishes for is to eat. This guy's mixed up, Jason.
I noticed that from the word go. I'll put it down to mental illness.
If the Earth were flat, how is it that my horizon is both non-physical and the edge of the curve at the same time? Explain that.
It's all in your perspective. It just whatever you decide.
Exactly. Perspective explains everything. You just don't understand it.
So why are you confused?
It is you, sir, who's confused. I understand perspective perfectly.
How do you explain the fact that we can see too far and we should see a curvature and we can't?
I guess you've never heard of terrestrial refraction.
Terrestrial refraction can go take a flying fuck at my rolling donut.
Those are fancy words I'd never used in the same sentence.
Well, that's because I would describe myself as a sesquipedalian.
Oh no, hold on. This is the point where you would hear the clacking of the keyboard.
I'm accessing Google.
Google. Well, I see that you think you are using a word that you know how to use, but how do you spell that again?
You quoted that out of Wikipedia.
SESQUIPEDALIAN.
Well, luckily this isn't an English language forum. This is a science forum, and you can keep your archaic words.
Why is he so spastic?
I don't know. I think he's maybe he's shallow end of the gene pool.
Terrestrial refraction.
Evolution. You believe in that?
All of science points to evolution. I mean, really, if you can't see that rocks created everything, then you're stupid.
Does science does evolution says that, by the way?
Is evolution what?
Paying attention, yes, the new evolution does say.
The rocks created life?
Well, when pressed about what the spontaneous introduction of life was, we were told, "Don't worry about it. Non-living matter can become living matter."
Oh, that's not evolution. That's abiogenesis.
That is a rock becoming life.
That's not a rock. No one thinks. it came
Okay,
from
so
rock.
what other non-living object would you propose became life? I'll use that instead. Go ahead. Which object would you like me to use? Since you don't like rock.
It's not
Which
object.
non-organic object would you like me to use?
Why non-organic? It was
Parasite.
probably organic. So
Maybe you could give him a few
Organic
examples.
requires what?
carbon.
Okay,
Dioxide.
just carbon. So a carbon atom is organic.
I don't think a single carbon atom is organic, but
Yes, it is. It's
when
pure
you're
carbon.
talking about organic chemistry,
It's the benzene ring.
The benzene ring.
well, the point is, why does it have to be non-organic?
Because that's by its very nature, it has to be, doesn't it? Because if it was organic, it would be alive.
No. That's in that meaning, yeah, it makes sense. But usually, when we see organic, we're talking about molecules that have carbon.
Well, you're talking
not-
about organic chemistry, right?
Exactly.
Well, we're talking about the biogenesis of all
Anyway,
life.
what you're saying there depends on about evolution. Yeah, back to that. Spontaneous mutation, evolution, that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is the precursor
Mutation.
to all
There's
the
absolutely
proteins,
there's
all the
absolutely no
everything?
proof for spontaneous mutation causing.
What do you mean?
things-
Everyone has
things evolving.
mutations on their DNA. I mean, every person has an average of 80-point mutations on their DNA. So
Do they? I mean, I don't even believe in DNA, mate. I can't see it. I can't smell it. I've only got 2 Freemasons' word to go on that it exists for real. So I don't.
Right. So
I don't trust it.
I mean, so people who work with DNA, they're just part of the conspiracy, right?
No,
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
So what they're doing?
I said I don't believe in DNA.
Process.
Yeah, but so people that work with DNA, what they're doing there then?
I don't
Do
know.
they know DNA doesn't exist?
I don't know what. I don't know what jobs are done with people who work with DNA. What does that mean?
Like in infectology, for example, there are people who they code the DNA of viruses. I mean the genetic code of viruses all the time.
You know what DNA it's going to be like protons and neutrons. It's going to be overwritten at some point.
Protons and
Let me just quickly say. Let me
No,
just
they
quickly say
don't.
this, Bacon. Bacon, listen. When I said that, then right, I was more making a point about believing in things I can't see rather than making a point about genetics. Right? You're kind of getting the wrong end of what I said.
Yeah.
Well, I said if I can't see it or smell it, I don't really necessarily believe in it. It's like saying, it's like when NASA say things are that far away in space, we could
Right.
possibly never get there or whatever. I don't believe that shit because it's just it may as well
I get
not
that.
exist.
But what I'm saying is, if DNA doesn't exist, then of course you have a bunch of people who are either purposely lying about it, right?
Yeah, here's the thing for you, right? Listen, maybe what you think is genetics is something else completely.
Okay, but again, that would require for the people who work with this to be purposely lying, wouldn't
No,
it?
it wouldn't.
they just have been taught wrong.
They could think they're doing one thing and they're actually doing another.
Yeah, which means they're lying, right?
No, not
if that's what they were taught, then they wouldn't be lying. They'd think they were doing what right thing, wouldn't they?
No, but what do you mean they're doing? what they're told?
Even the people who teach it have been lied to, maybe, about what is actually going on there. The process we call, the whole of that might be some other process altogether, and we've just been told differently, all of us, including the people who teach people. That's what I'm
Yeah,
getting
but
at.
the people who teach people have to use the knowledge in practice. So if they're taught false knowledge,
Well, no, they don't.
The
do that.
practice won't agree
Not
with
in the
it.
classic
What they're doing.
university setup. Lecturers and things
university-
very rarely have
Right.
practical experience and stuff, man.
Most professors have never actually worked in the practical field.
Yeah,
but many of the students do. Not the ones that become professors, but many people go to do real work, and they have to put in practice. So if they're taught false knowledge by their professors, when they get to use in real life, they're not going to get consistent results, and things are not going to make sense if they're using false knowledge.
No wonder things don't work half the time.
Sorry?
You would think then that since there's so many experts in the field of genetics, that they'd have that shit locked down, right?
What do you mean lockdown?
Well, I mean that they should understand basically how everything works, right? And have since people work in the field, right? Then it should be old hat.
No, that doesn't mean they have to understand everything, but they understand a fair amount in a way that is very useful.
Right, but have you ever seen an example of them using very useful information and then later finding out that information was actually untrue and they have been working on a false presumption the entire time? Has that ever happened in science?
Of course.
All the time, exactly. So why would DNA be exempt from that?
Is there a photo of DNA?
Because the margin of improvement is just get thinner and thinner. For example, I mean, when you get new facts, you can improve your knowledge, your models, but that sorry?
Or you can also disregard any non-conformant information you get as well. I mean, there's plenty of evidence that what you think is solidly known scientific fact is not agreed upon at all within those experts in those fields that you're talking about. But we treat it as if it's settled and known and concrete.
Like what?
For an instance, let's go all the way back, like I was saying, to how atoms and molecules and all that worked. You understand that for many years, right? Mm-hmm. The smallest particle, right, was something we could see. That was what we considered the base. Excuse me, I'm choking on my own spittle. That magnified cell that you could see, that was what we considered the base, right? Did that change? Did our knowledge change?
If the claim was that was the smallest possible thing, I don't think that would make a reasonable claim. You just don't claim something is the smallest possible just because it's
I didn't make that claim. Scientists, quote unquote, made that claim.
Are you sure
Not me.
They did that claim?
I'm 100% sure, because if you look at the history of how we came to the theories we are in. So, for instance,
right.
If you know, go ahead.
Okay, but it's when you think something is the smallest possible thing, of course you might be wrong, and there might be smaller things. But the smallest possible thing won't be something bigger, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But
so
now we have now add into the fact that smallest possible thing that we're talking about now has never actually been seen. It's only been postulated.
Well, not directly. For example, there's
directly. That's another way of saying not seen at all.
Directly, no, it's not. It's
an inference, right?
If I take a picture of someone. Inference. No. If I take a picture of someone, that's not a direct observation of that, right?
No, but if you were looking at that person when you took the photo, it would be, right?
Yeah, but some things aren't visible light, right? For example, do you believe in UV light?
Do I believe in UV light? Do I know that the UV spectrum exists? Yes.
Right. So do you believe that UV light exists, right?
But okay, so when I say see, what I mean is observe with one of my senses.
Oh, all right. So what about X-ray? Do you believe in X-ray?
What about X-rays?
Sorry?
What about X-rays?
Do you believe X-rays exist? Oh yeah, so you're not seeing directly.
High energy, right? But do I know? Wait. No, but then let me finish. Do I know an X-ray is what they say an X-ray is? No, I know that when they apply what they call an X-ray, the effect of X-ray is seen. That's all I know.
Right. So we know there's something there that we call X-ray, right?
But we know some of its effect, as a science person, have already claimed I know exactly what that is.
Yeah, but we're just, of course, but I'm not just claiming that because I know there's X-ray. For example, when we observe the effect of X-ray, we call it X-ray. We still don't know what it is. So we try to model what it could be. And then we try to make other experiments to determine what those models could be right and what those models could be wrong. And some models don't match observation, so we cut them out.
I get that. And and that can be useful in ways, right? But that doesn't make it fact.
Well,
but in that sense, nothing will ever going to be a fact.
The global
That's excellent.
Yeah, that's why, for example, Yeah, I mean, we can't use our senses to validate our senses, right? So we can't know for absolutely certainty anything about reality. I accept that.
No, but I'm going to use that over any other method because it's the most reliable that I have.
Sure. Yeah, so some things we can't observe directly.
Okay.
And some things we can observe indirectly, and we can use many indirect observations to make our understanding of reality more and more precise.
So this
Again, useful.
How does an indirect observation even happen? I mean, if you don't see it, you don't see it.
Yeah, like an X-ray. I can see an X-ray, but I can't. But I can see its effects.
It doesn't mean you know what the X-ray is.
Yeah, of course. I need more than just one observation to determine what it is. But if I make a bunch
Doesn't
of
matter
different
how many of those
observations,
observations you make, they're not direct, so you're never going to be able to apply it to that thing.
yeah, but I can.
Otherwise, it's outside of science, right?
No, science doesn't require that you.
What's the naturally observed phenomenon? I mean, the observed natural phenomenon of X-rays. So now you have to think how when. Okay, so if we're going to apply science, we have to apply it to the natural world. So now you have to take the X-ray machine out of the equation. Now, what do you do?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
That's the problem. You should be sure.
Why?
It made it very simple. So I asked, you want it to be concrete, so we want causal relationships, so we're going to use a scientific method. So what's the natural observed phenomenon with X-rays? So you can build your hypothesis, so we can use our variables. What is the natural phenomenon that you're observing?
I'm not
There
sure
is
what
none.
you're asking for.
Because X-rays, without your X-ray machine, you have no knowledge of, you have no experience with, you have no observation of.
Well, the thing is, we have the first observation of something that we didn't know what it was, that could go through our bones and burn
Somebody
paper.
Somebody else want to take over because I'm starting to get frustrated and I don't want to.
Well, we made observation, right? And then we wanted to figure out what it was. So we can try to formulate hypotheses on what that is. And different hypotheses.
What does science determine?
Sorry?
What does the scientific method, what does it determine?
And what are the three constituent parts?
We'll get there next.
I'm not.
You got this,
I'm not. One second. I'm not here trying to say what's scientific or not. I actually don't care what you label as scientific or not. I just care about what's reasonable or not. If you want to say
no. You don't get to, don't get to make that claim. It's scientific or it is not. That's it. It's either it is or it isn't. It's very rigorous and very laid out. I know you don't care, but your opinion doesn't matter about it. It's either scientific and it fits the definition, or it is not, right?
Yeah, and if it's not, then it means what?
It means jack shit.
It means what?
It's not science. Pseudoscience.
Yeah, no, pseudoscience is only pseudoscience if you claim it's science.
Okay, well then it's not anything. It's
for example, if I'm trying to argue that for example, the wife of someone cheated on them, and I show them evidence, I might not be following the scientific method, but it doesn't mean I'm being unreasonable and not providing evidence. But if you have a very strict definition on what scientific method is, that's not going to be considered scientific. It doesn't mean it's unreasonable, or that doesn't prove my point. So I don't really care how you're defining science.
But listen, if your evidence of my wife cheating on me violates some kind of a natural law, then I'm going to have questions.
Of course, that's not in conflict with anything I said. Nothing I said have conflict with natural laws.
A lot of things do.
Like what?
Like a rock giving fucking birth to life.
No one believes that. That's
all right.
That's
then
not the
again,
part.
I'll ask you what it is. That's where we started. So where in your model of evolution that is separate from current scientific fucking literature is the life coming from the non-life? Put us there.
Biogenesis is not evolution. Evolution explains the different frequency of DNA in populations over time, not the origin of life.
There's a necessary antecedent to this, though, right?
And which is a different process that is not related to
Where do we get there?
Matt, let me say something.
Yeah, we don't know that process that gave rise to life. We know what could be, but we don't know the process itself. But evolution isn't dependent on that. Evolution says once you
It
have
is
life.
dependent on a first life form, though. Is it not?
Yeah, guys, listen.
Yeah.
Bacon, if what you're saying is correct, right? Why isn't there any examples of transitory things between one and the next thing on the evolutionary ladder?
Everything is a transitory thing to the current species to the next.
Well,
and
for example,
we have plenty of. For example, we have many fossils of the whole evolution of whales, for example.
Have we? You seem to speak like you know what you're talking about there.
Sorry?
I said you seem to speak from experience there.
The way you used we
about
so
whale
firmly.
fossils.
Yeah, there are fossils of the whole evolution of whales. I mean, if you don't believe
have you ever dug down and found fossils yourself?
What?
Have you ever dug into the earth and found fossils yourself?
Of course not. I'm not a paleontologist, but paleontologists exist, right?
Well, I have, right. And I've dug up fossils that are allegedly older than the dinosaurs, right? And
how do you determine that?
There is absolutely not one example of a transitory fossil between one species and the next species of the animals I was digging up. And you can see what they say is millions of years in the rock.
Every species is a full species. There is no half species. I mean, species are just constantly changing. That's all.
Call it a genus then. Fish are constantly changing.
Yeah, species are constantly changing. Their DNA, at least, is constantly changing.
Well, you know what an ammonite is, yeah?
Sorry?
Do you know what an ammonite is?
No, what's that?
An ammonite it's a sea creature. It's like a squid with a curled shell that is extinct now, they say. There's a modern day equivalent is a thing called the nautilus, which has got a smooth shell. Ammonites have crinkly shells. They were around 200 million years ago, apparently. And when you dig these things up, you can, as the lower down you go into the rock, you find each different type of ammonite. There's that many species of ammonite, right, that they actually date the rocks from them in some places, right? But there isn't one example of a transitory animal in between. It's just one rock layer, one type of ammonite, then the next rock layer, it's a completely different type of ammonite, and so on, all the way up. There's not one in-between phase.
Well, if there was, you would just make the same claim about that one. You could easily make the same claim. Oh, that's a different type of. But I don't see the point.
The point is that you should see, right? If the theory is true, is not a set of what we would call like integer species, right? Like in species 1, species 2, species 3, species 4, like he's describing. What you should see is 1.00001, 1.00011.
That's the problem. That's not how it works.
Well, of course it would be. That would be evolution because you're talking about tiny changes, aren't you?
No, species don't move from spot to spot. They're just constantly changing again.
They're constantly changing, but there should be tiny changes.
Sorry?
Not. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm stepping on you.
It's all right, mate. Carry on. I was just saying that's not something we observe, is it? These abrupt changes, as mate is saying.
That we don't observe abrupt changes.
You were just saying they're constantly changing into other ones when you said you didn't agree with.
No, it's not just into other ones. They're just getting more efficient in their current environment.
So show me a more efficient one. But that's not what we see. This should happen
every generation, surely, every time. So we should be able to observe that over time.
Yeah. So that depends on the amount of generations you have, of course.
But we can't.
Of course we can.
You keep saying that, but we just told you of an example of a fossil field where you should be easily be able to see it. and it doesn't exist. And
I'm pretty sure you're seeing it. You're just not considering it to be what you're seeing, because if you're saying that's like, well, you have one type of that species and then the other type of that species, that's how we categorize them.
But the difference in the species he's talking about is basically just size. That's the only difference.
Right. So the size changed over time. That's the deal?
That's not evolution. That's just some kind of a variation within your own.
Yeah, and variations accumulate forever. They have no reason to.
What's the variation though that changes you from a fish to a lizard or a worm to a monkey, or you know what I'm saying? That's the problem. You can change within a fish. Can be all kinds of different fish because it's still a fucking fish. A whale can be it's a mammal. It will always be a mammal. It's not going to turn into something else. No matter how many generations you go, it's
but
only
it wasn't
going to
a sea mammal forever. It was
that's
a land
cool
animal.
story,
Yeah,
but
they can turn
there's
into
no evidence for that. That's
But it can't change from
we
warm
do.
blooded to
We have
cold
all the
blooded.
fossils
The evidence that they changed is the fact that whales and dolphins have hip bones, which would only
you said
No,
we went
that's
over
not
this,
the-
Sasha.
no. It's not just that. We have a bunch of fossil records of many points in time of the past of the whales.
All
And then you
fossil evidence is skeptical at best because there has
I
never
agree.
been a full fossil skeleton of anything ever pulled out of the ground. We're talking
I
about
agree.
chips
Oh,
of
if-
bones. Chips
Yeah,
of
it
bones
doesn't have
that
to
you
be 100%. That's
no,
why
but
we have
it needs to be at
paleontologists.
least 1%, and most fossils are less than that.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the ones regarding whales, or are you talking about in general? Because
In
did
general,
you verify
all
if that applies to whales?
There isn't a complete whale skeleton. It's fossilized. I can
Anywhere.
guarantee it.
All right. Does that it has to be 100% complete to validate what I was saying?
But again, then you tell me how complete it would need to be.
I don't know. I'm not a paleontologist, but I'm asking if it needs to be 100%.
Well, if you're talking
because
about something that isn't around today, then it's going to have to be fairly complete for us to get an overall impression of what it was like, you know?
well, if you have, for example, more than one fossil, and one might have one part and the other might have the other part, and if
So
they
how do you
fit as
know
the
it's
same,
how do you know it's the
but
same
listen,
creature?
yeah, this is a famous,
because
this is
they
a
have
famous
overlapping
thing.
parts. You can.
This is a famous example, right? In the so-called world of dinosaur paleontology, the very first dinosaur they found, they rebuilt it large. It was large, and they had some like Royal Society do or something in London with all of these like Victorian experts and everything. They all famously had dinner inside this thing because it was that big, and it turned out it was an iguanodon, right? And the modern ideas of what they say an iguanodon is like, for a start, it's bipedal. A iguanodon is. The first thing they built was quadrupedal, so there's a big mistake. First off, they thought it was a horn on the end of its nose, like a rhinoceros, the original thing they found. But nowadays they've decided that it was a spiky thumb on each hand, but they never found the other spike. So, you know,
speculations.
It's just,
I'm not
made
sure
up.
what the specific example we're talking about, but the thing is, I mean, of course, there might be mistakes in paleontology. It doesn't mean we don't have tools to prevent those errors.
You know, the Velociraptor never
that it doesn't have
existed
a proof
before
in
Jurassic
frozen
Park
states.
came out. There was no such thing as a Velociraptor before Jurassic Park came out. Completely
How many
fictional
skulls of
dinosaur.
dinosaurs have been pulled out of the ground? Do you know
How many skulls?
Very few.
That's a very specific information. That would take me
Okay,
a
well,
long time.
I can help you. It's easy. The answer is 0. No
Are you sure
skull
about
has
that?
ever- yes, I'm
I mean-
100% sure. Go ahead, Google away. Yeah.
There has been, I mean, never mind. I'm not even going to bring it up because it's kind of like. The thing about dinosaurs is that.
There is a bunch of them.
Dinosaurs don't
About to do
exist, mate.
some-
Got some
yeah,
shock
that's the
for you there.
problem.
They're not real.
No, hear me out. Listen, so.
You can even buy them.
I think dinosaurs are real to an extent, but.
Dinosaurs don't exist, full stop. Look into it.
I mean, there has been fossil evidence of stuff like that of big animals, like bigger
No, there
animals
hasn't.
we have today. So I wouldn't be surprised.
These are modern animal remains.
Yeah, exactly.
Blue whale bones.
I think they're real bones, but I don't know if they're dinosaurs. Like they could be something else entirely. But
We've had this conversation before. Remember what I said to you? It's all made up to disguise the fact that they should be giant humans.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't bother you to learn that 0 dinosaur skulls have ever been pulled out of the ground?
Oh, it's just false.
That's just false, dude.
Okay, then,
Yeah,
then
just-
go ahead and since you're going to make the positive claim that a skull has been pulled out of the ground, please show me the evidence.
You know, saying that dinosaur bones haven't been pulled out is also a false
Sasha, just
They haven't,
pull me
because
up,
they
pull me
don't
up the
exist.
evidence. That's all.
The thing about
I mean,
dinosaurs.
there are many in museums. You can
Don't
even
get
find them in
upset. Just
museums.
pull it up. Just pull it up for me. It's
Yeah,
easy.
just
'Cause-
gonna
'cause there's
pick
so
any
many of
random
them.
from any museum here.
Yeah, let's hope it's
You
all
know,
right.
every single dinosaur skull you've seen in a museum is not bone. It is not fossil. It is plaster, and they tell you that when you go up to touch it. So you got to be careful about the arguments you're picking.
Have you seen the
Right,
movie?
yeah,
Night at the-
it could be true. It doesn't mean they're don't. I mean, if you ask them where did they get that from, of course they're not going to say that we made it up, right?
No, they do tell you. That's exactly what they
No,
say. They say, "Yeah, we
no.
bought this from a factory in China. We gave them the
Yeah,
specs.
I'm
and they
talking
made it
about the original shape of the animal. They have those stored because I mean they get contaminated
cool, then bring it up.
in contact
It's
with
easy.
air, right?
It's simple. Just pull it up.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
They've
I'm
never-
pretty sure I've seen people talking people talking about fossils and they go to those big files. They open like
They've never found a complete dinosaur ever.
that's not relevant. You don't have to find 100% complete
You don't-
bone
you
to
don't
know
find it
about.
The entire history of all fossils, not one has made it.
I'm not sure how to verify that claim.
Well, I can't post photos.
How do you
in the
guarantee
chat,
that?
but
Because
I-
it's one thing to claim there is no complete fossil, and then I have to keep running on the internet trying to verify everything you're saying. The other one is you demonstrate what you're just saying. How do you demonstrate
you don't
that?
have to. You don't have to. You can go look it up later. But you understand, you're the one that made the positive claim, not me, right?
No. I was just explaining the misconceptions about evolution. For example, claiming that life came from rocks. That's a blatant misconception about evolution.
I just read an article released in either May or June of this year talking about that's the new explanation. I can't remember what the mechanism was. It has to do with, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up now.
Can you cite that so I can see if the
No,
files...
I'm looking it
Hey,
up now.
Bacon,
yeah.
what you're doing is just you're kind of obfuscating and your twisty-turny thing. Listen,
No,
we,
just
we
explain the
understand that what you're talking about is not evolution. That what you're talking about, that biogenesis or whatever, is when we came from the primordial ooze, right? But straight from there, by your way of thinking, that single-celled animal, whatever it was, that came from an inert thing, was evolving.
So
And it wasn't.
Creation Bear just posted a photo in the chat that shows dinosaur bones, and it's kind of evidence that dinosaurs had to exist.
I'm
I
not
don't-
looking at that chat.
I don't
to
buy
be
that
honest.
for 1 second.
Neither do I.
Don't waste your time with cartoons.
Hold on. Which?
How was that a cartoon, dude? You asked for evidence.
That's not,
we gave
listen,
you
that's
evidence.
not a cartoon. That is a mute. Listen, that all he did was post a picture. Now, where is it from? Then go
I
and
don't
call
know.
that
Ask
fucking-
Creation Bear, but it's
Like
true.
that,
I'm just telling you
know
what's
that
gonna
T-Rex
happen.
skeleton you've just posted that fossil of, yeah, just T-Rex. Right, I'm going to make 2 points about that T-Rex, and one of them is about evolution, but we'll get to that in a while. That was not found like that in the ground, and I know this for a fact because not one T-Rex has ever been found completely like that. And when you look into it, that implies that they found a few different skeletons all over the place and that they've managed to piece one together from that. That's not true at all. They found bones that they've said are T-Rexes, right? Because these things look the same, a lot of them. And most of it is made up. Like, you know, what they think it was. And it's all cast in resin. Well, nowadays they use like epoxy resin, but it used to be like plaster casting. And I know for a fact at the Natural History Museum in London, I went there after I found out this fact, And you're not supposed to touch. You're not allowed to even go near the actual fossils. But I jumped over the thing, and I went up to the this dinosaur. I can't remember. It was like a T-Rex, but I can't remember what it was. Right, and it was made of plaster. I'm telling you, there's no way it's made of bone.
That's similar to making the claim that some paintings don't exist, because in many museums they don't put the original, because getting exposed to light damages the painting over time. So they just put a copy there for people to see. That doesn't mean the original painting doesn't exist.
Well, first of all, that is an awful example to use, and if that's true, then what's the point of going to see a copy of a painting in a museum or a gallery when you could just look at the same thing in a book then?
Yeah, your claim is that when I go to see an art show and what I'm looking at is reproduced prints?
No, I'm not saying that always happens, but it sometimes happens in some museums.
That sounds like fraud to me, because it was never postulated to me that these were anything other than the works of art that were attributed to those artists. So why would they scam me like that?
Oh, it's not scamming you. They're just protecting the original.
Oh, but then they could have just said these aren't the real paintings.
Okay, you could call them fraud, but that doesn't mean the original painting doesn't exist, right?
I have to say something. Just because they lied about the shape of the Earth doesn't mean they lied about evolution.
Mate, they lied about fucking everything.
You're right, Sasha.
Just the
That
shape
is,
of the Earth.
it would be a logical fallacy to just assume those two things, right? I get that.
I would just say that don't believe anything they ever say and believe people that actually don't lie to you.
Right. I would also say that you would be foolish to just take anything that's presented after knowing the lie as fact without looking into it. I don't know what that yelling is. It blew my ears out.
Hey, mute your mic, mate.
Thank you.
Sasha, listen to me. I actually think, and a lot of people. Well, anyway, I actually think that evolution, in a certain manner of speaking, might actually be a real thing. Just people and plants.
You're talking about adaptation.
But listen to me carefully, Sasha. We did not come from monkeys. When it actually comes to the whole monkey to human or monkey to man, pathway, logical pathway backed up by hard evidence, I'm just telling you, it's just not there. So I'm not saying that the evolutionary process necessarily itself isn't a real thing, but I will just tell you, no, we didn't come from monkeys.
Okay, yeah, you're on the right track, because even the people that believe in evolution don't say we come from monkeys. They say that we came from a common ancestor.
We get that. That's what he means when he says come from monkey. That ancestor would be a monkey-like thing.
Yeah, the thing is, if you look to the common ancestor, of course,
people come from people. Dogs come from dogs. Horses
call
come from
them
horses.
monkeys.
Pigs
of
come from
course.
pigs.
That's why.
I want to ask.
Anyway,
if we came from a common ancestor of monkeys, right?
We didn't come from monkeys. We came from apes.
Okay, listen. What was the common ancestor? Because I want to know. What was the common ancestor. It's never clear about that.
I mean,
who's got the soundboard? You're on the spot tonight. That's like the 20th one that's been like.
He's got the soundboard. He said, "I mean." Oh my god! I seriously want to know, like, what is
the common ancestor is a rock dude. That's their new claim.
No way.
Why?
God. But nobody's arguing that there can't be adaptation, mutation within a group, but that they don't change to be other things. They're still the thing they were to begin with a variation that is basically hardwired into your planning. That you have a number of variations that you can fucking go through, but we have never seen a lizard turn into a bird or a fish turn into a fucking monkey or any of these.
Evolution doesn't say like that a fish is going to turn into a monkey, right?
Right.
It must do by definition.
It will be tiny variations, right? So I want to see fossils of these variations.
Can I post an image in the chat?
What do you mean fossils of tiny? What exactly are would you like to see?
If your fish is going to go from the water to the land to become a lizard, I want to see the first thing that made a fish able to hit the land.
Creation bear, you got
that's actually known.
You see, that contradicts itself anyway, because if it was going to do that, what's it going to eat on the land if nothing else has ever evolved onto the land? There's no food.
You mean
for
like a fish with lungs, right?
No, that's not what I mean. I know that a fish with a type of lung exists. What I'm asking you for is that evolutionary step of that. Where did it go from the fish without lungs to the fish with lungs to the fish with lungs on land, moving around freely, to a fish with lungs on land with no longer flippers but with feet?
Why would the first fish that ever went on land have had any motivation to do that? Evolutionary wise, it wouldn't have, because there wouldn't have been nothing on the land for it to go up there for. It would have starved to death.
It would have died.
No. That's not how it happened.
You see, when you say these, like you've got personal experience of it.
No. Well, you can learn this.
Nobody learn it. You have to speculate it.
No. We actually found the fossils, and we knew where to find them based on what the environment should be for those things to happen. For example, we know that evolution doesn't just make large
so we found
changes
the fossils.
suddenly, right?
So what about what
we
I
found
just
the
said?
fossils? Where are they?
They were found. Oh, I can. If you give me some minutes, I can find, because I've seen those stuff before. I just don't have the
images
on top of my head.
If you're going to pull up a coelacanth, which still is living today, that's not going to bolster your argument.
No, it's not something that is still living today. It's something very ancient.
Okay.
And if you see the process of finding it,
and these things that they say are very ancient, they're absolutely dated.
I want to point out something.
Everything is very ancient.
Completely random.
Dinosaur fossils have been found with soft tissue a lot.
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
Well, claims have been made, but again,
how can it be an indicator that they're younger than you were told?
Oh, Ryan, can I send you an image and you post it?
Sure.
There's only one reason if you got soft tissue in something, and that's it can't be fossilized, because fossilization is when or dinucleate
that's what I'm trying to say.
Substitution there. Once that happens, there is no organic material left, so that is impossible. If there is something they found with flesh attached to it or whatever, then that is obviously not as old and it hasn't finished the process.
Tiktaalik was this animal that you're talking about, like the transition from land to from sea to land, from water to land. So those fossils weren't just found randomly. They knew where to find them, because you need a certain environment for that to happen. A fish doesn't just going to grow lungs and
Is there a lung here I'm not seeing? I'm curious.
You'd be surprised how little we know about the animals from the fossil record.
Yeah, we actually found a bunch of fossils. We just needed to pinpoint the location.
When was this found exactly? Was this before or after the fossil industry was already up and running? The ones where they make fossils?
Yeah, if you're going to disclaim every fossil has made up, then of course there's no point on asking for fossil evidence, right?
Well, you know that there's factories that make these, right?
Yeah, but those are found. We can actually.
Look at what Creation Bear posted. It's a timeline of how the animals came.
I think I even know the paleontologists that found them.
See, the problem is we're arguing about the ethereal here, because again, none of these things you know them to be what they're claimed to be. You weren't there when they were made. You didn't see the process. You weren't there when they were dug up. You weren't there when they were dug up.
You asking for evidence if you?
No. I am just pointing out, okay, that. Again, showing me one broken piece of rock that somebody claims is the transition is not super great evidence that's going to change anybody's mind.
Of course. That's why we don't have one. We have thousands of fossils.
Yeah, we have thousands.
And the way that they are spread.
We don't have anything.
Well, you
the two of you haven't. Both of you admitted neither one of you has ever dug up a fossil.
Of course.
The Smithsonian controls all the fossils.
Because we're not paleontologists. If we had a paleontologist here,
I'm
we
not a
might have a different answer.
paleontologist. I found
Well, I got a
fossils.
better question.
I've dug up
I got a
plenty
better
of fossils. I spent years doing it.
So
Right,
after you
so how do they
dug up these fossils, how did you determine how long they were in the ground?
I
How
didn't
did I
determine.
determine?
I am not the paleontologist, but they have
Yeah,
methods
I'm
to
not
do
a
it. They have
scientist.
different.
They do, right.
radioactive-
And if you
It's kind of like
and if you
asking for the
scrutinize that,
curvature. You
it's
see,
problems.
there is no answer. There is no curvature, and there is no proper way that we have to actually
but-
know how long any of those
he's
things
not an
were actually in
astronaut.
the ground.
There is
He's not an
curvature,
astronaut.
but
He's not an astronaut, so he can't do that. He's not an
No.
astronaut.
Actually, there are ways to verify the shape of the Earth without needing fancy and expensive equipment. You can
Well,
do
yeah,
it with
I agree on that. I was just saying you can't know, how long those things are in the ground. Is my point. Like they say that the Earth is, what is it, 4.567 billion years old, and the universe is 13.7 billion years old.
dating doesn't
just
work.
come up with these crazy fucking numbers, man.
those
different,
it's like
those
it
numbers
randomly
could have
different
been here
numbers from the
forever
same
or only a
cycle
few
every single
thousand
time.
years. We don't know the difference. How the hell you
No,
know the difference? Tell me how you know the difference.
Those numbers come from different methods. If you're talking about dating fossils, that's one thing. If you're talking about dating the universe, of course they
date
are not
fossil
using
with-
carbon dating for the universe.
You can't use carbon dating on a fossil.
Yeah, listen,
There's no
listen,
carbon.
guys,
I didn't say
listen.
carbon dating, I said dating.
Listen, guys. I've got a photo of a tank that was submerged in mud and left there after the Second World War, and it is virtually turned to a rock. Right? It's nearly finished the process, and that was from the Second World War. Once it turns into a rock, you've got no chance of telling how old it is.
Of course,
well, yeah. Now you're going to tell me you're doing the data from the rocks that it's around, but they date fossils from the rocks they found in, and they date rocks from the fossils found in them. So, you can only have it one way.
It's just so many assumptions, man.
Get the words you said.
Oh, it's not an assumption.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, it is assumptions, and that's why the flat Earth is the most important thing to talk about, because that's not an assumption. You can measure the Earth, measures flat, and measure its movement.
How did you do that?
I'm just saying this for the audience, just to remind people, that's why it functions as a foundation of truth. Because you can prove that. But hold on. How long this bone was right here making an imprint on this rock? I can't verify that. But I think we can drag a lot more information about this in the open, but we just need, the political will and people to wake up to flat Earth. That's why I always cringe whenever I hear anybody on here say that politics doesn't matter. Because, man, politics are interested in you, whether or not you're interested in politics.
Well,
You're going to open up Antarctica for free travel.
You can use carbon dating to see how old they
Are you
are.
still on the globe, Bacon?
Very well said. Very well said about politics. Very well said.
What was the question?
Are you still on the globe?
Do you think you're living on a
Well, then
spinning
that's where
ball
we
in
should steer the
space?
questions. I
Wait.
thought you were a flat earther, but since you were living on the
Wait,
globe, that's
you're not
something
a
we
flat
can
earther, Bacon?
we can deal with that real quick then, because
Oh
then we
my
don't have to worry about speculations and all that.
See, the
We can just-
fact that all the Globers believe in evolution makes me want to believe in it less.
Actually, not all the Globers. Most people I know are Globers, and maybe half of them don't believe in evolution. So it's not that all
So
the
you're
Globers.
using the same level of proof for your evolution as you are the ball. You're just going by what you've been taught and told.
No,
So
actually, no.
Go ahead and wait.
I've
I'm not
witnesses
done talking. I was almost done. This is my belief. All right. You can correct me if I'm wrong with your statements, but if what I'm seeing is true, then you're gonna have to explain to me why you think that you're living on a ball, and give me I heard you say the measurement that you used to figure this out. I'm just curious.
Well, the way we know that the Earth is not flat, is that we have it almost the whole surface.
Welcome
map,
to Flat
right?
Earth. That's it right there, huh?
Hey,
He was
we
about
have-
to say it by accident.
gonna
It's
say
so
it.
true.
All right, let him go.
Right,
Bacon.
good argument, man. I'm convinced now.
No.
So
go
yeah,
ahead, Bacon.
we have a map of the surface, right? I mean, we have distances and directions, and we
Those
have
maps
the world map.
are all those maps.
Reification
If you
fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the definitive proof. I mean, there.
But you understand that those maps are all distorted to begin with, right? And they tell you
Exactly.
that.
The 2D ones are, and they have to be if the Earth is spherical. If the Earth
Okay,
is
well,
flat, they don't
that's
have to.
hold on, hold
Right?
on, hold on. No, that's not true. I'm talking about just the size of the continents in the northern hemisphere. There should be no difference, right? On whether it's flat or globe, the
It
shapes,
should.
the sizes, the distances, there's variations that there shouldn't be. But beyond that, you're affirming to me that it has been measured as a globe, right? That's what you're telling me.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of
Okay, so
experiments
tell
that
me
people
how it
can
was
do.
measured.
I mean, the easiest experiment I can think of is the Foucault's pendulum, right?
That's a crazy way for you to prove to me that you live in a ball. Wouldn't it be easier to just point to the fucking ball than to have some?
What do you mean point to the fucking
I'm
ball?
going
Wouldn't
to.
that be pointing to the ground? Well, how is that any evidence? How is that
Okay.
showing anyone?
Well, you need to measure that thing.
How does the pendulum prove the ball?
Because it processes that shows the spin of the ground, and because
Okay,
it's
so the pendulum on the equator, right, is way different than the pendulum on the pole, right? Because those two spins are very, very different, right?
Right.
So cool. Show me an example of a pendulum on the equator and its 15 degree an hour precession.
No, a pendulum in the equator doesn't precess.
Why not?
Because its rotation is aligned. I mean, the direction of where the pendulum is pointed to is turning around the axis of rotation. So that's not going to make the pendulum precesses, of course.
The axis of rotation is 3-dimensional, right? It's not 2D.
Yeah, the axis isn't. And so what?
you have to spin the four-color pendulum horizontal or vertical to the equator.
Yeah,
it should precess.
if it's perpendicular to the axis of rotation, you're going to have the maximum precession. If you put it parallel to the axis of rotation, then that can't precess. That's pretty
Right, so
visual.
you put it perpendicular, so it'll precess.
Yeah, in perpendicular. Yeah, if you put it perpendicularly, yeah, you will precess. If you put,
But it would precess on the equator if it's perpendicular.
no, that's where the pendulum is. The plane of the pendulum is parallel to the axis of rotation, right?
Bro, what are you
So you
talking
can't
about?
tell at all on the equator at all?
Yeah, in the equator, it won't precess. The precession is going to be.
So it doesn't work at all. It doesn't even work at all on the
Your
equator.
test
period.
doesn't test
Exactly.
anything, is what you're telling me.
No. If you test in the equator, you're going to find no precession. But as you move from the equator, the precession is going to be proportional to your latitude, and that's exactly what you should expect to see in the globe Earth that is spinning around an axis of rotation.
So what would you see on the equator, and what would you see on the North Pole? Tell us.
On the North
We're
Pole,
all
you see
listening.
it. You're going to see it precess in 24 hours clockwise. In the equator, you wouldn't see it precessing. In the South Pole, you're going to see it precessing in 24 hours counterclockwise.
Can you reproduce this anywhere else in reality?
Yeah.
It's gonna spin clockwise at the North Pole.
That's quite
one time a
common
day
in physics classes.
And it'll spin counterclockwise at the South Pole one time a day.
No, not one time a day. At any point in time.
But you said once in 24 hours. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, it takes 24 hours for a full rotation. If you move from the poles,
That's
that
what I said.
time
It's gonna spin around once a day.
yeah, but it's not going to stop after one day. It's just going to keep processing whatever.
Now, can you show this in effect? Can you show us like on a video the difference between the North Pole and the equator or any other place?
Yeah, you can just pick any experiment in which people did the
But I
experiment
want you
and
to
see
show
if
us.
it
I don't want to
matches.
chase the rabbit. I want you to show us it's processing like you say.
Right, let me pick some examples.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I love the gift that he sent.
While you're looking for it, you can't imagine any other explanation for the effect that you're describing either, as well,
Oh,
right?
that would be proportional to the
be-
sign of your latitude. That would be that would make no sense to be anything else. You can
This
also.
is how I know this is going to fail, because if you start going south, you should be able to measure it just as equal, right?
Yeah, the distance from the equator tells you how quickly
you're
it
not going to
processes.
find any examples of that, I promise.
I am in the south. I saw this experiment in high school,
Mm.
and it did match the sign of the latitude.
What was keeping this pendulum? Where was it attached?
To the ceiling
of like a classroom, I assume.
No, it was outside the classroom. Inside it's still a closed place, but it's like inside the building, but outside of the class.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got your your plum whatever weight hanging, and you had like a 360-degree circle or whatnot. Is that?
No, it didn't last until 360 degree, but the time.
Well, I mean, if you had been standing there for a whole day, right?
Yeah,
So
well, there's friction.
How long were you in class?
After some
How
hours.
long were you in class? How long were you in class?
We did the pendulum for half an hour. That was enough.
Half an hour. So what's the rotation for half an hour at your latitude?
It's 3 point something degrees, I guess.
3 degrees, and there was no other condition in that room that could have caused a 3-degree change.
Yeah, but other conditions could cause it in any direction, in any degree.
Then it
didn't have
sounds
to
like a
match the
shit
sign.
experiment to me.
No, it doesn't, because if you can do it how many times you want, it's starting at any direction you want. If it always gives you 3 degrees, then it's consistent.
But it's not
if it's
3 degrees exactly, like you just said. It was about 3 degrees. It wasn't exactly 3 degrees.
Yeah, it was 3.1, I guess.
Well, that shouldn't be, right? You said it would have been 3 degrees. Why was it 3.1?
Yeah, of course. We're not measuring with infinite precision. No, the thing is,
You're
it's
actually
not
not
a
measuring
measure
any precision,
one.
because there's no proof that you would have gotten another 3 degrees in the next half an hour, because you didn't stick around to
Yeah, but
find out.
that's a very damn coincidence, right? So,
It would have been if it was right on, but it wasn't right on.
Right. So, there's
because
nothing
of all the variables that you guys didn't eliminate from this observation.
Like what?
Like any of the people in the room vibrating the floor, air conditioning, central air, the heat from the window heating up one side of the metal plum that you were using. I can come up with a billion ways to move that thing.
Those factors
that don't involve any kind of rotation of an earth.
Those factors can affect the pendulum in any direction, at any proportion. The fact that it still matches the expected value tells you that you can't attribute that.
Expected value that you made up before you even did it.
Yeah, it's supposed to match your latitude. I'm telling that when I say it's expected, I'm telling you that it matches the model. That's all I'm saying.
So, the model, it doesn't match reality. Does that make sense to you?
No, the reality is the observed. The reality is the observation of it. The experiment is reality.
What's the hypothesis?
Which hypothesis? Is that the Earth spin?
No, that's not a hypothesis.
Does the pendulum measure a deviation like the Coriolis?
Sorry?
Does the pendulum measure a deviation like the Coriolis force?
Yeah, I think you could apply that to Coriolis effect. You could say it's the Coriolis effect that is making the pendulum process.
So there needs to be a cause and an effect in a hypothesis. So there would need to be a cause for the Earth spin.
The cause of... Oh, we're not determining the cause of the Earth spin. We're just trying to see if it spins.
Well, then
and
it's
one
not
way
a
to detect that is with pendulums.
So why aren't you measuring the actual part that's supposed to be spinning, the surface of Earth?
Sorry, what?
You're supposed to be measuring or detecting Earth's rotation. Why are you looking at this apparatus that's in a building instead of looking at the surface of Earth?
How can I be standing on the surface and see the surface spinning?
What about if you're not on the surface?
How can I be suspended from the surface and
Like
not
maybe
be
in a helicopter, a helicopter,
Sorry?
a drone, a helicopter?
Yeah, helicopters and drones are subject to multiple different forces. It's way harder to isolate this type.
They're
One second.
also subject to staying in the same place because they have a directional coordinate system.
No, our coordinate system is works in a sphere, man.
Also,
No, not if the Earth is not moving and the stars and the moon are moving.
It
in
has nothing
sequence
to do with the
each
coordinate
other.
system. The coordinate system is measured in angles, right? Not miles or meters, right?
Yeah.
this pendulum, it's going back and forth,
Imagination.
or is it just sitting very still and
No,
then
it's going back
sliding
and forth,
along the
of course.
floor?
How can
Back
you?
and
How
forth. So what's powering it?
it's inertia?
So some person pushed it, yeah?
Yeah.
You ever use a Ouija board?
Was it what?
A Ouija board.
What's that?
To speak to spirits. A board with a little glass
Ouija.
on it.
Ouija board.
Yeah, Ouija.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You understand how that works, right? The idea behind that.
Right.
Not that it actually contacts spirits, but people manipulate the thing either consciously or subconsciously, and it moves around the board, right?
Right.
That's what you're doing with this pendulum because you were the one.
How exactly are we manipulating?
Let me finish. You're causing the back and forth motion by applying physical force to it. Where is the precision in that? You can cause it.
We're not just releasing with your hands.
Want it to go at that
That's
point.
not how that's not how it's performed.
How is it? Explain to me how it's performed.
Just the way I said on that video, you attach the pendulum till it's standing still, and then you burn the string in which it's holding it. So there's no effect from anyone's hand to interfere in the plane of precession of the pendulum. And then everyone just stares at it.
The wrong video. How far up?
The last I
going?
sent.
I'm sorry.
Let me see. I can send it again.
Bacon. No, I'll find it. I think I looked at the wrong thing.
Yeah, the thing is, the helicopter example or the airplane example, they are subject to too many variables, right? All of those variables are much more negligent in the pendulum. So you can accumulate the Coriolis effect in the pendulum for much longer and in a much more visible way than you can with any drone or end plane.
Okay, show us how it relates to or correlates to 1,000 miles per hour spin at the equator.
It doesn't. It's not about the tangent velocity of the surface. It's about the amount of time each takes to make a full rotation.
Oh.
How did that thing get moving? Somebody pushed it, yeah?
Yeah, we pulled and then we attached it with a string, and then we wait.
And you have it in this narrow corridor, this stairwell where the string is going down. What do you think the air currents are doing in the stairwell?
There is no current.
There's no current.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that video, but now in which we did, there was no current. Okay. We didn't have any window open. Everyone's just sitting on the ground.
It doesn't matter if there's a window open. You're
of course, it matters.
Building where I know for a fact there's got to be a central air. The air is circulating. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fit for humans to be in. It's a requirement.
Yeah, but how is that if you're considering that as something that could be affecting the pendulum, if we start the pendulum, sorry, one second. What?
How would it not? How would resistance not affect the result?
The air, of course, the air is not just completely stopped, but it's not affecting the pendulum in a consistent way in a specific direction of rotation. That wouldn't make any sense.
How do you know that if you don't leave that thing all day moving, if it could move all day, but it won't because it'll run out of momentum eventually, but how do you know that it's not just going to start reverting back towards the way it came and keep going in the way
you can repeat how many times you want. Every time this experiment is performed, it always matches the sign of your
no, that's not true at all. I'm sure
I invite you to do the experiment yourself.
Many observations where that's not the case. Hold on.
All right, so we have a different claim on that experiment.
Yeah, you're going to claim that every Foucault pendulum experiment shows 15 degrees of rotation. Period. End of sentence.
Wouldn't it be easier just to look at the shape of the Earth from above? Wouldn't that be easier?
To what?
Wouldn't it be easier just to look at the shape of the Earth from above?
What of the Earth?
The shape.
Sake.
We can't get that high. You have to have faith in
But
NASA
we can
for
get to
that.
the moon, right? We can get to the moon, right?
I can show you a video that debunks the moon landing in 44 seconds. Do you want to see it?
Oh, we can't get to the moon?
No, you can't.
But we should believe everything they say because we can't get to the moon. Wait.
The moon landing was faked.
If you don't know the moon landing was fake by now, you're lost.
What kind of hinge is that
Why?
rope attaching the
Why?
pendulum to the ceiling by? What's
The guy
the
was
hinge
saying-
mechanism?
What's what?
The guy saying
The
pendulum,
hinge
therefore globe.
attaching your
How'd they get
line
past
to
the
the
Van Allen
ceiling.
radiation belts?
Well, the hinge will at most keep the pendulum at its
Well, it could
initial.
restrict the directions it can go, can't
Yeah,
it?
that would go against what the
Why would
expected value
you
is,
wouldn't
and it
want you
doesn't.
wouldn't want any resistance. You would want the spin of the Earth to do all the work.
Yeah,
so if you
but
put a hinge resisting its movement either
that goes
way,
against
or
the point, man. Because if that was the case, that should make our precession smaller, and it's still
no. What I'm
matching
telling you is I guarantee you, the hinge is set up so that back and forth motion that you have is the only direction that has the least amount of resistance. If you tried to go left and right, you
If
would
that
need
was the case, it wouldn't have precessed.
much more resistance because of the hinge.
No. If that was the case, it wouldn't have precessed. Because
How
that
many
was
times
already
are
the
you
initial
saying
plane
if?
of the pendulum.
You have to say if so much in this, dude. I hope
Of
you
course,
realize that.
because I'm taking your claims into consideration. Like, if
No.
your
It's not
claim
a
is
claim.
right, then X, Y, and Z. Yes, there is a claim. He's claiming that the hinge of the pendulum is determining how it's going to oscillate. And if
How do you
that
start
was
the
the
pendulum?
case, sorry,
How do you start
that
the
was
fucking
already
pendulum?
answered. That was already answered.
Whatever.
You know
Okay,
that something
cool.
is
Take
factual.
back over. Sorry, I just wanted to ask that.
All right. You pull the pendulum, you hang it with a string, and you wait until it's still, and then you burn the string.
What?
It's
You're doing all of that. Do you realize you're the one causing that effect?
Yeah, the swing, not the precession.
But
Right, so it has
inducing
nothing to do with
speed
the
a certain
movement
way,
of
and it's
Earth.
kind of close to
Yes,
that.
it does,
so that
because the movement of the Earth is related to the precession, not the swinging. You're completely missing the point of the experiment.
Yes, I am, because it's not an
let's
experiment.
grant him his precession then. So now, explain to me this thing that's attached to the Earth. How is it avoiding? What are the reference frames?
Yeah,
Why isn't it? Why is it not just spinning with the Earth? Why is there a deviation?
Because the pendulum is following its inertial path. It can move
Inertial
freely.
path.
Yeah, it can move freely, right?
It moves freely. So,
Right.
with that in mind, if I throw a football, is it moving freely?
Yeah,
So it would be affected by the Earth's spin. The Earth would spin underneath it, right?
correct.
Same thing with planes.
Planes aren't that freely. They're
Whoa.
dependent on the atmosphere.
Whoa, buddy.
Whoa, wait,
Uh-oh.
wasn't there atmosphere for the ball and the pendulum?
No, the thing is, have you ever tried to drive a car with your eyes closed?
Ed, yes.
That's the straw man.
Yeah, how far do you think you can get with your eyes closed?
What does it have to do with the football and the Earth turning?
No, not the football. I'm talking about the airplane. Yeah, the football. I agree. You would expect Coriolis effect when you kick a ball.
Okay, let's
depending on
not
what
use
direction
let's
you
not
kick.
use a plane then. Let's use a long range piece of ordnance, 30 millimeter shell fired out of a howitzer. Kapow!
A what? Sorry.
A mortar, a piece of ordnance, a
Do you
big
have another
bullet,
word for that?
a cannonball.
Right, cannonball. Right. Yeah, cannonballs are subject to the Coriolis effect. Yes.
Ah, okay. So the spin then you would be it's so constant that you should be able to see it anytime you leave the reference frame, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how precise you're measuring it.
Well, but it should be measurable, right? Since
Depending
your
on the
Foucault
distance, yes.
pendulum can measure it. Wait. Since your Foucault pendulum can measure it, don't you think that you should be able to measure it if, I don't know, let's say I fire a bullet and it goes 20 miles because it's fired from a ship.
The time in which the bullet is on the air is way shorter than the time in which the pendulum is processing. That's why the pendulum is the easiest way to measure that. because it processes for hours. So you have all that
No,
effect
you
accumulated.
processed it for minutes and detected your thing. So you can't have it both
Of
ways.
course, half an hour, yeah.
It's either detectable or it's not. It's measurable or it's not. You don't need all that long time suddenly when it only took you a minute before.
Yeah, I was talking about half an hour. You have a shot. I mean, can you shoot a bullet that's going to be half an hour going to, I don't know, from
How
the
many
equator to
degrees
the
did it
north?
move in half an hour in your room?
In my room?
Well, in the classroom. It was like 3 degrees, right? In half an hour?
3.1 degrees.
15 minutes is a degree and a half, 3/4 is a degree in 7 minutes. I think you should be able to. All right, so 7 minutes flight, 3/4 degrees, definitely measurable, right?
No, how the bullet
no,
works and how the
no. It's the same scale. Why wouldn't it be measurable?
The bullet is in the pendulum, right? If you want to
It doesn't
calculate
matter.
Coriolis, you have to.
The Earth is still spinning underneath an object, right?
The math
That's
isn't
that
just
whole
sum up
point.
the amount of degrees. I mean, you have to think a bit more than that.
Put it on the same path. We're putting it on the equator. We're firing it in the same direction. All the same variables. It's in the air the same amount of time. Should be measurable.
Oh yeah, it should be measurable. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
but how can you distinguish? Like, for example, depending on the height of the pendulum, you have.
So now I want you to think this. Now you're firing your bullet with the spin of the Earth and then against the spin of the Earth. Is there a difference?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference?
The difference is if you're firing with the spin of the Earth, it's going to take longer to fall.
Okay.
Because it's going to get lighter.
Excellent.
Because
And
of the
then?
centrifugal force.
Wait. You lost me.
Yeah, if you shoot with the spin of the Earth,
with the
you're
spin,
adding,
right?
Yeah, you're adding speed. I mean, you already have these. For example, if you're at the equator, you already have 1,600 kilometers an hour, right? And if you shoot a bullet in that direction, you're summing up that speed to the speed of the bullet.
Right.
So you have an even higher speed.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So
then
that's
what
going
happens
to
the other
have.
way?
Yeah. So that's going to be perceived as a higher.
And the opposite in the other direction, right? You see it drop the other
then
way.
you're subtracting, so you have less.
So
you have less
why-
centrifugal.
So if that's true in your mind, then why are there no flight time differences, planes traveling east to west versus west to east on the equator or elsewhere?
Oh, because we were talking about bullets, right?
We're talking about objects not attached to the reference
No.
flame,
The
flying
bullets-
through a medium.
I said the bullets
it
are
doesn't
going to take.
matter if it's a plane or
One
a bullet.
second. It does. 1 second. When I said that they are going to go longer, it's because it's going to take more time for them to fall because of the centrifugal force. So if you apply that to planes, they're just going to get lighter.
There is no centrifugal force, and you've never you never fired a shot in anger in your life.
Can I be a big
I'm
boy
not
once,
saying that. I'm
Kiwi? Do you
just
have to come
evaluating
and
the
save me every
implications of that.
time?
Say again.
You're saving me.
I said I'm just evaluating the implications of the model.
Not you. The other. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to be saved. I thought I was going to get him, but
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll stay out of it. Go.
No, you're going to do it much more precise, but I thought I was right there, but never mind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Do it.
No,
So, all right. So you have your with the spin and against the spin, right? So explain to me again why you think the difference is the drop somehow of a bullet. What is the difference between the two objects not on the reference frame flying through the medium?
If you're moving,
why can you perceive it with one and not the other again?
Yeah, if you're moving
What's the
with the spin, you're going to get lighter than if you're moving against it. Yeah, so that's going to give you a difference of weight.
No.
That's why the bullet might go longer, because it's going to take longer to fall and get to the floor. So that's not expected to affect flight times. It might decrease flight fuel, for example. But I'm not sure how negligible or irrelevant that difference should be.
He's off on a red herring fallacy of nightmare proportions. He doesn't get what you're saying.
I tap out. Thank you.
Well, I just answered the question, didn't I?
No,
No,
it's
you
a red
didn't.
herring, dude.
It's fucking idiot red herring.
Well, why
you
isn't-
got this globe derp, or do you want me to destroy him quick?
Why is this
you
a
got
red
it.
herring?
All right.
Why doesn't that address the question?
Yes, sir, Dad. Take care of it for me.
Please.
Bacon, have you ever shot a a long range rifle or anything like that?
No, no, yeah, I already agreed to that.
You have no idea what you speak of. I am retired military expert infantryman. I've actually made these shots, right? I've
All right.
actually trained. Now, I'm not a sniper. I wasn't sniper qualified. They were in my company. I was recon. I used to cross-train with these guys. They were my drinking buddies. I cross-trained with them every 4 to 6 months. I've personally made shots with domestic weapons and foreign weapons 1,300 to 1,500 meters out. Let me tell you something, son. I have never heard of the Coriolis effect. It was never fucking spoken of, much less actualized. So
Well, we were talking about centrifugal force.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Well, if we're talking about shooting with the horizon or against the speed of the Earth or with the speed of the Earth, then we're not talking about Coriolis. We're talking about centrifugal force.
If you're
There is no
shooting
center. Hold up,
1,300 meters,
nerd.
that's
I'm going to
sniper
destroy
range.
him right now.
Definitely sniper
Define the
range.
Coriolis effect.
Well, it's a specific situation of implied by Newtonian mechanics. When you have
No, Newtonian mechanics is fucking toast. Define the Coriolis effect.
yeah, it's an implication of Newtonian mechanics. It's
Well,
a certain.
No, it's yeah, sure. Well, Newtonian mechanics, all the laws of Newton are fucking debunked. We're not. I'll get there later. I want to get to. Can you even define the damn thing?
Well, I'm not using it to explain anything.
What the fuck do you mean? You were just saying it was the Coriolis effect. Define the fucking thing.
Yeah, the Coriolis effect is a specific situation of Newtonian laws of mechanics, but you don't need.
Oh my god!
You don't. It's not something extra to Newtonian laws of motion. It's just
Newtonian laws of motion are all bunk. So I can destroy it by showing that Newtonian laws of motion are all bunk. Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Outstanding. 1 fucking second. I was going to the fucking Coriolis effect. You want to jump to fucking straight to Newtonian mechanics? Huh, no problem. This will be an easy fucking kill.
He's in your line of sight.
Line of sight? Line of sight? What?
A line of snipe for the sniper. Because you can snipe him.
He's in my crosshairs, is what you're fucking trying to say?
Yeah.
I caught you. Sorry, man. I'm a bit slow. So let's go. Goodbye, Einstein. And goodbye, fucking Newton.
Oh, so your debunking is the
I could debunk. I don't
replacement of Newtonian mechanics by relativity. Is that the debunk you're mentioning?
I don't have to. I really don't have to. It was done 106 years ago. I'll just let them do it.
Yeah, the way in which you could claim it's false, Newtonian mechanics is wrong, is because it doesn't work with 100% certainty. It doesn't.
Well, laws are 100% certain, so just relax.
Yeah, that's why we're no longer using the words laws.
Shut the fuck up. At 16 minutes after the hour, from your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict. We're talking about gravitation, sorry. Replacing those developed by Isaac Newton. So we replace gravity. I'm sorry. The third one is the most important one for us. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion, that's what we're talking about, and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the fucking throne by Einstein. It's over. So they're done.
Well, not
You
exactly.
need any more?
Of course. Of course I would need more. Because the fact
You're
that
gonna
they're
need more than that.
Yeah, because they don't diverge 100%. Actually, they
don't
diverge in very
diverge
specific
100%.
situation. Of
They
course
don't
not.
What does they don't diverge 100% mean?
It means if you use one model over the other, in most situations, they're going to give the same result.
In
What does
most
supersede
situations,
mean?
they're going to give the same result. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? They're all debunked.
It doesn't matter. We're not saying.
Okay, let's just
Yeah,
let's kill it quick. Let's kill it quick. How about that? You understand that all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws. Do you understand that?
That's not true.
Oh, it's not. How much you
No,
want
it's
to bet?
not true.
Who said that? Astronaut?
This guy up here.
Astronerd? Okay, wait
Yeah.
a second. How much you want to bet
Have
on
you
that?
ever heard of classical physics?
Yeah, we've heard of it. It's going to get fucking crushed right now. How much you want to bet on that?
The Rosetta mission. How much
How
that
much you
cost?
want to bet? How much cash do you want to bet that all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws?
How about the successes of Rosetta
How
mission?
much are you going to put in front of that incoherent blowhole of yours, what you just said?
Well, go straight to the argument then.
I will. I want a cash symbol.
Hold on a second. Let me look up the number.
You got a Bitcoin? Bet your Bitcoin.
I want a cash symbol from Mr. Fucking interrupt the discussion with his numpty dipshittery. How much cash are you going to put on that?
How much was it?
Remember what I said? I said all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws. You said no, they're not. How much
I
are
know.
you willing
No,
to
they're,
bet?
they're not. There's a separation between
How much?
quantum mechanics.
How
and,
much?
Well, I know you're not gonna do it.
Oh,
because
yes, I will, you fucking idiot. How much?
I'll put all the money on earth, baby, because I know
All the
you-
money on earth. I need to
Oh,
cash.
yeah. You probably don't even own any Bitcoin, Astronaut.
Bacon, just relax for a second. Do I got some type of financier in here?
Well, because no matter how much evidence we put towards you, you're not gonna
Shut the
accept
fuck
it.
up. How much money?
How much
Hey
money?
man, your $4.62 of allowance isn't gonna cut it, you little fuck.
I don't know. I'm not gonna
All
put
right,
any.
we'll just do for general purpose. No problem. Bacon,
Ah, yeah.
second day, your mic is like a busted fucking chainsaw, dude. So let me go ahead and put that. I'll just kill him right here. We won't deal with the money. I said that all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws. He said, no, they're not. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 20 minutes after the hour. From Professor Shankar, Professor, Chair of Physics at Yale. Listen closely, astro nerd dipshit. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You're done. I'd have taken all your money. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. You're fucking through. Back to you, Bacon. You ready?
Go on.
Yeah, Bacon. You ready? Because I'm gonna
depends.
take the Newtonian laws to the woodshed. You ready?
Am I going to get muted after you make the claim?
No.
All right, go
No,
on.
Astro Nerd was just being a nerd. Shut the fuck up about the mute button. If you're concerned about the mute button, go over to Jim Pandas. He'll mute you faster than I will. So, the laws of motion of Newton. From the Feynman lectures on quantum electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, then in the behavior of light, then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. You want me to say that again? The laws
I
of
don't disagree
motion
with that.
of Newton were not. This isn't an agree-disagree genre.
So why are you claiming
From
that
the
to me?
Feynman lectures, even though the law F equal ma is false, it's over for you.
Well,
You're
but
finished.
I mean, Feynman himself in that same lectures. That's how.
Shut the fuck up. He can't say in the same lecture, you douchebag. He would have fucking contradicted himself. And there are two
No.
lectures, not just one.
No, that's not a contradiction.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is, you cocksucker.
for-
Look at it.
For example,
For example, what?
yeah, let's suppose I'm trying to measure distance, right?
Measure distance. How would you do
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I can use a ruler, right?
Oh,
And a ruler isn't infinitely precise, is it?
You're going to use a ruler? Are you in the right to? Are you replying to a different thread?
No, I mean it's an analogy. If you let me go on.
You fucking clown. Richard Feynman, one of your gods, just told you that the laws
My
of motion
gods?
of Newton were not. Shut up. Richard Feynman just told you that the laws of motion of Newton were not right and law F equal ma is false. And you're bringing out a fucking ruler analogy? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. Let me go on.
Shut
So
the fuck up. Clown. Yeah, you're done. We're not listening to fucking ruler examples. If I got a ruler and I measure my dick and it's only like 1 micrometer, then no, laws of Newton are right. Shut the fuck up. Idiot.
Coriolis is selective. That's the new thing.
So is gravity.
He's a dumb fuck. So are you, Astronerd. I want all your money.
You're not getting any of my money.
Yeah, that's right. See,
You're not a man of your word? What are you talking about?
You're a religious zealot.
I'm a religious zealot.
I heard you bet all your money.
You got. You're not going to get any money from you.
Yeah, we know because besides being a religious zealot, you have no honor. You have no intestinal fortitude. You have no integrity.
Astro nerd, more like Astro turd.
Yeah.
Stupid, Sasha. Just shut up. Stupid.
That bacon idiot's a clown. What's up, Mike? You're not answering my DMs, man. What's up with that? You giving me a cold shoulder and shit? He must be away from his mic.
He's working on some parts, I think. He posted a big Corvette part earlier.
Bacon. Who wrote Bacon Grease? That's what I'm talking about. That was my mom's favorite. Call names and mute. Yeah, fuck off. Is he still posting?
I thought you was listening last night. I answered last night, bro. It's easy in the summer for me to get busy and lose track and shit.
Oh, that's okay,
I'm
man.
sorry.
I was just messing with you, man. You know how I am, man. You got to take me with a grain of salt and shit.
Yeah, like today, man, 16 hours, I get out of work. I'm like, fuck yeah, I get to sleep for 6-8 hours maybe. Nope.
No.
Get home. And I got to X, I don't want to maintain her car, except my daughter claimed the car. My dad built it. It was your wedding present. So
right.
The daughter calls me, Dad, Mom's Corvette stuck on the corner of East Michigan Ave and Elm. Like in the middle of the intersection. I'm like, this bitch is just spoiled. She just parks it here. Fuck it. He'll get it. Well, you know I will. I'm not getting that back. If it gets impounded, I'll pay for it. So, any way there is, I'm not letting that car go. It means something to my daughter,
And then
so
you got an asshole on Discord saying, where's my shit?
No, I put blame where blame is due. This bitch is like, oh, he got it. She just tries to take advantage of shit she ain't got advantage of no more. It's my daughter though, so I'm not sweating it.
Yeah,
it's for my daughter, She wants that damn car.
Well, that mission we were talking about, that's all right. Just take your time, man. It's the same thing. It's no rush.
Hey, I thought this, man. I'll take that one I built for her and put it in the damn garage and give this bitch a different one I ain't pressed about. Here you go. Drive that bat. The daughter don't want it.
Damn.
You wreck it, leave it where it's laying. I thought about it.
Well, back to my topic. Like I said,
yep.
I know you're busy. I knew that just because I haven't heard from you. I said, yeah, he got busy. So don't worry about it, man. I'll just keep reminding you. How about that?
That works for me, but one of these days I'll tear a car apart and then run the press for an hour and a half.
Yeah, we'll get into the spring and into the winter. Is that a better time for you?
Oh fuck yeah! Here in a minute, man. Once we always get behind on 4th of July. Once I'm caught up, I'm good. I don't have to make up for employees. Right now, if an employee calls in sick, I gotta fill his fucking position.
Right.
I can't hire an experienced asphalt guy today, you know what I mean, just to cover one shift. I got to do that shit.
I'm sorry, I said spring and winter. I meant fall and winter.
I knew what you meant. Autumn's coming up. Hell yeah.
I'll be looking for it, so I'll be preparing for I was thinking
Hell,
next spring.
I got the casings and ammos. I got the shit sitting up there. I just got to go run it. That's all.
Since I waited so long, you're going to kick up the order to 500 instead of 200?
Yeah, right. I'm mic and weigh every fucking round, all the shit to make sure it's all as close as I can get it.
I know you will. That's why I wanted it from you. Shit. What do you think? I'm stupid?
Right, and because of reloads, you know, you got to trim the casing, so I try to make them exactly. I try for perfect match. That's you get the tightest grouping when you're sending the exact same round downrange 100 times. You know, I mean, dude was gonna get into the measurement shit. No measurement is fucking perfect, but that doesn't fuck with the you know, the lectures.
Mike, we're not doing Olympic trials and shit.
Hell no. I shoot the same whether I'm shooting at a rabbit or a deer, bro. It's all the same.
Yeah. So just
And
tentatively
and pray.
Just tentatively, it's up. The order's up to 500. We can move on.
But well, you know what my presupposition is. You know, I might end up using this. My family been preaching the end of society for a long time, so that you know it might get opposition the ammunition. I might have to use it more, so it's got to be up to a war standard.
That's why when you said I got you, man, I said, all right, motherfucker. I didn't even blink.
Yeah. Militant families are literally we worship that ammo, you know, in a sense.
I know that from an old chart. You think I'm not stupid, man? As soon as you said that, I jumped all.
I know.
It was one of these other numpty dipshits. I would have had like 80 questions. But you, I said, all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out my tilt scales, my fucking micrometers, and my specs. You know, be wearing my glasses doing this shit. Even though I still got good eyes, but
I used the micrometer for my numpty clip today.
Oh, did you?
You didn't even listen to my numpty clip today. That's fucking sacrilegious, dude.
I work 16 hours a day, John.
I don't give a shit. That's no excuse.
And then when I got online, man, there was like 10 fucking people who had personality clashes, man. There's some kind of alignment going on. Everybody just wants to beat everybody down lately.
You got 30 messages. I could tell you were busy because you didn't join the group chat for like a week. I said, this motherfucker's got to be busy out of his mind.
And it's hot. This is August is the hottest in our time of year.
Yeah. I got you. All right. So you're forgiven. I'll keep
All right, enjoy it. I gotta prep this shit. I can't get my parts tonight, so I can't build it, but I can have it prepped, and then I can go take a shower and join the chat.
Right.
Right now, I'm just listening.
All right, cool, man. Yeah. I just wanted to touch base with you. I knew you were busy, so you're good to go. All right. Are there any other numpty dipshits in here want to talk about firing weapons and they never even fucking fired one?
Pretty sure you scared them all away immediately.
Jeez, oh man, can you believe this dude talking about friggin' Corey?
That's why I tried to use my baby gloves. Baby bird was trying to fly, and then Daddy comes flying in with his big stick, and they all flew away.
When he starts to red herring fallacy away because you had him on the ropes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I tapped out. I was
with
like,
your
oh,
last
Jesus.
statement, you had him on the ropes, and he red herring fallacied away. But your point was golden. When you said, well, why is the plane flight's not different? I said, oh, this guy knows what he's fucking talking about. And then this guy said, what? Oh, you said they're the same. It's the same thing. And he was like, oh, drop this. No, it's the same fucking thing. You got two reference frames. That's the whole point of the argument. Right? He can't get out of it. But he tried to with his ear. Fucking idiot. Oh,
So you don't even try to address when they pull up the red herring. You just point it to the red herring and say, "Go fuck yourself." Stay on point. That's it. Got it.
Too funny, Matt. Yeah, they're idiots.
I love it when they argue from, how bullets work, like that I heard once and never saw or experienced.
He's lucky the Marine sniper's not in here. Sergeant Barkley. He'd have got his ass tore up.
Really?
I just talked to him about a week and a half ago. Sergeant
I
Barkley.
just talked.
Yeah.
About a week and a half.
About a week and a half ago, he was supposed to jump on the show. I think something might have happened. He's been really
But I
busy over
just
the
talked
past.
to him about a week and a half ago. This guy.
What?
You know what unit he was with?
I'm hearing an echo, a woman's voice. The hell is going on out here?
That's definitely not my place. I'd know if there was a woman here.
Are you calling yourself a woman?
No, I said I heard an echo of a woman's voice. Does that mean I'm a woman?
You're hearing a voice. You're hearing a voice of a woman.
All right. Listen, let me say this one more time. For the fucking hearing impaired. I said, my exact words were, I hear an echo of a woman's voice. Now, does that mean I'm a fucking woman? Jeez, oh man. Are you snacking on paint chips from the 70s?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out who the woman was. I'm trying to figure out who the woman was because I thought I heard it too, and I was just like thinking, was that coming from your mic?
It's not coming from my mic, I'll tell you that shit. All right, let's see. Official Numpty clips. You guys haven't watched the signature Numpty clip of today. Shame on you. I took Richard Feynman to the woodshed, and you guys don't even watch it. You're interested.
Wait a minute. You took Feynman to the woodshed, and then you invoked Feynman against that numpty?
Yes.
That's double dirty.
Isn't it dirty? It's a dirty bird. It's the black swan. Yes. Yes. Totally logical. I treat Feynman as a hostile witness because the ballers all worship him. So I use him as a hostile witness. I'm a prosecutor. For goodness sakes, man. I think I titled it Feynman Fricassee. I mean, if that doesn't get your attention to go ahead and click on it and listen to it, I mean, what's
Not foolish decisions.
Yeah. That's the guy's name. That, in fact, that's his actual name, his avatar name. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I kind of can.
He didn't fare all that well in there.
You don't say.
Too funny, man. Now, just to let everyone know, now that I got everyone's attention, everyone's quiet. They're probably saying, I wish that asshole would shut up. That's all right. I'm not going to shut up just yet. I haven't got my 10,000 words out. We're up. We're about 5,000. You have to minus the words me and Mike were talking because that was just sidebar business. So I got at least 5,000 more to go. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. Never forget this. The only argument the ballers have, the only one they got, is they have images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. Everything else is just numpty dipshit theatrics. Right? It's all revolving around that main argument. That's all they have is images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's it. So take that to the woodshed and just watch them do the fucking incoherent ball-tard two-step. Everyone understand what I'm saying? That's all they got. All this
Yes, sir, thank you.
Coriolis, all the other arguments, they don't have anything. You can listen to them, you're like, what the fuck? No. They're hiding behind the images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's their actual proof. Got it? Hopefully you got it.
Got it.
Yep. And tomorrow, live on, I might as well, no one's talking shit. I might as well just get all my 10,000 words out at the fucking same time. So tomorrow, right, what we're going to do is on my live show, we're going to do Alice and Bob. You guys heard of that before?
It's my favorite, actually. I used
Really?
it. Yeah, Alice and Bob. I used it to introduce it to people my age, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Here, I'll put the ad down here so you guys will see it. So,
Yeah, I use Alice and Bob. I managed to get my friend Dolphin on the fence, which was pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, using Alice and Bob, that was enough to
No
convince him to be on the fence.
One
He's
time I
my
brought
age.
it up, I heard, what's the problem? Why can't they both be on the top?
The reason why he trusts me though is because he's a close friend.
Yep. So Alice and Bob, let me give credit where credit is due. It was first brought up by Jaron about 4.5 years ago. Right? Now, I thought about it even before I heard Jaron, but like I said, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Jaron brought it up. And when he said it, I said, holy shit. Right? I thought the same thing. I said, he's going to kill him. They seem to move away from it like we all do. I'm guilty of the same thing. I move away from the simple proofs, but I find myself coming back to the simple ones. And here's why I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Exactly. Yeah, my original drawing was all fucked up, but Sasha squared me up with that drawing or diagram. Here's why I'm going to do it. You're going to love this. I brought it up the other day, and I've been bringing it up for about 3 years. Periodically, I'd say, hey, what about Alice and Bob? Let me give you a little history behind it. Alice, Bob, and Victor, that was the original diagram. Because in quantum mechanics, they use Alice, Bob, and Victor all the time in thought experiments, right? So I just went to it like, running home to mama. So I said Alice, Bob, and Victor. But we trimmed it down just to Alice and Bob. I know you needed that background. It's crucial. So I brought this argument up on 24/7 right here in the live stream about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, somewhere around there. And Matthew Learns was in here. So, and I just brought it up off the cuff like I usually do. It's not one of my official proofs, but I just brought it up just to get some conversation going because it's really hilarious how they Texas ball-tard two-step around it. So I went ahead and brought it up. As it turns out, Baltards listen to this stream, right? If you didn't know that, they listen to the live stream. Yeah, they're all over it. They're like little pussies running around. They don't know, their ass from a pipe wrench, but they listen. And I know that. But anyway, Matthew was in here, and I brought up Alice and Bob, this little photograph right here. And I've got inundated with messages from ballers, flat earthers, mainly ballers, right? And what they do is give me feigned exasperations and say hilarious and, it's really dumb and all that stuff. And I said, okay, well, what's the argument against it? Oh, you're hilarious. You dumb fuck, dude. And I said, you know what? This happened one other time. And it was back when Nathan and I were taking a look at Google Earth, and we noticed that the elevations between long distances were the same, like between Texas and Florida, like 1,000, 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles. All the elevations were the same on Google Earth. And I said, isn't there supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared drop from one point to another? And I brought that up, right? And then they all did the same thing. They started with feigned exasperation. You know, the usual routine, laughing. No substantive argument, like a poignant argument against it. And I said, that's a fucking tell. I'm going to ram it up your sixes. And I did. So I'm going to do the same thing with Alice and Bob. That's why I titled it QE Live, Alice and Bob up their sixes. I'm going to do the same damn thing. Here's the argument. The baller's quintessential tenet of the spinning ball space monkey religion is that you must have an 8 inches per mile squared drop, vertical drop from a tangent from your feet in every direction. It's just what it is. It's got to be that, right? Because they're on a sphere with that geometry.
Wait, can you post like a reference for that?
A reference
like a paper?
for the geometry of the Earth? No, I'm not posting a reference for that.
The math.
So
Take
can
the
you
size
put,
of the ball.
can you just put like a paper, like a scientific paper or something like that? Just
What
backing
makes
up?
the paper? I know this is going to divert away. I'll get back to Alice and Bob. What makes a fucking paper scientific?
If it's been written by people who have gone through the university system and have actually finished a degree.
No.
Derp.
What makes a paper scientific is the scientific method is demonstrated in the paper. This is pure geometry. You're in a category error.
Okay, well, can you just put the paper where the scientific method has been demonstrated then?
The paper,
just put it in
I
the
already
description.
told you that this isn't science. Well, how could I do that?
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if it's not science, then that's okay.
Yeah, it's not
I have a
fucking
question.
science, you idiot. It's
I have a
geometry.
question.
Shut the fuck up and stop interrupting the
Talking.
conversation. So, back to Alice and Bob, right? Remember, the quintessential tenet of the spinning ball space monkey religion is that there is an 8 inches per mile squared drop, vertical drop, away from you, from a tangent, from your feet in every fucking direction. So, we got Alice and Bob here. Let's make everything even. Let's say they're in the Salar, on the salt flats in Bolivia. So there's no topography getting in the way. There's no hills. There's no cliffs. It's smooth, just like the Salar. So you have Alice here and Bob. Now, I put it right here at 40 miles. It's relatively arbitrary. You can put any distance. It really doesn't fucking matter. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles. Doesn't matter. But we'll go with 40. Now, when Alice turns and looks at Bob, and Bob turns and looks at Alice, remember, 8 inches per mile squared drop from their feet in every direction, from a tangent in every direction at 8 inches per mile squared. There is no way around them looking at each other. If they start walking towards each other, they'll all meet in a fucking abyss. There's no way around it, right? Here's the problem. Ballers have a conceptual idea of what their ball is, but the geometry doesn't match up. That's why over the past 3 years or so, they tried to distance themselves away from the drop associated with an 8 inches per mile square. You guys following me? I'm just bringing them back to reality. Once you put into practice the geometry in reality, the whole fucking thing implodes. It's a paradox. The more people I put in here, the bigger the paradox becomes. Does everyone follow that? Yes, no, maybe? Any arguments?
Yes, but I can see where they're gonna where an argument may go, which would be that they're not actually staring at each other in a straight line. They are tilted away from each other at an angle conducive to the sphere they're supposed to be on. So they're not walking down a hole, they're walking up a hill. I think that's what they're going to go with it. if you connect those two lines that Alice and Bob are standing on, right, and then tilt them away from each other to smooth out that thing for in their minds there's a ball there, right? I understand why this is not going to work, but they're going to go back to connect the lines and put them back on a ball. That's where they're going to try to take this argument, I think. And they both have to be looking down, not straight at each other. And how can they both be looking down? There you go. Yep. And that's why it doesn't work. Precisely that. Thank you, Huey.
Thank you, Alice and Bob.
Or thank you, Jaren. Thank you, all the above. But yeah, since
Wasn't this one made from Matthew Learns?
we're not making the observation leaning back on our heels staring up into the sky, so there you go. Thank you.
Yep.
What's the Theodolites are both staring right at each other? Is that what's going on here? They're both level on the edge of the water, is what I'm looking at probably.
Yeah. Makes a nice little grid there.
Hey, did you guys hear me with that, or was I on mute?
Yeah, mute.
Mute.
Son of a bitch, man. I'm talking. Okay, sorry about that, guys. All right, so what we got here is this photo right here. What time did I put it in here? It's right beneath the
11:51.
Matthew Learns belly laughers.
11:51. Yeah.
Now, thanks, Unicorn Lake. Did you fucking guys? You could have said something. Say, hey, QE.
I had no
We had
idea.
no idea
if
you were. Yeah, I
yeah.
thought you were just posting things like "figure this out, jerks."
No, I wouldn't do that, man. Okay. I was even dogging you guys out for interrupting me.
Right.
Too funny, man. All right. Sorry about that. So Jesse Kozlowski, about 3.5 years ago, came out with this photo, right? Now, I drug his ass through the briar bush before this photo ever came out, but I digress. So we got Jesse. He took his two theodolites and he put them together. They're the same elevation, right? And then he took one of his theodolites and he took it across the fucking pond. It's at 0.47 or 0.49 mile. Let's just call it a half mile away, right? And what he did was he leveled out his theodolite and he put his crosshairs on the level and he said, look, the Earth's fucking curved. Now, this numpty dipshit, man. Now this is related to Alice and Bob, so I'm going to make it an Alice and Bob thing. Let's say Jesse's theodolite looking across the pond over to the other theodolite. Let's say that theodolite is Alice, right? Alice is in the bushes over there taking a piss. Let's say Alice jumped out of the bushes in her birthday suit. I just added that for my piece of flair. I digress. She's in her birthday suit, and she jumps out, and she comes over to that theodolite right there and looks back at Bob. What's Alice going to see? Besides Bob with a heart on? She's going to see
basically the same thing.
Yeah, she is. Exactly. You got it. Here's the paradox. She can't do that. That can't exist in reality. You can't have Bob be higher than Alice and Alice be higher than Bob at the same time in reality. It's a paradox. Follow?
Yes.
Everyone tracking. That's the end of my argument. Chocolate, some bitch. Yeah, I had to add those pieces of flair. This stuff is dry, man. I got to add that shit to make it interesting. Or somewhat interesting. This is boring shit. Everyone got that. You want me to go through it again? You don't have to be shy. If you don't understand it, just say something. Fuck. I'm not going to dog you out. So the Alice and Bob thing just crushes them. So shout out to Jaron. No two people can live on a sphere and have 8 inches per mile square drop. Ain't going to fucking happen. If you have more than that, like the more people you got, like I said, the exponential nature of the paradox happens. All of a sudden, you're living on mogul Earth. Shit. There you go. That's what tomorrow's discussion is going to be.
Earth is a freshly groomed black diamond.
Black swan.
Yep.
Yeah, shit shrinks. Yeah, that's what goes. Yeah, they don't understand that. I'm gonna go off on them one more. Numpty clip coming up. I'm gonna go off on geodetic surveyors. It's gonna be quick and short. It's gonna be a quick death. Chocolate, you better watch friggin' today's Numpty clip, man, and I'm gonna take a contract out on your ass. Everyone get that? I'm almost at my 10,000 words, man. I'm gonna shut up here in a second.
Chewy, what's your take on Jesse Kowalski? I remember listening to Jaron and him go at it, and I think there was like a disconnect.
Yeah, the whole thing on the geodetic surveying is they don't understand angular size change with distance. And they don't, and there's a number of other things. They can't define simple terms like elevation, altitude, level, flat, horizontal, drop, and the aforementioned angular size change with distance. They have to change those definitions. That's the only way to get around it. That's it. That's their whole game. Over. They're clowns.
And does he actually measure curve, or is he just dispelling what we measure as curve?
Well, he just said this was curvature right here. I just showed you that it's fucking horseshit. All this is angular size change with distance game with Alice and Bob theodolites. That's all it is.
Both are at the same elevation and they're level. They
Both
didn't
are
expect
at the same elevation, and Bob is higher than Alice. And if Alice would, like I said, jump out of the bushes, buck naked, should look back at Bob, should be higher than Bob. Why? Angular size change with distance. It's not the same as the Alice and Bob argument above. It's related.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they expected they expected the stands to stay the same height no matter how far away you were. It would look exactly the same. That's what they're presuming.
No. They're just taking one look with this theodolite to the next theodolite and saying because the other theodolite is at the same elevation, that means the Earth's curved. That's
same
their
elevation.
argument. Yep.
So they don't expect to see any angular size change over distance.
No, they don't understand what angular size change with distance is. They don't they don't factor that in at all. They just put their crosshairs and they see a little bit of drop and it's over for them. The Earth's curved.
Science.
Yeah. All right. That's it, man. I'll take time out for a little while. Sorry about that. I've been hogging the mic everywhere I go, so I have that tendency. My 10,000 word. I'm over 10,000 words, so you guys are good.
People like to listen to you, though. It's okay.
Okay, I'm looking at this picture. Is the golden theodolite farther away than the white one? Is that what they're trying to say? So it's curving down? Like what, like a foot? What are we looking at?
That's just probably the elevation marker, that second stick. The theodolite is the yellow box. There's one identical that you're looking through. They're both supposed to be at the same elevation, so the same number of feet over that water line, and they're both looking level across the water.
I don't see any water. I see
whatever that
with a yellow and a white marker.
Yeah, and so I guess so that the brown is a beach. And
wait a second, dude. Wait a second. He doesn't see any water. Can we stop there?
Okay.
Oh, hey, Huey. I came late. Sorry.
It's not a video. It's a picture. Sorry. I'm rumpusing you, image. I'm sorry, man. But shouldn't we stop there? If you're not seeing any water, you're a blind melon fucking chitlin.
I see a forest. I see a yellow
the
marker.
The foreground
and a
is
white
all water. Everything in the
tree.
foreground is water.
So it looks like a swamp.
It's probably shallow water. Yeah.
The middle.
Yeah.
Is it a black line across the middle?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
No, it's an estuary, man.
So what looks like hardtop is just, the surface of the water. And it continues underneath the feet of the image taker, right up to the point where they would be on a beach similar to that on this side, the one you're looking
Wait, hold up. I see it now. I see a black marker line, and I see little ripples now. Okay.
Yeah.
I just had to adjust my phone. Got it.
Godric, you getting ready to chop up some squirrels or something?
I was about to say, man, I was about to eat with you.
I'm having cereal. Hang on. Sorry.
Finishing
You're
up that bowl.
finishing the bowl. That's a drink that milk now. Finish it up.
Nothing beats golden graham milk.
I don't know. Cinnamon Toast Crunch milk's pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's up there.
I like them both.
Nah, Golden Puffs is where it's at, bro.
It's hot cream of wheat. It's hot cream of wheat with agave syrup and butter.
That's pretty good.
Damn, we got an aristocrat.
Yeah, where's your
Grits.
sugar wheat, man? Come on. Where's your Lucky Charms? Good old American breakfast.
It's from my cousin Vinny. Well, how do you like your grits? Well, just regular, I guess.
They're always stealing my Lucky Charms.
It's regular, I guess.
Wait a second. What did you say? Utes?
Yeah, right. 2 Utes.
Yeah, the Utes. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 youths. Jerry Gallo's dead.
I said callow.
I love how they made the judge dumber than a doornail. That droopy puppy dog face. Just doesn't know where he's at half the time.
Yeah, you better put some respect on Herman Munster's face, though. Come
Herman
on.
Munster. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Exactly. You got it.
Right.
Okay, so I left when that guy was telling us about the Foucault pendulum, how it's gonna deviate different ways on the equator and on the North Pole. What happened to that guy?
Oh,
How many
God.
hours ago was that?
That was like 2 hours ago. Yeah.
And,
I got him to the point where he was on a plane and he was moving with and against the spin of the Earth, supposedly. But then I don't know. I think he saw what was coming and he tried to divert things, but then QE stomped him out.
Oh, then Huey came. That makes sense. He was telling me that the precession of the Foucault is determined by Coriolis. Is that what he said?
Yeah, but then he tried to backtrack it after he realized that he was going to get stuck with 2 reference frames that things can be in.
Yeah, once he says that, and he's correct, it is an example of the Coriolis effect. Once he says that, like the fine gentleman image globe derp, that's a good one. He's dead. Once he says that, it's over.
Because then he has to account for Coriolis in bullets and planes, right? And drones.
He did the right thing. He went right to planes. Yep.
Okay.
Because then you're looking at the necessary conditions for the Coriolis effect to exist. And once you get there, it's unless they divert like he did or obfuscate it's all over.
And it was nonsensical gibberish. I was kind of stunned at it. I was like, wait a minute, what? I was confused at the red herring. It was like
Okay, so that guy got ran out.
a red hydra.
A red hydra? Is that what it's called? Okay,
And none
so
of
I
them
was
were in charge.
okay, so I was in Brandon's earlier, and there was a guy talking about Okay, so we were going from the North Pole.
Oh,
No, we were
I'm
going from
sorry for your
Alaska.
losses, man.
We were going from Alaska at 500-mile spin to the equator at 1,000-mile spin.
Yeah.
And the Glober was trying to explain to us that since you're flying from Alaska at 500 to the equator at 1,000, you don't have to do anything because the air is going to take you to those higher speeds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Brandon's argument's good. So where are you going to get? Yeah, they said that the atmosphere. Get a load of this.
Is
The
locked with the spin now?
Really, an incoherent second grader can debunk that. Especially, just disregard watching the Weather Channel, seeing the clouds and stuff move east. Disregarding that, just the winds. An incoherent second grader can walk outside. As soon as you feel east, north, and south surface winds, that fucking game's over. And besides, they just violated every gas law known to man, including Brownian motion. Right? You follow that?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go, Battle Mod. Yeah. I said just surface winds, but it's all altitudes of winds just destroy that nonsense. And then they have the audacity to bring up conservation of momentum, whether angular is just, that's a tear-jerking belly laugher. But why would, if the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, then it's all one reference frame. Then there would be no need to invoke any conservation laws. You couldn't invoke them.
There's no
right?
Boreals
And
anyway.
to even invoke them, you're using Newtonian mechanics, which is debunked. I understand that, but let's just say Newtonian mechanics, I haven't debunked them yet. You need because Newtonian laws only apply to inertial reference frames. You can't invoke Newtonian without the inertial reference frame. It makes no. You think I'm lying? All right. Let me back that shit up. Hold on a second. Discord. Let's go.
I don't think anybody called you a liar.
Well, I
Is
got
this
to.
just, is this a knee-jerk reaction? You just assumed because somebody must
it was
be fucking weird?
rhetorical. I just want to prove my case. So hold on one second. It's so hilarious. And by the way, they have no idea what the conservation laws are. They're fucking absolutely clueless. Just see Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard. He's a fucking numpty dipshit. He has no idea what the conservation of angular, not only linear, but angular momentum. Not too many people do, which is fucking scary. But check this out. So this is from Boston University Physics Department. I'll read through it. This is tear-jerking belly laugher, guys. Wait till you see this. All right. We got Boston University. A good question to ask is, and this is at 12 minutes after the hour, by the way. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that means non-inertial reference frame. That's the rotating, spinning reference frame. And he even says while we're spinning around would be a good example. Duh. Then what? Newton's laws are not valid. Duh. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as what? an inertial reference frame. Turn out the lights. Party's over. Get it? I hope so. Game, set, match.
I hope Zanuck heard that shit because he always argues for the Coriolis.
Hey, I have a question, QE or BattleMod. The picture that BattleMod posted, are there 3 different types of cloud movements or 4 different directions?
Shit, there's more than 4. There's more than 6.
Yeah. That's nutty, dude. I never even really noticed that.
You never
Thanks for
seen
posting
that before?
No.
I
I never,
noticed
well,
that when I was-
I've probably seen it, but I haven't, you know what I mean? I haven't been like, oh, that's what's going on.
You did, yeah. I got you. Yep. We've all seen this before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's probably the best example. I have it. BattleMod got it to me, got it out there before I got it, but yeah. I think he stole it off Chocolate. If I'm not mistaken. That's where I got it.
Well, if the ballers wanted to do something about that, say something about it, they'd be like, well, it's the axial tilt and it's the sun's attitude that day.
Axial tilt. What does that have to do with the fucking...
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what would what they try to say about this.
They can't say anything. They're finished. There's no there's no explanation after these photos or gifs or videos or experience or there. What are you gonna do? Elmer Fudd sophist your way through it? Shut up, Chocolate.
Not anymore. They're not.
Yeah, there's nothing. Let me see if I can't scare them up. It wasn't only that one, but that is the best one. And we've all seen it. As soon as you see it, you say, oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Right.
Let me see where they're at. I got them hiding around here somewhere. Yeah. Where's the clouds? All right. I don't think. Well, let's try posting both. Let's see what happens. All right, let's go. How about those two?
Yeah. The other one is, well, the bottom one is what BattleMod posted, but I'm going to watch the top one. Yeah, that's clear. And then it's more clear to see, too, because the clouds are relatively the same color. And there's only like 2 of them going on that I can see.
That's
Right,
clearly
top
proof
one,
of a
there's
spinning
only
ball right there.
Only 2, essentially. The other one, they're going every which way.
Right.
Yeah, we can get down to the nitty gritty with it. It's so preposterous. It's absurdity at a Dunning-Kruger level that hasn't been reached by you. They're anti-flat earthers because actual globers, that's not a glober argument. That's an anti-flat earth argument to say that the atmosphere spins with the earth. It's fucking idiotic. Gases have no intermolecular bonds, no van der Waals forces overcoming the gas to make them a liquid or solid, in other words. So how can the gases spin with the earth if they're not attached to each other, let alone attached to the solid that's rotating?
Yeah, it should be just one big mess up
Gravity.
Gravity doesn't do it. That violates Brownian motion. Checkmate.
I don't know who this brown guy is, but Newton says.
The brown guy. Yeah. It's all over. It's nonsense from pretender clowns that wouldn't know their ass from a 30-pound torque wrench. All they got is like this fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry. I don't know what they do. They got not like a 1956 physics glossary and they just point at phrases and fucking terms and insert it into their argument all non sequitur like and think that's gonna fly?
Terrestrial refraction.
You trying to trigger me? That's a good
No,
one.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Terrestrial refraction. What are the two
Gravitational
necessary
Coriolis.
antecedents needed to invoke, even to say it, terrestrial refraction?
Well, a mouse.
So since we already know how big the Earth is,
terrestrial refraction. That would be a radius.
Gases
Okay, you need that
have an
one.
inherent shape.
What's the other one?
Well, we need ground.
And a violation of second law, gas clinging to that spherical container.
Spherical container.
Or non-container.
I would
Spherical
say
non-container.
we need terra firma and curvature.
Terra firma. You would need
How
the
about an R
atmosphere.
value?
No, you would need. We already went over that. You need the R value. What else do you need?
Right.
Yeah,
Terrestrial environment.
Truth prevails. You are correct. Two different materials. However, well before you get to that, you need that. Those
Curving
are
gases.
criterion. I just
that's
posted
the clinging to the
Two
outside of the
different
container I was talking
iso-
about.
19 minutes after the hour, you
media.
need the atmosphere to curve. That means that's a paradox. Atmo means air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no shape. Yeah. The prosecution rests with one. You can go if you want to, you can go to radius. I don't have a problem with it. But it's over. It's all over.
You mean to tell me that everyone is in on the lie?
Hey, hey, but they want litigation. They want to settle this arbitrarily between men. Can we just theorize,
Bro, why would they lie?
about it? Just imagine this.
Just imagine this. Yeah, I bet you they do that. Especially with their partners.
Oh, yeah, they do. We spit facts, and they're like, if you can just imagine this.
All you
What
have to
if
do
Earth was
is give
really,
me
really
two
big, man?
presuppositions. That was Platypus. Is he in there, or do you leave?
Platypus admitted that he went to a slumber party.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Oh my god.
He's probably still doing his nails and makeup. My bad.
He's never living that down, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that one there's got multiple layers, multiple movements, and multiple distributions.
What else would you expect to see on a spherical?
I need to save those for Matthew, man, because he was telling me that the air is like kind of semi-velcro together, right? So I was explaining to him, but that would be done by like viscous layers through the atmosphere, right? You know,
right?
You know what they would do?
Shows that, you know.
You know what
What's
he
up?
would do if he was smart? He's probably listening.
What?
Clouds aren't gases.
Right out. I was gonna ask, how much viscosity does a cloud have?
But you can destroy that. Just walk outside. Any east, north, or south surface wind destroys their Elmer Fudd baby Huey sophistry.
Crosswinds. Yeah,
Yep.
crosswinds.
Yep.
Intersections.
Are those
See,
self-propelling vapor
hold on.
clouds?
When we snipe a motherfucker out, we don't consider rotation, but we do consider
Windage and
crosswinds of a
elevation.
non-rotating Earth due to high pressure and low pressure and variables in temperature, humidity, dew point, shit like that.
So QE, if he argues that okay, clouds are not gases, but so water droplets, yeah.
Hold on, Cyrus. Hold on a second, man. Listen, that's a higher level argument They would never say
Okay.
that.
All right. So I'll shut up until they bring it. Then we'll
No,
discuss it if they do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, no
All
one
right.
would ever. They think clouds are gases, so just
All
roll 'em.
right.
Let me
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
let me
I'll
go
roll with it for
Jim
sure.
Bob on you. Let me go. That brings up my pressure argument. What's Jim Bob's what the hell does he say? Vapor pressure. Clouds prove my vapor pressure argument.
Vapor pressure.
Metal
No,
art.
no, that's
No,
water
he says
gas.
water gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water gas?
I made a meme with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
metal art. That's proof of the etherical plane, by God.
No, that's not Jim Bob. That's
Phlogiston
Dallas
theory.
Dave.
Yeah.
Dallas Dave. Water gas. Well, water gas.
What kind of gas is that, man? Dang.
Water gas.
Water gas.
Maybe it's phlogiston.
I'm gonna drink me some of that stuff right now. Some of that water gas. Well, you can't drink it; you have to inhale it, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you drink the gases?
You'd have to,
Yeah, you're gonna have to have that necessary.
Well, you use a bubbler, son. It's called a water bomb.
Never
Touche,
swallowed
salesman.
smoke.
Technically, Mike, those are oil droplets, right? Suspended in the air, aren't they?
Oh my god, I would shit my fucking pants. How the hell?
Resins
Right.
Yo,
delivered through water vapor to your lungs.
I am resonating with that.
It's
Good
the
one.
bronchial situation with the alveoli.
what psycho bridge is this?
Yeah. You like that walking on the clouds?
No, I would collapse probably and start.
I'm
passing
hoping
out.
that listen, I'm hoping that gives some people a nightmare. They wake up looking down like that. If you can deal with that, you can skydive. If you can't, well, in my opinion, use a pussy.
No, I could deal with it. I could take the order and do it, but I would hate it every fucking second.
The first time sucks. Then after that, it just gets funner and funner. You
You
learn
say
to do
so,
tricks.
sir.
You do tricks
I've heard
on your
that
way
before.
down.
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
You do some tricks on your way down, man. Fuck it. Fly. The only chance you get to fly like Superman, damn it. Take advantage of that shit.
Nah, I'll take notes like Jimmy Olsen while you fly.
Okay. I want to try out one of them glider hookups, man. The glider
Bullsuit
suit.
shits. Yeah.
Yeah.
A wingsuit.
So you could become a fucking projectile and just whip down the side of a mountain, narrowly escaping death every 3 seconds.
Yeah, well, when you skydive, you get this sudden impact and a jerk, and you can only do it so much, or it ends up tearing up your back and shit. So you can get rid of that suit. You can get rid of that with that suit, or you can just use a hand glider.
What's up with these VC verified, man?
That's on your bucket list? That would be the bucket.
Well, not. I don't want to sew the needle through that pinhole right there, but I sure would like to fly one of them suits.
I think that would be the last one. Just in case.
I got a little more faith in that. I've watched enough people do it, but I know you can live through it, damn it. I'm just wondering how big of a projectile or missile can I hold while I'm in my suit and still maintain flight?
You don't know what Chinese asshole made that suit. You don't know anything. Fuck that.
Well, hey, I do know this. Chinese shit works a couple of times before you got to throw it away. Well, hopefully. Right? Couple times. If I could rain terror on that damn thing, you could take me up in the heel lift. I'd be like, all right, bro, see you on the ground. drift 5 miles and bomb our enemies. I'd have a cross section so big, so small, you wouldn't see me coming on radar. Just be out of nowhere. What's up, bitches?
Yeah, and one errant seagull, and you're a dead man.
I'm a
You clip
flying
it.
Rick James, bitch. Let's
All
get
you
it
see is
on.
an explosion of feathers as the
man.
wingsuit comes crashing down.
But this is true. I can shoot a blackbird flying at a long range. So yes, people who get a visual on me might be able to take me out while I'm coming in. Yep.
I'd just be worried about a flock of birds lifting off as I'm coming in. That would be my terror.
Well, have you ever seen a 222 projectile hit a blackbird from 100 yards? They just kind of incinerate, you know what I'm saying? Poof.
Vaporize.
You be picking bones off your goggles, because if you're smart, you're wearing goggles, you won't get shit in your eye. But I mean, if you're a dumbass, you shouldn't be using that suit anyway, you know? I probably have a helmet on, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that'll save you, for sure.
I had to worry about a flock of seagulls in. You just headbutt them bastards on your way through.
Put like a cow catcher on your helmet. Yeah.
Like a biker in the bar who somebody pissed off. He goes to the parking lot, he gets his helmet, and he comes back in. Got his spare helmet too. That's the weapon. The other one's a protection. I've seen guys do it, but I do hang out at biker bars. Kind of what the MC does on occasion. It doesn't happen at the clubhouse. You got to be a brave motherfucker to come in with 50 bikers and just start swinging a helmet. You know.
You gotta be a brave motherfucker to do anything other than buy a round for everybody in that situation. And going into some other club's fucking bar and
Yeah.
just make yourself at
Well,
home.
most of us are veterans. We're veteran riders, so
okay.
We're not really out for war. Till you start this, if it's apparent you're going to do the dumb shit, then yes, you're fucked. We're all trained, but because we're trained, we're not worried about who can whoop whose ass. We'll do that shit when the time comes. We can talk about that when it's need be, you know? Cross that bridge when we get there. We're not to the River Kwai yet, so we don't need to cross the bridge over the River Kwai. Wonder how many people got that reference.
The River Kwai. It sounds familiar.
Bridge over the River Kwai. It's one of the, if you have like when I was growing up, there was really only two genres of movie on my house that ever played. It was war movies and westerns, because that was all my grandfather basically allowed, and that's all my father watched. That was one of the ones that I had to watch at least on a weekly basis.
Yeah. That
1957 epic war movie.
That and the Outlaw Josie Wales or the Duke and Ketchum. OK Corral.
Chisholm.
Yeah, Chisholm. Yeah, see, he knows.
Man, I watched all these shits. I mean, oh
that was my father. When I came home from the Corps, I was like, what the hell is this, Dad? He said, the lost episodes of Bonanza. I said, but they're not lost, old man. We watch every fucking one of these. Fuck are you talking about? This is the lost episode. I seen this when I was 12, 15 times. He said, well, a lot of people ain't your age. Well, it's not lost and it's new. It's new to you if you haven't seen it, but we've seen it, so the lost offends me. This shit ain't lost. Yeah. So see, the reference is we won't just cross the bridge when we get there. We'll take that motherfucker and then destroy it so nobody else can fucking use it.
Right behind us. Yeah.
Because we them motherfuckers. That we will be stable unless you piss us off, and then bam, it's on. We'll burn that bridge down so no brave motherfucker ever crosses it again.
I came for blood. Any Globers?
Nope, but I'll step out the way so you can find some if you want. I reckon I like that Glober blood. Deep fried. Look,
One just hopped in for you, man.
blood pudding. Blood sausage. It's got to be
How
Glober
much?
blood, though. I'll take a go large size of that Glober blood sausage and some Glober blood pudding if you don't mind. Thank you. To go.
Boy, it's over.
Figure I'm fixing to kill you.
Yep. Either you give me my order or you're going to be the next that takes my sling blade.
Deep fried.
Deep fried popcorn, motherfucker. That guy was really honest, the Sling Blade guy, you know? You gotta give it to him.
He said, I reckon you ought not be talking to that kid like that.
He did not mince words.
Nope. No, he didn't.
What's up, Kawa? You have any questions? Have evidence of this globe? You still believe?
What's his name? Powder?
I think it was Kawa.
Oh.
Is that some James Bond shit for real? Like a jet-powered fucking suit?
It's a Cower Hour. Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Fucking Christ. They can make anything
That's what I meant when I'm, a glider or a jet glider. Yeah. You can power that. You can strap just like your ultralights or your motor powered gliders. Because when they came up with the ultralight, it was just you could put a motor on a glider, and once you get up there, just keep on going with a little motor, We just put it on a 3-wheel go-kart. That's all the ultralight really was when it started. Now you can get some fancy ones, We added
Those look
all
like little
those
jets, though. Little fucking jet turbines under there.
Well, don't think that, redneck farmers hadn't thought about putting radio-controlled jet motors on gliders, We thought about dirigibles, a Hindenburg shaped like a fucking, you get a Hindenburg that's shaped like a jet or one of them, what the hell, NASA things, shuttle. You put because you can get a lot of thrust out of remote control jet engines. They're like small jet motors. You can really use them to build you a jet. Put that shit on a dirigible that doesn't weigh shit and doesn't take shit to propel. You probably have one of the fastest vehicles on Earth. Depending on, how strong you can make it to maintain the thrust. I really thought about that. How far could you travel if you put solar-powered fans on a dirigible?
Is he taking off from the ground like this, or does he have to leave? He's got to jump out of a plane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a plane.
It's not there yet. Yeah. Okay.
It's not there yet. He looks like the villain in one of those recent Spider-Man movies.
For sure.
Michael
Yeah, that's exactly
Keaton
what I was thinking.
played.
Yeah, the Vulture.
Dude,
he could be
Vulture.
the green whatever.
Green Goblin.
Yeah, the Green Goblin. Yeah.
They couldn't have picked a better actor for him, by the way, in that movie.
I know that some bitch was crazy as hell.
Yeah.
And he got them teeth that been ground down to match the Green Goblin.
Yeah, they are just unique.
Yeah, like he's a fucking.
What's his name? It's a weird name too. He's a very strange name on that guy.
Talking about Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe. Yeah, what kind of name is that, man?
Willem is a very common English name, right?
South Africa.
Yeah, I've heard Willem, but Dafoe.
He looks like a damn cannibal to me.
He really does. He looks like a vampire cannibal.
He should have played the Joker.
No, because he's kind of cheesy. He's not necessarily a Joker type. I don't think. I don't think he could have. They probably
I've
tried
seen
him
him in
out
some
too.
pretty decent dramatic roles. I think the man can act his balls off.
I think so too. I just don't know if he can do Joker. Maybe.
Just
I don't know. I'd have to see him
the
try.
grin he could pull off is what I would, that's just the
It is a
reason I
good
say
grin.
it.
Yeah. There's a lot of wrinkles he's working with. A lot of weird shit going on his head.
He got them ever-changing teeth, man. For every role he got, sometimes he got that gap in his teeth. Sometimes he don't.
Might play hockey. Those are all replacements.
Crazy-looking motherfucker. That's all I know. He's a crazy-looking dumb bitch. Oh my. Oh. Smallpox, you're out of here.
Smallpox.
Yeah, this dude in Cogdis that just spammed 1,000 messages. 103 new messages and 100 of them are him.
Wow.
That's something. About him, check the voice text. So did Willem Dafoe do a Joker thing?
Voice
Globus?
No, that's just someone that's done like a computer graphics over his face, and he
Yeah,
could
he
actually
would
do a
look
pretty
good.
good Joker. That's what I said. That's what
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
I've seen it. Yeah,
You seen that? Yeah.
I gotta do fucking work on this server. I can't always be in that lobby. I gotta go to this lobby, that lobby, listen to this guy's fucking story, research all this dude's comments. I didn't do nothing. Comment search. You go to all the comments through Cogdis and then to the comment that's sending there, and there's a bunch of fucking idiots and fucking retards in his shit. But he didn't do nothing. You done wasted your time. But then they keep on messaging you, see. Come on, man, let me out. I'm the guy that you do that to me, I'm just gonna ban you. Get tired of you. I don't block people. I don't do that. Well, ban your ass. If you're on another server I'm on and you keep messaging me because we still share a server, well then I'm a mod on almost every server that I'm on, if not the owner. So I'll just ban you from every server I'm on. It's that simple. I mean, I'm mod on servers I don't even go to unless people do that dumb crap. I have people get mad at me here, get banned by somebody else, and then start tagging me in other servers. Like you can see I'm a damn mod there. Why would you talk shit to me in the other server? Like I'm not just gonna ban you and go on with my day. What the hell? I'm on that yogi shit, Live life. I can't live life with some dumbass tagging me, so I move on. I just ban and move on. Take that guru breath. Woosah. All is as it's supposed to be.
Woosah.
Try to clear them emotions and move on.
Goose, blah, blah.
Tell me that dude ain't got the crazy looks, man. One time he got them fang ass teeth. The next time he got perfect teeth. Look at the difference between the crazy picture I posted and that gif. This dude is always either there's 20 of these dudes or just.
He's a pretty famous actor. I'd imagine there's a few of those dudes. A few of the same,
Yeah, you
I
got
think what we're
crackhead
looking at there
Defoe.
is the evidence of Gingivitis.
Hyperhalitosis.
Dude, I would not want to smell his breath. That's for sure. God. Sour garlic, just.
Look at this one.
He just got done smoking a big cigar and eating like a cannoli,
Jesus
and then he comes
Christ.
and laughs in your face.
Hyperhalitosis.
Oh, God, no.
My nubs. My teethy nubs. Man.
What's the point of life at that point?
Well,
Wait,
I wouldn't go
there's
that
more.
far, but
Wait, there's more. Get your William Defoe COVID mask today. Only 23
oh
easy installments
yeah.
at $29.99.
That's a
I'm
pretty good
definitely
one,
getting one of
actually.
these.
Ain't it?
I
Like,
definitely want
who
one.
the fuck would want William Defoe's teeth?
Maybe not of
And
Willem
like,
Dafoe's teeth.
this
That
is the
is
funny
Willem
thing.
Dafoe's
Like,
teeth.
yeah, you can identify this motherfucker just by his grill. You're like, yup, that's William Defoe.
That's good. I could smell that gnarly smile coming a mile away.
I think he could have done the Joker, though. I think he's right. He
Yeah.
could have.
You've changed my mind. I think so.
Well, here, now let's just view him as the Joker. Crazy motherfucker. Other
Yeah.
people have thought this, though. You know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure he might have auditioned, guys. I mean, why not, right? I'm sure a lot of people did.
I might not have auditioned, but I'm sure somebody approached him. Like,
Right.
hey, somebody floated the idea to his agent anyway, you know.
Yeah.
But at that point in this actor's life, he doesn't need to do shit. If you haven't made your money by this point, you've done something very, very wrong.
Right. This motherfucker
Yeah,
could
look at that
smoke
nose.
crack. Yeah, he could smoke crack for 20 years and still not be broke. They wouldn't call him a crackhead because he
He'd
still
be
got
sleeping on a
money.
bed of cash. That's why. You can't call a man sleeping on a bed of cash a crackhead.
Right, he's still paying his bills. Exactly. Difference between a crackhead and a rich crackhead is one got money and one don't.
He's like a real life vampire looking kind of guy.
That's what I think. He looks. He just got that cannibalistic look to him. That's all.
Yeah.
It just looks like he would eat a motherfucker. I mean,
Ravenous.
yeah, look at that. So you're standing on a mountain, and old boy looks at you like this Joker picture right here. Like, yeah, Mike, you're fucked.
Out face, no